Okay, Tammy, if you please sound the next new business item.
Mayor, that item is consideration of an agreement between the City of Milton and Southern Conservation Trust, Inc. for a land management implementation plan for the former Milton Country Club. It's agenda item number 21214. Ms. Teresa Stickles.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I was waiting for the presentation to show up. Before you for consideration tonight is a contract for a land management implementation plan for the former Milton Country Club. I'd like to mention, in addition to the brief presentation that I will make, and you're welcome to ask any questions, Sarah Leaders is also here on hand if you have any questions that would be in her area, which is most of it. The contract amount is $10,000, and if approved, the professional services will be provided by the Southern Conservation Trust. So is there, my presentation's not showing? Is it? It's.
Sorry, they're working on a couple.
Oh, okay, that's okay. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, we can. So I'll go on. The Southern Conservation Trust is a land trust founded in 1993 to conserve green space. In some cases, land is conserved by acquiring it outright. In others, by utilizing permanent conservation easements, which ensure the land will remain intact and unchanged in perpetuity. The 501c3 is located in Fayette County, Georgia, but they have conserved more, oh, there we go. Let me get, there we go. They have conserved more than 57,000 acres across 11 states. That's Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Arkansas, Louisiana, Kentucky, Texas, and Colorado. Stewardship, or responsibly managing public and private lands, is an important part of their work. Stewardship can take the form of oversight of the easement properties, restoration of habitats, and/or active management of properties. If the contract before council is approved, the Southern Conservation Trust will provide the city with an environmentally sound land management plan for the former Milton Country Club. The Southern Conservation Trust currently has 8 public nature areas totaling 1,100 acres. The site of Sam's Lake Bird Sanctuary, which is pictured up here on the left, held a drained lake bed that is now being reverting to a natural meadow. You can also see in that photo, it's also big. There's some wetlands that are being restored there. The city of Atlanta is sponsoring that restoration as part of a mitigation that they're required to do. Morgan Grove, which is pictured on the right, is a 60-acre retired working forest, which showcases both natural succession and active management. A vibrant butterfly garden is maintained to attract pollinators to the area. So you'll see that both of those have elements of what we're envisioning for the former Milton Country Club. The trust has also recently acquired its own 375-acre failed golf course. The scope of work, there are 5 components to the contract. The first is a baseline study of the current natural state of the flora and fauna and soils. The remaining 4 components will all be guided by the master plan adopted in 2019. The trust will recommend vegetative features to provide permanent erosion control of the disturbed areas along the trail that's being moved and moved now. The trust will create a planting plan of appropriate native plants to promote water filtration. The trust will advise on processes for the removal and eradication of invasive species and the introduction of additional native plants and trees. In addition, they will recommend installations where appropriate to establish and support wildlife, for instance, nesting boxes, as well as wildlife observation areas for park users. Finally, the trust will provide a document that the city can use in seeking grant opportunities. The contract work is scheduled to be completed within 270 days. So, and that's just some pretty pictures of some southeastern meadows. Any questions?
Laura?
A question. Thank you very much for sharing that. I just would love to also make sure that the adjacent property owners to the former Milton Country Club are aware of this initiative when we start to, yeah, I knew you were going to be on it, social media. Just make sure that as we have this particular group has experience with transitioning a golf course. So I know it's probably not easy and it's not going to be beautiful. So as we move into that direction, I think it would be good to share the plans with especially the adjacent property owners. Thank you.
And I believe that Greg has shared in some of his recent dispatches the website for the trust, and I invite people to go there and see the work that they've done. I think that everybody will find it tremendously impressive. I think we're lucky to be able to work with them.
Okay. Any other questions? Did you say Sarah was Sarah planning on speaking or just?
No, she was just here in case you had any questions.
Okay. Do we have any public comments on this?
We do not, Mayor.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing on this. And also, yes, I agree with it. It's great that we were able to do this, have this opportunity. Is there any other questions or comments? If not, I'll open up for a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agreement between the City of Milton and Southern Conservation Trust for the land management and implementation plan for the former Milton Country Club.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Councilmember Bentley with a second from Councilmember Moore. All in favor, please say aye.
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 That's unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Teresa. All right, we'll move on to unfinished business. Tammy, if you'll please sound that item.
Mayor, that item is consideration of an ordinance of the City Council to authorize Fulton County to conduct the 2021 election. It is agenda item number 21-200. Mr. Ken Gerard.
Mayor and members of the council, you have in front of you this evening a proposed ordinance and intergovernmental agreement that will authorize the Fulton County Board of Elections to facilitate municipal elections in the city of Milton. This is an intergovernmental agreement that we have approved in like kind before in the city. Obviously, the greatest variable we have are the rates. This has actually got a fairly short clock on it. This intergovernmental agreement only runs to the end of this calendar year, which of course will be a municipal cycle. The duties with respect to Fulton County Board of Elections and what will be required by the City of Milton. The duties with respect to the City of Milton will be as have traditionally been undertaken by the city. The rates are the anticipated November 2nd, 2021 general rates are $84,671. If there is a runoff, the rate would be anticipated to be $70,368. Georgia law specifically contemplates that municipalities can contract with county boards of elections for this very purpose. Of course, there is an entitlement under state law for cities to have their own municipal election superintendent as well. I would say that is not as frequently done as it is to contract with the county, and I'm not sure that Milton is in a position right now to do that for the upcoming election. But this is the IGA that Fulton County has provided, and my understanding is most of the other metro cities are reviewing the same election IGA. Mayor, that's my presentation.
Okay, any questions for Ken at this point? Do we have any public comment?
We do, Mayor. I'd like to call the first one. Lisa Cawley, you're invited to the podium.
Hi, my name is Lisa Cawley. I live at 14680 Freemanville Road in Milton. I'm requesting the City Council to not authorize Fulton County to conduct the November 2021 election. I would like the city to consider conducting our own municipal elections and to also look into conducting our elections for state, midterm, and presidential elections. The two main reasons are financial and election integrity. Fulton County charges Milton per registered voter, not votes cast. Our municipal elections are well under 5,000. There was a special session of the Board of Elections in January 2021. The board members discussed with Richard Barron how 660 votes out of the precinct ML01A and ML01B, the Milton Library, were not counted on the day of the election, January 5, 2021. It was the state GOP who discovered there were no votes out of the Milton Library weeks after the election. A couple days ago, Speaker of the House Dave Ralston sent a letter to Richard Barron, the Fulton County Elections Director, requesting an urgent and full forensic investigation into the November 3rd, 2020 election. I'm asking the city to examine the new state election law, SB 202, to see how we could run our own elections entirely moving forward. Stakeholders have already signed up in Fulton County and are willing to volunteer, train, and work the polls in Milton in order to have a cost-effective, accurate, secure, and safe election. The cost to the city of Milton currently to run our next election would be around $85,000. We have 28,605 registered voters as of 3/21/21. A runoff would cost our city another $70,000, which would end up being over $155,000. If we were to do our own elections, we would be able to save considerable money. We would move to paper ballots as the preferred method of voting. And like I said, we normally have under 5,000 voting in the city during municipal elections. Two cities in Fulton County, Palmetto and Chattahoochee Hills, have been conducting their own elections by paper ballots for years. An estimated cost summary, which I have sent all of you, I'm not sure if you all received it. Early voting would cost us around $23,940. Voting day would be $14,210. The cost of the ballots, which we went to the printer from Palmetto and Chattahoochee Hills, and they gave us an estimate for their ballots, to do our ballots. And we came up with a cost for absentee and provisional ballots of $16,115. So a total estimate, for example, for 29,000 people who vote in Milton, for us to run it would be around $54,000. That's a savings of over $30,000. So if we did this every year, the savings would be significant. And again, that's for 29,000 people. We're talking about municipal elections of only less than 5,000 people. So the savings would be significantly greater. There are other costs involved, which might be insurance, equipment rental for voting booths or partitions, rental of non-public spaces such as churches, and possibly down the road, if we're a presidential election, we might do a purchase of commercial scanners for midterm or presidential elections. In closing, I don't think we should just do what we've normally done, because we have Fulton County that is under the spotlight for a lot of errors in our elections. There are ongoing investigations. Every day there's more coming out.
1
So
minute warning.
I encourage the city council to pursue and consider local control over our elections. In addition to conducting our elections during state and presidential years, the city would save the stakeholders tens of thousands of dollars. And most importantly, we will return trust and integrity to the elections held in our town. So I think a lot of people don't even realize that if they voted out of the Milton Library in January, their vote didn't count that day. Thank you.
Thank you. Please call the next speaker.
The next commenter is Karen Dubin. Please come to the podium.
Hi, my name is Karen Dubin. I live at 200 Davis Glen Court. I'm going to piggyback a little bit on what Lisa said, because the two of us did this research together. I don't know how much everybody here knows about regular poll watching, poll voting, or anything. So I'm a poll worker at Alpharetta. So when I go in that day, I'm there all day. At the end of the day, we have a runner that takes the little flash drives. They take it over to Roswell, and we take the rest of our ballots and everything over there. When we drop everything off at Roswell, there is no chain of custody. I don't know where those ballots go, who gets them, where they go. It seems like every time there's a different place. So after the last election, I did look into this, and I think it is very feasible, since we already have over 100 people that would volunteer to work the early election in different locations throughout the city of Milton. With that being said, the cost effect and everything else would be a lot better. And I guess to really say it, I'm not sure how many people know, Happy Faces is the personnel agency that runs our early election. Their contract was just renewed. With all the issues that we have with Happy Faces, I think that would eliminate all of our locations. We wouldn't have those temporary people from there to take care of these elections. So I'm suggesting that you look into this. Palmetto City and Chattahoochee Hills has been doing it for years. They don't seem to have any problems with transparency, and their residents seem to be very happy with that. So I'd like you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to ask those if you could hold the applause, just if you listen to our rules, we ask that you hold the applause until the end, but I appreciate the spirit there. Do you have another?
We do, Mayor. I'd like to call Judy Birds to the podium.
Judy Birds, 1165 Bream Drive here in Milton, Georgia. I also would like to see the city of Milton conduct its own elections, especially in this upcoming election in the fall, and not contract with Fulton County. I had, during COVID, plenty of time and listened to many of the Fulton County Board of Elections meetings and was underwhelmed by their capabilities and competence and ability to answer the questions. And I think we could do a much better job.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Mayor, I'd like to call Mr. Kevin Crowe to the podium.
Kevin Crowe, 1153 Bream Drive, Milton, Georgia. I'm requesting you deny this proposal for obvious reasons, as previously stated. The failure by Fulton County has been well documented, and now even our embattled Secretary of State has very little confidence in Fulton County, and that's been made public. The specific failures here in Milton, as previously stated, are completely unacceptable and should be unacceptable to you as well. The recent agreement by Fulton County with Happy Faces, a partisan volunteer group, is beyond problematic when it comes to elections. The excuse of not having enough time to prepare for this election would show a lack of concern of our most basic right and inability to perform your basic job of government responsibility. Any of these concerns should have been not surprising to this council as of today, but should have already started planning back in November when we had those 600 plus votes not counted on the day of the election. So approval of this agreement would be a disservice to the citizens of this city. I'm asking you to deny this request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'd
Tammy?
like to next call Ms. Cindy Qualting to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Qualtier. I live at 350 Majestic Cove. And I want to thank the city council members, my friends and neighbors that are here tonight. My public statement is about the agenda item concerning Fulton County managing city of Milton elections. I am adamantly opposed to having Fulton County engage in our elections in any way. The company hired to assist with Fulton County staffing elections is Happy Faces. Recently, Happy Faces had their contract renewed by Fulton County. Happy Faces is a partisan organization with ties to Stacey Abrams. I had my vote taken from me during the presidential election. I hold a valid voter registration card, but after I voted, I checked the Secretary of State webpage, and I no longer appear as a registered voter. When I called the fraud line, I was told I got caught up in the glitch that night of the election. That is completely unacceptable. How many others had their vote taken from them and don't even know it? What about the people at the Milton Library who had their votes taken from them? The city of Milton needs to manage and staff their own elections and resources to ensure the election process integrity. Didn't we become a city to manage our own affairs? The buck stops here at the Milton City Council, not the Fulton County Board of Elections. I urge each council member to provide each citizen in the city of Milton an election with fairness and integrity and not pass the buck to Fulton County. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy?
Next, I'd like to call Mr. Brandon Beach to the podium.
Brandon Beach, 3100 Briarfield. Mayor and council, thank you all for your service. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for allowing me to represent you in the Senate. I just wanted to come, I'm not trying to ask you to do either way, but I would just like to point out a few facts. This year, we had 80 election bills come before the General Assembly. We had problems in this last election. But when you look at this election, it didn't just start in Fulton County here. I've been a resident of Fulton County for 27 years, and on their best day, Fulton County Elections is incompetent. They do not know how to run an election. We wait till 2 in the morning to get results, whether it's 2 city council races and a bond referendum, and that's unacceptable. I will tell you, and it won't help you for this election because this election's this year, Burt Jones and I are sponsoring a bill, Senate Bill 233, that will allow counties and municipalities to do their own elections and not use the Dominion machines and go give them the option of a paper ballot. So I would just ask you to maybe look at that. Look at that in the future if you want to do some kind of task force to look at how you could take elections into your own hands, one from a cost savings, but more importantly, to make sure that you get it right because you can do it better than Fulton County. Thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you. All right. Tammy, do we have any more?
I just have 2 more, Mayor, that I'll read into the record.
Okay.
The first one is going to be from Ms. Kathleen Kenworthy. She's at 3505 Peacock Road. She does not want to authorize Fulton County to run the Milton City elections. Our final election comment is from Mary Mayer. She's at 16070 Henderson Road, and she is in opposition of the election.
Okay. Is that all our public comment?
That's all.
Okay, I'll close the hearing and then open it back up for any questions to Ken or staff from council. Do I have any?
Go ahead.
No, I was. Carol?
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I heard, Lisa, that it was doable, but then, Brandon, it sounded like a bill needed to be passed. Where are we for this November? Well,
That bill will not help you now.
right,
Because we don't go back in session until January. We're in the second year of a biennium, and we can pass it next year for future elections to give you those opportunities as a municipality. But it will not, I didn't know tonight that this was for the November elections. I thought this was for the 2022 elections, but
but right, the question is whether we can have the opportunity without the bill.
Brendan, you have to use the Dominion machine.
So we could still manage our own election, but it would be with the Dominion machines.
Correct.
And then after this bill, if it passes, we could manage our own elections without the Dominion machines. Got it.
That's what our bill will do, yes.
And then do we have the wherewithal to pull it together for this November?
You do not.
No, I'm asking our.
Right.
attorney.
I mean, obviously we'll have to defer to the city manager, but I do think looks to me like you've probably got qualifying started in August. It's going to be a challenge, to pull election superintendent and pull off an election, by November. I'll have to.
Yeah, I would say, first off, I pretty much in general agree with all the public comment on this. And I'd be willing to think probably the majority of council feels the same way. My biggest concern is the time constraint, and for this, we have about 3 months, I think, before this election starts. But even if that's the case, I certainly would support, and I've talked to our city attorney and our city manager who said they're willing to see what it would take and all that if the council wants to go forward with that in the future. So I would certainly recommend, even if we go forward with this contract one more time for this November's election, that I would like to direct, if council agrees, our staff to look in and work with the citizens that have spoken and others that, and also Fulton County, to move forward in a different direction next year. But that's my opinion on that. Paul?
Thanks, Joe. I would echo your comments. I'm in full support of a thorough review to make sure that we restore election integrity at all levels. And I think that that it's time for change. Fulton County has disappointed us forever, and I think it's appropriate to take another path as soon as one is available to us. I pose this question to council as well as the city manager. At this point this evening, is it, I'm assuming you've made measure of what we have before us, and is it your recommendation because of your measure that we go forward currently with the plan, with the opportunity in future elections to make that change? Or do you have a confidence that we can be nimble enough to accommodate the requested change by the community this evening?
That's a big question.
Notice.
I don't know what it takes to run a municipal election, but if it's the direction of the council, I will do everything in my power to make it happen.
Any value in is there enough timeline for us to take into consideration the expressed wishes of the community this evening, the expressed wishes of some of the members of council tonight can we defer this until our next meeting? Is a couple of weeks enough time to make measure, or are we already behind the 8 ball?
Well, I think it is going to be difficult. I think it is going to be difficult to turn this quickly and pull off this municipal election by using your own municipal superintendent. I think the better approach for the council would be to set in place the wheels to do your own elections for the 2022 election cycle. But again, I'm your attorney. I'm not your manager. And if that can be done quicker, that's fine. There's a lot of scrutiny on elections, obviously, in all quarters. And best intentions notwithstanding, we don't want to mess one up worse.
Right.
And again, I'll reiterate, I'm certainly 100% in support of this, but my concern is right now we're behind the 8 ball. I know the county is that doesn't surprise anyone. But it'd be without a firm plan to vote on also tonight, I'd be concerned about that. Peyton.
Yeah, Mayor, I mean, we did become a city for local, more local control, and I fully support it for 2022 for sure. I just want to make sure we get it right. I mean, the last thing I want to do is, we have qualifying in less than 30 days, and the last thing I want to do is mess up a municipal election, and then all of a sudden we're on the front page of the paper. So I think it's important that we get it done right. I'm fully in support of more local control, and I fully support it.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Can we do a hybrid, whereas if we keep it intact just to get through this municipal election, can we have extra oversight of our folks? Can they tag on to the process so that we have more confidence that things are done correctly?
In theory, that would be possible. You're talking about sort of like poll watchers and
Yeah.
et cetera. Yeah, but I mean, I will concede that that's going to involve a degree of working with Fulton County and the Board of Elections that I'm not sure is going to be obtainable, because what I'm hearing is wanted and desired is truly local control over these elections. I fully get that. And I tend to think that once it's sort of a binary decision, once you go that way, that's the way we need to go completely, and sort of distance ourselves entirely from Fulton County. I think that's the objective that's being discussed here, and that's what it sounds to me like where the council wants to go, and just wants to do it carefully and judiciously is what I'm hearing.
I just have a comment. Had a conversation with Bob Ellis today about the importance of our citizens that are here and have concerns of being involved in the elections. And I think he is moving forward, and I offered any support I could give, and I know this council could give, for you all that are here and feel strongly about this, to become involved at any level. So I'm happy to bring Bob, in to do that. He's fully vested in that.
And I'll also reiterate, I had the same conversation with Bob too. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's interesting to understand the complexities of what happened in 2020. I don't know. We need to be careful in terms of how we interpret the detail of all of that. But I would agree with everybody that I've never felt like we got great service from Fulton County when it came to running our elections. I've run for office 3 times and I won all 3 times. So some of me says that they did a great job, but aside from that, these kind of things, you never know exactly how much time, energy, and effort it takes to get them implemented. And so the only thing that I would say is we ought to really take a look and see if there's something that can be done this year. Because I would hate to start down this road, realize in January, oh, we could have gotten that done for last year, and then have missed the opportunity. So the only thing I wanted to say was, if we could actually take a look at, what might be involved and see if there's a chance. But know that we need to get the ball rolling for 2022 regardless. So
I agree. Okay, I think Councilmember Moore wanted to say something.
Correct, yes. He'd like to make a comment.
Okay, thanks. I'd echo what Joe Longoria just said. I think we need to take a look at it before we say we can't do it. And Steve, I guess, if the council agrees with this, my suggestion is let's take a look at it. Let's not just approve this tonight. I think we've got people in our community that have been involved with votes in the past that would be willing to jump in and take a look at it, maybe work with your staff, and then let's come back with an assessment to say, can we actually do this year? So I would say before we just say, hey, we can't do it, it's too short, let's make an assessment of what it would take to do it. And then the second item is, I noticed when I read the contract, we have a rate in there that is set just for municipal elections. This election, we also are going to have a county-wide election on the T-SPLOS, a county election or vote county-wide. So they would have to stand up the election even if we didn't have the municipal election. I guess what I'd ask staff to do in the meantime is actually go back and talk to Fulton County, because I don't think we should have our citizens bear the full cost as if we're just running a municipal election. They would have to staff part of this just for the T-SPLOS. So those are the 2 comments that I have.
Okay. Peyton?
I just got one question. So when is the drop deadline for this?
What I would tell you, Councilmember Jameson, is if we're going to go the route of attempting to see if we can pull off a municipal election in 2021 by November, then we need to set up some special called meetings of this council. And staff needs to be given an all hands on deck because we've got no time.
was your question about when do we have to let Fulton County know?
That was my, when's the follow, that was my follow-up. When's that?
What I'm hearing right now is there's 2 issues. One, Councilmember Morrig is concerned about the negotiated rate in the IGA. That's simply a business deal where we would need to go back to the Fulton County Board of Elections and say, we don't like your price tag. You've got a countywide election anyway. Don't make us pay this amount. Make us pay something less than that. They may say no. All right, but the other issue I'm hearing is we want to look at discarding this deal altogether and doing it ourselves. That's another deal. That's an issue of a different degree. So I'm simply suggesting to you, what is the drop dead date? We probably could get away with not signing the IGA for one more council meeting if that's the concern. But if we're talking about hiring a municipal election superintendent, otherwise doing our own election, that may necessitate some special called meetings of the council.
So if we deferred the decision until our next regular meeting, which would be the first meeting of August, is that past a deadline for Fulton County?
Tammy, do you know?
Well, qualifying will begin 8/17, so we will be under the gun on the timeline.
Yeah, I don't know the exact answer. I do know in conversations that with Fulton County, of course, no surprise, they were behind the ball as it is right now. And if anybody went to or watched their meeting, you could tell that. And I do know they're wanting the answer ASAP every day, or calling to know if if we pass this or not. So I don't know if that's, if they're just pushing or not, but it doesn't sound like, just in conversations, that, hey, you can have another month or whatever, but I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, my only issue I'm having here is we defer it and we go through the motion, and maybe we can see if we can make it work. I want to know what that time frame is to where Fulton County says, oh, too late. And now all of a sudden, we don't have all of our ducks in a row.
I mean,
It's a big
Councilman James,
problem.
that can be knowable. I mean, we could pick up the phone and call them tomorrow and say, what is your drop dead date where you absolutely will not conduct our election? And we can know that. And if it's the day after tomorrow, we can then hold a special call meeting and come in and approve this thing. So, I mean, this is probably doable. I'm simply suggesting the comments I'm hearing, we're sort of at a crossroads then. We're either negotiating under this IGA or we're throwing this IGA away.
And we've been down the negotiation route before with Fulton County.
Yeah, I don't think that's job one. I think job one is for you all to decide whether it's doable. And I would think at your expertise level, you could perhaps give us some feedback. And I realize, it's kind of like whack-a-mole. There's so many things that staff has that we're on deadlines. This is incredibly important. I think it's very interesting and I'm hopeful, but I also want to be realistic. But I just think if you all could do what you think is necessary to see if it's truly doable, it does have to be a win for us, though. We can't mess this up first time out. I mean, we cannot get this
So
wrong.
the date of that qualifying starts is when again?
8/17, I think she said.
8/17, it's August the 17th through August the 19th.
Which is less than.
Yeah, just
Talking about this in January.
A quick clarification, Tammy, isn't qualification, isn't that locally handled? That basically is going to tell us who's going to be on the ballot, but that doesn't involve Fulton County. That would be a separate thing that we do as a city. And then we feed that to whoever's going to administer the election.
That is correct, Councilmember Morrig.
But I think we have to have somebody engaged to run the election before
Correct.
that happens.
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, and I think, again, that's where I'd ask staff if the council agrees with it. I'm in favor of waiting at least until, put it off, defer until next meeting, council meeting, so we could actually take a look at it and see what all is involved and is it even possible to do effectively.
Oh,
Yeah, I think if we can take some quick action to make that assessment, Steve and Ken, sign me up. I'm happy to be available for those meetings.
I would also.
So may I make a motion, we defer this
Are we deferring it to the next meeting, or is there
to a special call or?
We'll get on with Fulton County tomorrow, find out what the drop date dead is. I'll inform you all and if we can, we'll go from there.
Okay.
yeah, that's my only concern. We don't know what the answer is going to be yet before we make this decision.
Right.
But to Steve's point, maybe the decision will be, yeah, you have until next meeting, but I would doubt it. So we'll probably need to have a special call and
Just table this and then whatever the next meeting is, we could pick it up.
I was going to ask Councilmember Cookerly, I think that the right call is to defer it to the next regular meeting with the understanding that it may be on a sooner special called agenda.
Okay.
If warranted, just to make sure the citizens understand there's some flexibility in that hard date.
Okay,
All right.
but I guess we'll find
That
out
works.
the answer as to whether we may have to come back and, make the call to approve this or not, if we're able to, if Fulton County.
And what's the date of the next special, our next regular one?
August the 2nd.
August the 2nd? Okay. Are you ready? Yeah.
But we're going to use the language, the next meeting.
Which
of
is
the
August.
council.
August 2nd, yeah. Or, yeah, you don't have to.
Or
Right.
special meeting. Yeah.
if needed.
Okay. Mayor and council, I move that we defer consideration of an ordinance of the city council authorize Fulton County to conduct the 2021 election to our next regularly scheduled meeting on August 2nd, or whether we have a special called meeting. That is agenda item number 21-200.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion as read from Councilmember Cookerly with a second from Councilmember Jameson. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, thank you. Okay, tonight we don't have any items under reports and presentations. First presentations or any public hearings, so we'll move on to our zoning agenda. Tammy, if you'll please read the zoning rules and then sound the first item.
Thank you, Mayor. when the mayor and city council consider a zoning agenda, those items include rezoning petitions, modifications of zoning, use permits, and associated concurrent variances, in addition to ordinances, resolutions, and text amendments. I would like to acquaint you with some of the rules and procedures for this meeting, which includes a zoning agenda. The applicant and all those speaking in support of an application will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present the petition. The opposition will also be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present its position. If time remains, the opposition will be allowed to rebuke. The applicant may choose to save some time for rebuttal following the presentation by the opposition. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicant will be allowed to make closing remarks, provided time remains within the allotted time. Those called to speak will be taken in the order that speaker cards were received by the city clerk prior to the beginning of tonight's meeting. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and organization, if applicable, before beginning their presentation. The Planning Commission has heard the rezoning agenda items, and their recommendations have been forwarded to the mayor and city council for consideration and disposition. The applicant shall not submit material to the council during this meeting unless requested to do so. All material that you wish to be reviewed by the council in consideration of your application should have already been submitted to the Community Development Department and is included in the normal distribution of packages to the council. When an opponent of a rezoning action has made within 2 years, immediately preceding the filing of the rezoning action being opposed, campaign contributions aggregating $250 or more to a local government official of the local government, which will consider the application, it shall be the duty of the opponent to file a disclosure with the governing authority of the respective local government at least 5 days prior to Planning Commission meeting. A violation of relevant state statute constitutes a misdemeanor. Therefore, if you have contributed $250 or more to a council member and you have not filed a disclosure prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the city attorney strongly suggests that you have someone else speak for your point of view. Our first zoning item this evening is consideration of U2101/VC2103. It's at 2105 Bethany Way, containing multiple parcels for a total of 18.07 acres by the PFAJ Revocable Trust dated 2/17/2019 to request a use permit for agricultural related activities. It's section 64-1797 and a two-part concurrent variance. The first, to allow the existing parking areas, wood pavilion, horse arenas, and driveways within the 100-foot activity setback. It's section 64-1797D. The second, to allow the structure housing animals to be located 100 feet of a property line at section 64-1797E. It is agenda item number 21160. Ms. Robin McDonald.
Okay, we'll try again. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. So I'm here to present staff's recommendations for this item. As Madam City Clerk has already read into the record, it is an application by the PFAJ Revocable Trust dated 2/7/19. And the applicant is represented by Ellen Smith of Parker Poe and Bernstein. As stated as well, it's 18.027 acres that include multiple parcels, and the existing uses contain a single-family residence, equestrian facility, winery, and other accessory structures. Again, a request for a two-part concurrent variance, and we'll get into that as we go through the presentation. This is a location map. You all know where it is. It's on the southwest quadrant of Bethany Way and Hopewell Road. And it, as I said before, contains multiple parcels. This is the incredibly exciting zoning map of everything around it, and itself is zoned AG1. So this is the future land use map. This beige color is AEE, agricultural, equestrian, and estate residential. This is the original site plan that was submitted January 25th of 2021. And then subsequently on May 25th, the applicant submitted a revised site plan. And as we go through, I can talk about it more specifically. So again, it is zoned AG1, totaling 18.027 acres. And just to note, the applicant recently purchased 13760 Hopewell Road, in which the city of Milton will be constructing a portion of the new roundabout at Hopewell Road and Bethany Bend. And that parcel is within this site plan that was before you. Again, it contains a single-family residence with a detached garage, an additional garage with a residence, a small cemetery, swimming pool, small wood pavilion used for entertainment, various barns, 2 uncovered horse arenas, vineyards, and other smaller accessory structures on the property. The Painted Horse Winery currently operates on the site, which is allowed by right within the AG1 zoning district. There is a tasting room currently located within the basement of the house, as well as areas on the lawn behind the house to sit and listen to background music. There are vineyards located on the property as well. Based on the applicant's letter of intent, Ms. Pamela Jackson and her family acquired the first tracts of the property in 1991. In 1996, equine barns were built and horses were moved in, and in 2003, the farm at Pamelot, Inc. was formally incorporated. According to the applicant, starting in 1997, the farm started hosting a variety of uses and events, including equine breeding, boarding and training, animal husbandry, an annual Easter egg hunt, ticketed live music events, and various corporate events and weddings at the property, including using valet services as needed. Ms. Jackson states that these uses began in 2002 and continuously since then. Further, the applicant states that the farm has hosted summer camp as a week-long day camp for children, birthday parties, and other Boy and Girl Scout types of events. There have been a variety of ancillary uses to the farm, including various fruit tree and apiary agricultural uses, historically for more than 20 years. In 2018, according to Ms. Jackson, she planted her first vineyards, and in 2019, the farm became licensed as the city's and Fulton County's first farm winery. The applicant states that an additional 4 acres of vineyards are being added this year. During the summer and fall of 2020, the city received various complaints regarding an increased number of visitors to the site, issues with off-premise parking, and loud music coming from the property. The city asked to meet with Ms. Jackson and her legal counsel to discuss their programming on the property. The city, including community development director, zoning manager, and city attorney, met with Ms. Jackson and Ms. Smith, her legal counsel, 3 times total in November and December of 2020. At that time, the applicant asserted that the activities that she was holding were uses that were quote unquote grandfathered or potentially legally non-conforming uses, and that she did not need use permits to bring the variety of uses in compliance with the city's zoning ordinance. As stated in the applicant's letter of intent for these subsequent requests or applications, these applications are being filed in good faith by Ms. Jackson to further resolution of disputes between Ms. Jackson and the city regarding permitted and potentially legally non-conforming uses of the property. These are being submitted without waiver by Ms. Jackson of her rights, claims, interests, or defenses with respect to prior, ongoing, or future events, uses or operations at or are on the property, and without admission by owner of the need for such permits or variances. On April 21st, 2021, the applicant submitted a revised set of proposed conditions uses for the agricultural related activities. So let me just go back a little bit. After those meetings, the applicant and had agreed to go ahead and submit 3 special use permits, 2 of which are before you tonight, the agricultural related activities and the rural event facility. At your last meeting on June 7th, you all withdrew per the applicant's request the event indoor-outdoor use permit. At the June 28th meeting, at the June 28th meeting with the community and city staff, the applicant provided building sketches, plans for temporary tasting room. So let me go back again. So at the June 7th meeting, I think that you all discussed that you were willing to defer the item to this date of July 19th to allow further discussion between the applicant and the community, with city staff facilitating that process. So then we get to June 28th, which was the meeting that was planned based upon those discussions on June 7th. And at that meeting, the applicant provided building sketches / plans for a temporary tasting room for one of the existing barns on the property in order to close the existing tasting room located within the basement of the house. So back to the public involvement throughout this process. The CZIM meeting, Community Zoning Information Meeting, was held on March 23rd, and the applicant was present for this meeting here at Milton City Hall and via Zoom. There were approximately 8 members of the community who signed the attendance sheet. There appeared to be more in attendance. There are various issues that were raised. Among them were traffic caused by the various current events and concern over the speed of existing traffic on Bethany Way, noise coming from music at the winery impacting enjoyment of nearby property owners, parking off-site at the Bethany Oaks subdivision pool area, concerned with people leaving the venue intoxicated, do not mind the children-related events like birthday parties, painting horses, day camps, and equestrian-related businesses. The next meeting in the process was the Design Review Board on April 13th, and the following comments were made by that board stating the majority of members expressed supporting the existing uses on the property, such as the winery, equestrian-related uses, children's activities, but not to expand the uses as requested. Part of the process of the use permit is for the applicant to hold its own public participation meeting, and staff is not part of that. They did hold it on April 19th at their site on Bethany Way, and there were 16 people in attendance that signed the attendance sheet. Their concerns were the following: noise, primarily during ticketed live events, traffic congestion, off-street parking at Bethany Oaks subdivision swimming pool. The response from the applicant was indicated on the public participation report that we received on April 21st, stating, measure noise levels at events, propose conditions to on-site parking, mitigate noise, including additional limits on allowable decibels, hours of operation, frequency of events, and numbers of ticketed attendees. Requests on social media through parking attendants and off-duty police for on-site parking. Attendees not to park off-site and coordinate with Bethany Oaks HOA. So on April 28, 2021, the City of Milton Planning Commission recommended approval conditional of this use permit for the agricultural related events. And the 2-part concurrent variance with the following conditions. There shall be no more than a total of 25 attendees per day, Monday through Friday, and no more than a total of 50 attendees on Saturday and Sunday for camps, birthday parties, and educational events. And the next condition they recommended was maximum continuous levels of 60 dBA and a maximum peak sound level of 75 dBA at property lines. Music associated with the activity shall only be allowed to be acoustical. And as I referenced before, on June 7th, you all, as the mayor and city council, deferred the item to tonight. And with a vote of a 5-2 to allow the applicant to meet with the interested parties and city staff to discuss possible resolution of the above requested use permits and associated concurrent variances. Also at that June 7th meeting, you all voted to withdraw U21-03 VC 2104 for the events indoor-outdoor in a vote of 5-2. So on June 28, 2021, citizen-appointed members of the community, the applicant and her attorney, and various city staff, including the city attorney, participated in a meeting to work out various issues of the requested use permit and associated farm winery at City Hall. Several outstanding issues were established by the city attorney after a healthy discussion was held at the meeting. The applicant agreed to address these issues for a possible future response from the community. The applicant and her attorney submitted a response with a supplement and amendment to applications, proposed conditions on July 8, 2021 to the city. After a review of the responses and requests, the community representatives did not anticipate an agreement with the applicant's proposed conditions. With that, I'm going to go on through with city staff comments on the requested use permit. The city arborist states the canopy coverage calculations and any specimen tree recompense will be calculated when they submit for the land disturbance permit. The proposed parking locations do appear to involve tree removal, but appears not to be any specimen trees involved. Based on the size of the parcel prior to a combination plat, the canopy coverage requirement will be 25%. This is based on any parcels that are 3 acres or larger that was within the tree canopy ordinance. The development engineer states stormwater runoff from all new impervious surfaces created by the construction of new buildings, gravel parking areas, and miscellaneous structures may be managed by stormwater facilities located either within the parcel boundaries or a shared facility offsite. The fire marshal reviewed the site plan. At that point in time, he reviewed the original one with the 12,000 square foot structure. Now it is being proposed as 8,000 square foot for the wine tasting room and the production of the wine. And he had several different comments, including hydrant required within 100 feet of remote FDC location. There must be a hydrant within 600 feet of the proposed structure. Show existing and proposed, if needed, hydrants. Flow test required at LDP. Fire access road shall extend to 150 feet of all portions of the structure. ADA accessibility is required. Gravel drive minimum width is 24 foot. 20 to 24 is okay with fire lane signage every 50 feet and on both sides of the road. Gate width 15 foot minimum with knock switch access. Auto turn apparatus from Bethany Bend to proposed structure. Show accessible spaces in close proximity to proposed structure. Incorporate a fire department turnaround since the new entrance does not appear to fully connect with Bethany Way entrance. Plan subject to an in-depth review at the time of application of the LDP. So now it's time for me to take a little drink before I start coughing. In regards to transportation, site improvements, including driveway locations, fencing, and stormwater pond, are to be coordinated with the underway Hopewell Road at Bethany Bend Way intersection improvement project. The Director of Public Works may determine that a traffic study will be required based on traffic generated by the site impacts the operations of Bethany Way or Hopewell Road. In regards to the environmental site analysis, the report was completed. On the site, there's a stream on the property which identifies the appropriate state and city buffers. Further, there are no floodplains, steep slopes, archaeological/historical sites, endangered vegetation, or wildlife on the site. The applicant has not submitted a tree survey, but will be required to meet the tree canopy ordinance at the time of LDP. So now we're going to move into the use permit considerations for the specific requests. The zoning ordinance requires that all use permits in the interest review certain items. And so we're going to go through those 8 or so items that are required to be reviewed. The first one is whether the proposed use is consistent with the land use or economic development plans adopted by the mayor and city council. The proposed development is within the agricultural equestrian estate residential land use category on the City of Milton 2035 comprehensive plan map contained in the plan update 2016. The proposed use permit for agricultural related activities is permitted in AG1. Although the proposed use permit is consistent with the land use plan, but when considering it concurrently with the already by use of the farm winery and the equestrian related activities such as riding lessons and boarding of horses, as well as the request of a rural event facility for a maximum of 100 attendees Monday through Saturday, The proposed agriculture-related activities use permit is not consistent with the following plan objectives. We will seek opportunities to provide pleasant, accessible public gathering places and parks throughout the community. We will encourage development that is sensitive to the overall setting of the community and will contribute to our community's sense of place. Number two is compatibility with land uses and zoning districts in the vicinity of the property for which the use permit is proposed. So basically just looking around what is around the existing proposed development. To the north and northeast are large lots developed with single-family residences as well as equestrian-related facilities. Staff notes that a festival event, indoor-outdoor, was approved at 13895 Hopewell Road to be used as a wedding facility in 2014, but has not operated in that capacity. To the east are scattered single-family residences and the Bethany Oaks subdivision zoned AG1 and North Park subdivision. To the south are large lots developed with single-family residences and equestrian-related facilities. To the southwest is Cooper Sandy subdivision, zoned AG1, developed with single-family residences. To the west are large lots developed with single-family residences and equestrian-related facilities zoned AG1. Based on these surrounding uses, which include single-family residences adjacent and nearby, the proposed agriculture-related activities use permit is not compatible with surrounding land uses since it would operate concurrently with the by right uses of the farm winery and the equestrian-related activities, including riding lessons, boarding of horses, as well as the request of a rural event facility for a maximum of 100 attendees per event every day of the week. The applicant has included a list of uses that they agree that shall not occur on the property, which include exotic animals, kennels, or no overnight camps or events. These will be included in a set of conditions if the mayor and city council choose to approve the request. Number three, the proposed use does appear to violate ordinances or regulations governing land development. And the proposed use effect on the traffic flow, vehicular and pedestrian along adjoining streets is impacted by not only the proposed use, but the other by right activities of the farm winery. Equestrian-related activities, including riding lessons, boarding of horses, as well as the request of a rural event facility for a maximum of 100 attendees per event every day of the week. All of these activities collectively will cause a burden on the adjacent and nearby streets at various times and days of the week. The location and number of off-street parking spaces. The locations are scattered around the approximate 18 acres. There are 12 spaces near the western portion of the site and an additional 6 spaces to the north of the 12. Based on aerials, the 6 spaces appear to be where trees would be cut based on the overall tree canopy coverage. It would not impact the overall site if they were located there. In addition, there are 37 spaces located on the north, central, and eastern portion of the site, of which portions of these spaces are located within the required 100-foot setback for activity areas, which includes parking. It appears that there is sufficient room to relocate the spaces that are within the 100-foot setback as required in section 64-1797 2D. Staff notes that the agriculture-related activities use permit does not have a specific off-street parking requirement, but staff will use the same requirement as a rural event facility use permit, which requires 1 space per 2.5 attendees. The applicant has agreed to the Planning Commission's recommended condition that the maximum number of attendees may be 50 on Saturday and Sundays, and therefore 20 parking spaces will be required. In addition, there are only one other use permit being considered, as well as the existing winery, which may require that parking be provided for these other uses concurrently. The by right activities such as the farm winery that currently operates during the following days and times: Thursdays 1 to 6 p.m., Friday and Saturday 1 to 8 p.m., and Sunday 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. And the Pamelot Farm that operates riding lessons and boarding requires sufficient parking for their attendees. In addition, there is one additional use permit being requested that, if approved, may operate concurrently during the above activities, which requires additional parking and would be a burden on the site. Lastly, based on the submitted site plan, it is difficult to determine where attendees can park, especially in those instances when several events may occur at the same time. The amount and location of open space. Although the site provides open space, since there is approximately 18 acres, including a stream that cuts through it and provides a required 75-foot buffer on either side of the creek, as well as pastures, vineyards, and other open spaces. The site is not large enough in size to accommodate the proposed use as well as the other uses by right mentioned, and the requested use permit for a rural event facility, and not impact adjacent and nearby properties in a negative manner. 7, the existing vegetation that is located on the property and in most places located along or near its exterior property lines is not sufficient to ameliorate noise, light, and activity from the proposed use, as well as collectively the other uses by right mentioned and the requested use permit for a rural event facility. 8, hours and manner of operation. The applicant has proposed the following days, times, and operations: Sunday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. for the agriculture-related activities. Although these times are less than the allowed per the standards of the use permit, staff will recommend that a further reduction in hours of operation occur on Sundays, which should be 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Sundays if the mayor and city council chooses to approve the request. Outdoor lighting. The applicant has not indicated any additional lighting on the site except if it is required for life safety and will comply with the night sky ordinance. Ingress and egress to the property. There are 3 existing curb cuts on the property along Bethany Way. The most western curb cut is located within the 100-foot activity area setback. A future curb cut will be built by the city at the time of the new roundabout is completed at Hopewell Road in Bethany Bend. As mentioned above, when considering not only the request for the agriculture-related activities, as well as the by right use of the farm winery and equestrian-related uses and other requested use permit for a rural event facility, the existing traffic on Bethany Way and Hopewell Road may be negatively impacted depending on the activities occurring at various times and days of the week of the site. On the site. Based on the evaluation of the above use permit consideration, staff recommends denial of U21-01 for agricultural related activities. In regards to the site plan considerations, it is the intent of this division to allow certain agricultural related activities with a use permit in compliance with the development standards below to preserve the nature of agricultural areas. Such uses shall include, but not be limited to, petting zoo, educational tours, dude ranches, picnicking, and pay fishing. So this is a chart that outlines all the required standards for this particular use permit. And on the left are the development standards, and on the right are whether the applicant meets those requirements. And as you can see under D and E, no, they do not, and therefore would require a concurrent variance. So the first requested concurrent variance is to allow the existing parking areas, wood pavilion, horse arenas, and driveways within the 100-foot activity setback. The site plan indicates existing driveways, parking spaces, barns, portions of horse arenas, and small fenced-in areas primarily along the eastern portion of the site that are associated with equestrian uses. Staff recommends denial of Part 1 of VC 2103 to allow the existing structures to remain as shown on the revised site plan received by the Community Development Department on May 25th, 2021, based on staff's recommendation that the proposed use permit for agricultural-related activities be denied. The second concurrent variance is for all structures housing animals shall be set back a minimum of 100 feet from all property lines. The site plan indicates structures housing animals within the minimum 100-foot setback on the site plan. They are small in size and located within the eastern portion of the property. Again, staff recommends denial of VC 2103 Part 2 to allow the existing structures housing animals within the 100-foot setback to remain as shown on the revised site plan by the Community Development Department on May 25th, 2021, based on staff's recommendation that the proposed use permit for agriculture-related activities be denied. The applicant submitted a revised set of proposed condition uses for this use permit on April 21st as outlined below. I won't go through each and every one of them, but Many of them have been discussed throughout this report. The proposed agriculture-related activities use permit is inconsistent with the City of Milton Comprehensive Plan Update 2016 and objectives. In addition, the proposed agricultural-related activities use permit is not compatible with surrounding land uses since it would operate concurrently with the by right uses of the farm winery and the equestrian-related activities, including riding lessons, boarding of horses, as well as the request of a rural event facility use permit for a maximum of 100 attendees per event every day of the week. Therefore, staff recommends that U21-02 be denied. In addition, staff recommends that VC 21-03 parts 1 and 2 be denied. If the mayor and city council choose to approve the requested use permit and concurrent variances, staff has provided a set of recommended conditions below. First, to the owner's agreement to restrict the use of the subject property as follows. Agriculture-related activities excluding exotic animals, kennels, and overnight camps or events on 18.027 acres. And the owner's agreement to abide to the following: substantial compliance with a site plan received by the Community Development Department on May 25th. To the owner's agreement of the following use requirements, Days and hours of the operation shall be the following: Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., Sunday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. There shall be no more than a total of 25 attendees per day, Monday through Friday, and no more than a total of 50 attendees on Saturday and Sunday for camps, birthday parties, and educational events. Limited farm animal petting, primarily associated with other events, no more than once per week for a limit of 3 hours, the barnyard experience. And D, maximum continuous levels of 50 dBA to maximum peak sound level of 55 dBA at property lines. To the owner's agreement to the following site development and considerations: provide adequate temporary bathroom facilities, including handicap accessible unit, until which time permanent bathroom facilities can be provided. Said facilities shall be located at least 100 feet from any property line and out of view from Bethany Way or Hopewell Road. Trash receptacles shall be located at least 100 feet from any property line. 5, to the owner's agreement to abide to the following requirements, dedications, and improvements. A, access to the site and frontage improvements shall be subject to the approval of the City of Milton Department of Public Works prior to the issuance of a business license, land disturbance permit, subdivision plat, or certificate of occupancy, whichever comes first. Entrances and frontage improvements shall conform to Chapter 48, street, sidewalks, and other public places, and Chapter 64, zoning of the City of Milton Code of Ordinances. B, if at such time the Director of Public Works determines the traffic generated by the site impacts the operations of Bethany Way or Hopewell Road, he or she may require the owner to conduct a traffic study to determine if the development warrants any additional improvements at no cost to the city. If the improvements are determined to be warranted, owner shall install those at no cost to the city. And lastly, a stormwater management concept plan shall be submitted and approved by the Milton Public Works Department prior to submission of land disturbance application if required. And then separately, if you so choose to approve the concurrent variance, it would be A, to allow the existing parking areas, wood pavilion, horse arenas, and driveways within a 100-foot activity setback, part 1, and allow the structures housing animals to be located within 100 feet of a property line. And that's part 2. And with that, that's the conclusion of this staff report. And so I'm available for any questions that you might have. And I'll be happy to go back to the to the site plan if that might be helpful as well.
Okay, I'll start out, and if there's any particular questions for Robin right now, and then we'll hear a public comment after that. But Laura?
Just a quick question, Robin. Your staff report, you considered the entire, the rural agricultural activities, the winery, and the rural event facility when you
As well as the equestrian
so
related.
you looked at all the activities, but we're hearing, this first public hearing is for the agricultural activities use permit.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Just want to make sure that your recommendation was based on everything.
Correct, it was
converging
comprehensive, yes.
Line
on,
two.
onto the, okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions at this point? Then we'll open up. Obviously, we've got public comment. And as usual, mayor and council are certainly open and want to let everybody have an opportunity to speak and hear everything that you have to say. I would just ask with this, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot, so if everybody will be respectful of their time, and if there's somebody that speaks before you and has the same input, if you just kind of piggyback on that, but just be respectful of the time. But that being said, well, our typical rules only allow about 10 minutes on each side, and a lot of jurisdictions, and I ask our city attorney, stick to that. We certainly have always had a practice of letting everyone that wants to speak have an opportunity to speak. But I say all that and just ask everybody to be, respectful of the time. So anyways, our first public comment, could you please call that, Tammy?
I'd like Ms. Pamela Jackson.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Pamela Jackson. I live at 2105 Bethany Way. First, I want to thank all of you for the time, thought, and effort that you have given this situation. I especially want to thank those of you that came out last week to tour the farm and winery and see for yourselves what we really are doing and what we're really about over there. That meant a great deal to me. Thank you. I'm not going to take a lot of time to go over points of these applications. This has been going on for a long time, and you know what they are. What I want to share is about my farm and my winery, and that it is a passion that runs deep within me. It makes me happy, and it brings me joy, and it brings joy to so many other people in our community. Through the years, we have been a haven for children to grow in the agricultural world. Many started with us at the age of 4 and are in their 20s now and are still with us at the farm. We employ several special needs people, and I have watched their lives change dramatically at the farm. We are a working farm and exemplify everything agricultural, but we are so much more than that. We are a place that has supported the people of this community through some very hard times. Most of you know the devastating circumstances I had to face 4 years ago and know about the events that led me to start the farm winery. Aside from my children and David, nothing means more to me than my farm, nothing. But I have to be able to financially sustain it, and it has to make financial sense. With respect to my neighbors, I have heard them. I withdrew the third application, which was what was most disturbing to them. It was that application that also made the most revenue for my farm. I continue to respect them, and I have tried very hard to work with them on finding a place in the middle where we can coexist peacefully and I can still operate my business in a manner that will make the money necessary to financially sustain it. Then after all of that, the city, which has fully supported me by recommending approval of all of the applications, suddenly switched their position to denial even after I withdrew the third application. I have lived in this area for over 50 years now. My grandchildren, whom also live here, are the 5th generation of my family in this community. I now feel like my city has turned their back on me. I understand the concerns that have been raised by some people, but there are ripple effects and unintended consequences in things. I have been transparent since the beginning of this. I want to continue to be transparent. I have now spoken with 2 developers, one of which is interested in putting high-density housing on my property. As you know, my property is a large plot encompassing the corner of both Bethany Way and Hopewell Road, right at the new roundabout. It is highly desired by developers. I don't share that as a threat. I share this because of where I am in my life. Since the last city council meeting, David and I have spent a lot of time thinking about our future and how we want to live out our remaining years. I am nearly 60 years old. David is 63. Together we have 10 children, all of whom are grown, independent, and on their own. We are past the empty nester stage. We are in the next stage of our lives. I have absolutely no mortgage on any of my property, and I have found out that I can sell it for at least $15 million, maybe more. For me to stay here and maintain the farm, it has to make financial sense. It has to be able to sustain itself financially. If we are struggling to make ends meet because I cannot run the farm in a manner necessary to bring in the revenue to support it, why would we stay? With $15 million plus, we could live anywhere we wanted and have one hell of a wine cellar. Though what my real desire is to maintain my farm as a true working farm for generations to come. My children are committed to maintaining it as a farm. However, David and I are in a place in our lives where we don't want to just pour money into something that has no way of sustaining itself because of the restrictions placed on it. Mr. Garrett, right now you have a beautiful vineyard in your backyard. Without your support, you will have other people's houses
Mayor,
in your
very
backyard
respectfully,
and
the
density.
comments need to be directed to the council.
Okay. Also with the Canuses, right now, they have acres of tree buffers and pasture land filled with horses in their backyard. Without their support, they will have someone else's swimming pool in their backyard. With respect, I have heard all of you, and I have tried very hard to work with all of you. There is a ripple effect that happens. This has been a long and difficult process. I have been personally attacked. My integrity has been questioned by people who don't know me. I have received obscene, anonymous threats in my mailbox by cowards. Mayor and council members, I come to you with gratitude for all the time you have given this. I know it is a hard decision, but really it shouldn't be. Every one of you ran on a platform of keeping Milton rural, promoting agriculture, and maintaining the farms. It is my hope to keep operating a thriving farm and winery. It is my family's desire to help preserve precious green space, retain Milton's equestrian populations, and support Georgia agriculture and community education. And I need the support of my city to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Please hold your applause till after everyone's spoken.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ellen Smith. I'm an attorney with Parker Poe, and I have the pleasure of representing the applicant before you this evening. You have heard a lot. And first, I should say thank you, and I echo Ms. Jackson saying thank you. You have spent a lot of time considering not only winery-related matters and everything else over the past year, but this application that's before you. I also want to say thank you to staff. The city attorney, we have met and we've been meeting and talking about this. This is not an easy problem that you have before you. What you have is a situation where the city code doesn't match the uses on property that have been made on this property for a long time. And if we're talking about specifically agriculturally related activities for this application, that includes horseback riding with birthday parties. So it's been the city's interpretation, as soon as someone gets off a horse, that's where the equestrian use of the property ends. If they eat a piece of birthday cake, that's where a birthday party begins. And that was the rationale for applying for the agricultural related activities. We went to the city, we said, here's the list of uses that we have on property. Tell us what you think we need. We divided them up into use permit applications, and that's what you received. With respect to staff, we disagree with those interpretations, okay? But to get through this process, to allow, particularly with this set of uses, those uses to continue, we filed the application. With respect to Robin, her report that you've heard doesn't include the limitations that we've proposed, most recently on July 8th. It doesn't include, and it contemplates that there's going to be an addition of all of these uses. And so there's going to be a stack of parking required and a stack of hours of operation. And our goal in proposing to you on July 8th that we consolidate the applications into one application was so from the city's enforcement standpoint, you would know exactly how many people were going to be on site, at what time, and for what use. And with respect, I would highly encourage you to consider that. I know we're going to run out of time, but I would be remiss if I didn't say this. I submitted to you affidavits this afternoon All of the people who provided those affidavits are here tonight, including, or available by phone, on Zoom or YouTube, I think it's on now, including the farm director. It provided a lot of details in terms of how many children come for lessons, birthday parties, what days of the week, what times of the day, and we're happy to go through all of that in detail. Similarly, with respect to parking, you don't want your code enforcement officers to come onto a property and say, okay, you can park here if you are riding, and you can park here if you're going to the winery, and you can park here if you're going somewhere else. The goal was to provide a comprehensive limiting set of conditions, but also to allow these applications to move forward. We respectfully request that you approve this use permit application. We had Planning Commission unanimous recommendation of approval after, I don't know, 2 hours worth of robust public comment and hearing and discussion. We had a list of conditions that the applicant agreed to, and we respectfully request you approve this application. Or if you want to hold it, hear the next one and make a comprehensive decision, we would request that as well. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have the next public comment in support?
We do. I'd like to call Miss Judy Birds.
Judy Birds, 1165 Bream Drive here in Milton. It's been well established that the farm of Pamelot has been a long operating equine farm here in Milton. And most recently, the Painted Horse Farm Winery was licensed both here locally with the state and federal. And as a result, is governed by both federal, state, and local laws. This caused me to look into some of these laws, and especially with some of the perplexity I saw, because what you were trying to permit here was already permitted by right in the state of Georgia, specifically regarding educational and entertaining tours. The Georgia Law 5770 allows, under its agritourism, educational and entertaining tours to be conducted on agricultural projects. The Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, the tours, state by right. Georgia Law 51-3, sections 20 through 26, encourage the recreational use of agricultural private land. Specifically, they call out fishing, petting zoos, picnicking, nature studies, which I think extends to photography. Georgia law, of course, that you're familiar with more with the winery, 3621.1C, subsection B, allows a tasting room on the property. So state law allows by right of what they are and have been doing and are proposing to do that you seek to try to permit. You know the history. I watched as you permitted them as a farm winery. I also watched as you revised the alcohol chapter to incorporate farm wineries. I'd call your attention to section 4-85F3 that specifically states that a farm winery's alcohol permit extends to any wedding facilities that are on site. A reasonable person should assume that you intended that there would be a wedding facility when you granted that alcohol permit. With the withdrawal of the concert, I'm a little confused as to whether or not they're actually asking for a noise variance. They already have the right, by right, under section 20-660 of Milton Code to operate between 50 and 55 decibels until 11 o'clock at night. Furthermore, section 20-66E of the code also says that no permit shall be given, if you so choose, that allows operation above 70 peak decibels. No permit. You violated that before. I'm also confounded by staff's previous recommendation to approve these permits and a change of its considerations in support of denial. What changed even after the Planning Commission supported this? We all know that Milton Code is not perfect. There's nothing in there about parking on farm wineries. There's nothing that says this is what you have to have, how much you have to have. A lot of other uses, but not farm wineries. The other thing that I think is a little problematic is that Milton does not have the bright line that some of the surrounding municipalities have in defining what an event is. It does call out that a concert is an event. They have withdrawn the request for a concert. So the other uses they have do not clearly, in the definitions that are in Milton's code, talk about and qualify as an event. And so what I am recommending, since they have by right the ability to operate these items under Milton law, under state law, and are federally licensed, that the city withdraw pursuit of these permits and let them operate. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, if you'll please call the next public or.
I'd like to invite
support.
Kevin Crowe to the podium, please.
Kevin Crowe, 1153 Bream Drive, Milton, Georgia. Since we're limited on time, I won't go through my points I was going to make here, to be fair to other people in attendance. But I'm here after reading the June 10th Milton Herald article about the Painted Horse Winery, and was amazed at the quotes from that article from the city council. I'll just kind of highlight it. You basically said you were disappointed with the Save the Farm campaign, but you were supportive of the Save Matilda's campaign when that was going on. The article stated that your 12 homeowners around the property spoke against these permits, but during Matilda's, there were 40 Milton residents around Matilda's who spoke against that. That wasn't enough to support a denial. Per the article, the city council said the applicant has engaged in a disinformation campaign and compromised public discourse. However, during Matilda's application, a current member of the city council showed active social media campaign support for Matilda's and tried to tie it to 7 Acre Restaurant in the public mind, and that's called polluting the public discourse. Per the article, you stated that you were upset about the Painted Horse Winery social media posts, but you were perfectly okay with the Matilda's applicants publicly deriding Milton residents in their social media posts. Not a word from this city council about that. You stated the applicant is loophole hunting, but you were perfectly okay with shoving a square peg in a round hole. Your characterization of Matilda's, not mine, when that was the applicant was seeking the most special use permit variances in the history of this city. It's ironic to hear that the noise level of 55 decibels of the winery is too much when we in the Milton community begged for twice that sound level for Matilda's, and you said, nope, that's unreasonable. We want to make it 3 times higher. You also said that people were operating at a very high density level at this location, but you were okay with approving up to 3 times that same density at Matilda's. Basically, what I'm getting at here is that it appears the decisions are being made more for personal relationships rather than relevant facts. A local businesswoman is being treated 100% different than prior applicants who got more than they originally asked for. But those are for long-term friends of the city. As a taxpayer, I advise you to approve these variances and these permit requests, because I think if you keep going down this road, the city taxpayers are going to have to pay for a lawsuit or a settlement due to your obvious and easily documented inequitable treatment of Ms. Jackson's small business versus other entities belonging to campaign friends. Thank you.
Again, I'd ask you, please hold the applause. If you'd please call the next speaker.
Next, I'd like to ask Stacy Jackson to come to the podium. Okay.
Okay, next.
Next, David Jackson.
I'm David Jackson. My wife Stacy and I live at 2055 Bethany Way. We are the house immediately to the west of the winery. we've been there 10 years, and all of these birthday parties and weddings have been going on for 10 years. It's never been an issue for us. The winery, I don't know, it's been going on for a year or so, and to be honest, it's never been an issue for us. We've actually met more neighbors in the past year at the winery than we have in the 10 years prior. So we appreciate the winery being there. It's kind of a gathering place for the city of Milton, for our immediate neighbors especially, and we appreciate what she's doing there. Kids' birthday parties, we hear kids' birthday parties in the neighborhood directly behind me, more in Cooper Sandy, more than I hear birthday parties at the winery, just because of the location of where they do all this stuff. It's far from where all the residences are. So I don't understand why there needs to be a permit. It's never been an issue in the past. And the biggest complaint that I think we've heard through the planning process was traffic. And to be honest, there hasn't been an issue with traffic either. I mean, we've been there for 10 years. There's more traffic cutting through Bethany Way to get to schools in the morning. And the biggest problem is turning left onto Hopewell from Bethany Way. If you can fix that, there's not going to be any traffic on Bethany Way because of the winery. So we appreciate you hearing us, but as far as my wife and I are concerned, it hasn't been an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, what's the time elapsed so
So
far?
there's 38 seconds left in this first 10 minutes for the in support of?
And I'm assuming you've got
I
several more.
do. I
Okay.
have at least 10 more.
I'm going to go ahead and just, not that we have to use it, but recommend that we add 30 minutes. And then obviously that would go to both sides, but, doesn't mean we have to use all 30 minutes, but.
Mayor,
everyone wants
can
to
I
go back.
clarify an additional 30 minutes or an
Additional
extra 20?
An
So,
additional 30, well, I'm going to say 30.
okay. I
If
just wanna make
council's
sure we
okay
have-
with that, and hopefully we won't have to go back for that. So I'll need a motion.
Mayor, I move that we add an additional 30 minutes as just recommended.
Second.
And to clarify, that's to both sides, for and against. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Can I just get I'm sorry.
I'm
Mayor.
sorry, Councilmember Longo, who
Gloria.
seconded?
We all did, I think.
Uh,
And
Who
then
was-
my
Bentley.
seven.
Okay, Councilmember Bentley second, I get that. And again, I'm doing that in respect to everybody here, no matter what side you are. If you've shown up here tonight, I certainly want you to have the opportunity to speak, but just ask that everybody respect the time. Okay, if you'll call the next speaker.
Thank you, Mayor. I next would like to invite, and my apologies if I pronounce this incorrectly, Dave Henney. Doug, I'm sorry, Doug.
On the last name. So yeah, hey, thank you so much for having me, allowing us all to come speak and extending the time. My name is Doug Haney. I live at 1994. My wife and I, Lindsay, live at 1994 Bethany Way. Across the street from David, who just spoke, kind of catty corner from the Painted Horse. We've lived there, we've owned that property for 14 years. I actually went to Milton High School. I've been here my whole life. Plan to be here the rest of my life. Let me start by saying the same thing I said to Councilman Bentley. I think it's pretty awful that this seems to be something that's causing neighbors to line up on opposite sides of the aisle without having had a conversation with each other or with the folks at the Painted Horse. Tony, Rich, and I spoke, and we can agree to disagree. We can respect each other as people and still have a relationship. I hope that this isn't something that neighbors get so heated about that they can't just agree to disagree and still be good with each other. As the rabbi said earlier to kick us off, and as a Christian, I completely agree. We can all work through this process with respect and dignity. I hope that that's the case and that there's no hard feelings with all the folks in the room or with any of you when all this is over. I think that took longer than I expected, so I'll read quicker. At first, I was against this too, as the fear, all the rumors out there was that they were going to put an amphitheater across the street, and I was totally against that. I did not want the next Verizon or Mayor's Bank or whatever it is to be put there. That's not what they're asking. They've actually pared down their requests, as we've heard tonight, to something that is not as onerous. It's not negative to our neighborhood. There seems to be a lot of confusion as to what the real issue is. There was originally 3 requests. It was kiddie parties, adult parties, and concert events. In the planning commission meeting that was just talked about earlier, where I think it was actually supported by staff, the initial part of the meeting for kiddie parties took 2 hours and 45 minutes because we spent 2 hours and 45 minutes talking about free beer and barbecue and noise and stuff that didn't even apply to kiddie parties because most of the people complaining about the problem didn't really understand what the problem is. The problem was number 3, the big concerts, which has since been withdrawn. So now we're left with kiddie parties and ancillary music for the winery and weddings, which are pretty small weddings. And as David Jackson said earlier, who lives directly next door, not been a problem in 10 years. The real issues are noise and traffic. So let's talk about those. So noise. We've heard large concert. And again, that's off the table, so I'm not even concerned about that. What we're really talking about is noise for really small weddings where it's not a whole bunch of people. And we're talking about noise for the ancillary music for the winery, which the last time Lindsay and I went, we decided, you know what, let's walk there along Bethany Way. There's traffic for sure, but let's walk it and see when we actually hear the music for the winery. We got halfway between my house, and again, if you look at that map, proximity-wise, other than Stacy and David, we're and the folks directly across the street, we're one of the next closest houses. My house is closer in proximity to where they actually have music than anybody in Cooper Sandy. We walked halfway up Bethany Way from my house to the winery before we could even hear the music. We were almost right there, and it's at their property line. To me, that's not a problem. Again, weddings, not that big deal. So the traffic, I've been to this building a few times. The first time I came here was about traffic on my street because people fly up and down my street all the time. There have been wrecks and really bad wrecks, and those wrecks are not always, mostly teen drivers who are speeding, and it's been pretty devastating. Some of those wrecks. It's not a couple out on a date to a winery. So to say that the traffic is so bad, there's not a ton of cars either. There's just not. And again, I have the worst turn onto Bethany Way from anyone else. I live on the inside curve. My left-hand turn is blind on both sides. It's awful. Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, Sundays, there's a cop that I can see from my driveway on the street because of the painted horse. What does that do? That causes everybody to slow down. I don't have people flying by. When my 16-year-old takes a left and everyone's going slower, that matters to me. Again, I live right there. I want that slower. Having the cops out there does that. This other concern about there being businesses on Bethany Way. There's always been rural businesses. The farm at Pamelot was one. Pleasant Hill Farms was one. Those provided for the land that kept it from becoming neighborhoods in the past. Finally, the Haygood General Store, which is right in front of David Jackson's house. The old brick structure that everyone in the city thought was so cool, they put a sign in front of. Until a speeder knocked down the sign and brings me back to my original point of people flying up and down the street. So I'm not opposed to the Painted Horse having live ancillary music during winery hours. I'm not opposed to them having small weddings with the people limitations that they have expressed. Absolutely want those in there. But again, I don't want a ton of folks there. I don't want live concerts. I don't believe that's what's being requested. I'm in support because they aren't breaking any laws. They're not being obnoxious or a nuisance or doing anything negative for our area. And I don't like the idea of limiting our freedoms just because we don't like it or we disagree. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to call Ms. Christine Milo to the podium, please.
There, I'm Christine Milo at 14391 Club Circle. I am somebody who has been to the winery before, have no affiliations with them. But I just want to say, I haven't been to these other meetings before, but for a city who prides itself on its independence and supports its locals so much, I'm appalled that the locals are essentially trying to shut a locally owned and run business down. A business that supports other local businesses. If you don't know, they purchase foods and goods from other surrounding businesses in Alpharetta. It's a business that creates jobs and a business that helps our local economy thrive. I'm truthfully ashamed at some of my local community members, including this council, for their actions against this local business. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim, if you please call the next speaker.
Mariah Merchandani. I'm sorry? Okay, thank you.
Okay, call
Can
the
I-
next speaker.
And Mayor, can I please just have clarification? Bailey Stein and Tori McKinley, you did not indicate if you were in support or in opposition? So I would like to call then Bailey to the podium, please.
Hi, I'm Bailey Stay, 1045 Pine Grove Drive. I'm actually the tasting room manager at the Painted Horse Winery. I have worked parties on both sides for the equestrian birthday parties of all ages. Small children, like small children to, I just worked a 65-year-old birthday party the other day. They come, they like to sit and look at the beauty that Painted Horse is. I don't know if any of you have been there, but it's fantastically gorgeous. They sit, they hang out, they might have a glass of wine, they pet the animals, and they hang about. It's not overly outrageous, not loud, not crazy, but it is beautiful, and that's kind of the best part about working there. I have lived in Alpharetta and Milton my entire life. I've grown up here. I was born at Northside Hospital, Atlanta all the way, and I have seen so much destruction throughout my life here, especially recently. A lot of green space that I have loved my whole life has been taken away. And I come to a Painted Horse every day and am so thankful that I get to see the beauty that that place is. I also get to see the people walk in and see the beauty on their faces. They come in absolutely astonished that this exists this close to a city. They come and they just want to have a good time and look at how gorgeous this city is. I'm a person that wants to keep that going. Working for Pamela, she also wants to keep that going. We love this city, and we hope that you guys can support that. Thank you. And I also wanted to, on that note of everybody being here, we have a lot of support here. If anybody could stand up that is in support of us, just so we kind of see who we are.
Right. Thank you.
That says a lot. All of these people are almost all friends of mine who want to support Pamela, and I think that that should say a lot. Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you. Tim, if you please call the next speaker.
Tori McKinley.
Hi there. My name is Tori McKinley. I live at 13085 Morris Road here in Milton. I wanted to thank you, first of all, for giving me a chance to speak. I'm the assistant tasting room manager at Painted Horse Winery. I sought out Milton as a city for a place to do something better for myself. Living in the city of Atlanta during a global pandemic wasn't a great place to be. And lo and behold, here I find this beautiful horse farm and winery in the middle of Milton that's outdoors, that can accommodate people and their families while we're all kind of forced inside, keeping that, social aspect going on. And kudos to a business owner who can actually thrive in such an environment like that and build something for herself. Earlier as we were talking, the point that, on the agenda tonight about the election, you said that you really appreciated some spirited people talking about upholding integrity. And I can tell you, after working 15 years in hospitality, there are a handful of owners that have the integrity level of Pamela Jackson. The fact that she has dotted every I and crossed every T that she's needed to be neighborly. She embodies the idea of loving thy neighbor, even though her name was kind of dragged through the mud on this, from what I can understand. She is constantly there, not only for us as staff, but embodies that Georgia Southern hospitality that I've worked in for so long by opening her backyard to people who, after all, the building in Alpharetta don't have much of one. It's really nice to have that open green space that everyone can get together at. In terms of the different addendums that had to happen, know John, the police officer out there. I actually recognized him from working off duty out front. His parents lived just down the street. They weren't for it either, but then they came and visited and they saw it and they pet the animals and they spent some time around the horses and they had a glass of wine. Now they love it. And generally, if you can seek to understand first, I promise you, you'll fall in love with the place. I would hate to see, you know, much like Bailey said, another area that is overdeveloped. And again, kudos to someone who has made their memories for so long in the city of Milton, in this area, that wants to preserve that for future generations. Her daughter, Juliet Johnson, runs a horse farm. She's director of farm management. She's also my boss. I do horse riding lessons there. I've had a 2.5-year-old get on the horse for the first time, just wee, horsey, you know, up to, as Bailey mentioned, older people coming out and never getting on a horse before. Our director of operations, I had to put her on my horse the first couple of weeks there. So the type of memories I'm making there are memories for people coming out to have a glass of wine and see the farm. Granted, it's for their kids that are running around because maybe they don't have a backyard of their own. And I would just really like us to consider to allow these birthday parties, these get-togethers, these functions to be able to continue and hopefully expand that. To be able to get married in your backyard in Milton would be a pretty awesome thing. But I appreciate the time for you letting me speak tonight. And I hope that we're able to move forward and continue to have some good times here in the city of Milton.
Thank you. All right, Tammy, if you'd please call the next speaker.
The next one I will read into the record. It's from Annalee Jackson. She's at 2105 Bethany Way, and she wanted to, for the record, show that she was in support of the farm, this item. I also have another one from Mary Mayer at 16070 at Henderson Road in Milton. She wanted, for the record, for her to know that she is in favor of granting permits for events at the Painted Farm Winery. And we also have another one to read to the record from Kyle Reynolds at 2095 Bethany Way, and he is in support of the farm winery. That concludes the support on this item. I have more support for the next item in that public comment.
Okay. All right, so now allow those to speak that
In the opposition?
in opposition.
Okay. I'd like to invite Ms. Casey Sturm to the podium, please.
Good evening, council members. My name is Casey Sturm. I'm with the law firm Weissman PC. That's 3500 Lenox Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30326. I have the pleasure of representing Aaron and Joseph Knaus. Unfortunately, they could not be here this evening due to a pre-existing conflict. So when we were here last, they indicated that they had a conflict with the rescheduling. They, along with many others of the impacted community, have not been able to attend. Mr. and Mrs. Knaus own and reside on property that's in the Lake at Cooper Sandy neighborhood. Property is located at 800 Cooper Sandy Cove. They reside there with their young children and extended family. They bought the property in this area based on the fact that this was a residential community, large scale, high value residential community, and that the area supported kind of the family values that go along with that. In looking at the property, they also bought this based on the fact that the anticipated use for the property and the comprehensive long-term use for this property also highlighted those consistent uses, a continued focus on large, high-value residential communities and a real family-oriented value. They have experienced extensive interruption with the use and enjoyment of their property based on activities that have been conducted and carried out at the Painted Horse Winery. Their property is catty corner to that property, and they have experienced excessive noise, has woken up their young children. They have not been able to engage in family activities at their property. And I won't go into it. I know you've heard from them before and you've heard from others, but it has been an extensive interruption and a nuisance to their use and enjoyment of their property. I recognize that you all do not have an easy task before you. And I think we all recognized that last time we were here as well. I want to say that I was encouraged by the last meeting of this body. There was very thoughtful consideration on both sides of the equation to the issues involved here. And I was very encouraged to hear this council, despite requests for you all to make a decision at that June 7th meeting to deny these applications, the opportunity that was extended to the applicant to meet with the impacted community. Not unlike how I talk to my children, you have the opportunity and the ability to change the outcome. And one of the remarks I remember closely when we left here is a comment by the public that said, but how are we going to ensure this happens? And one of the council members said, because it behooves the applicant to make sure that the communications happen. I was encouraged by that. I was discouraged by what next happened. I fully expected that the applicant would immediately reach out to the impacted community. I was discouraged to find that it was the city that initiated communications. I was discouraged by the process of those communications. I was discouraged to find that the applicant did not appear to be willing or interested in engaging in meaningful discussion on the issues that so dearly impact their neighboring community. This is an interesting case from a zoning perspective. Oftentimes, residents come before you and they are forced to project what is likely to occur if a use is allowed. This instance is different, and that is because the applicant was carrying on these uses without the ability or authority to do so, and the impact has already been realized. It is a nuisance, it is an inconvenience, it is a burden on the surrounding community. It is a detriment to their use and enjoyment of their properties. In looking at the uses, I want to note for the record, it has already been well documented, both in testimony and comments, that there is a discrepancy in what is projected as historic uses of this property. I will not go through that again, but I think the record shows that there is a disconnect between what is presented as a historic use of this property and what long-term residents of this community, 20 and 30 years, recognize as having occurred on that property. The intensity of use, when we get down to it, as in other zoning issues, is a location, location, location. The intensity of the use being proposed for this location is incompatible. It does not coincide with your surrounding properties. It does not coincide with your current or projected uses for this area. So it is an unfortunate aspect, but it is one that was recognized and the applicant was well aware of had they paid attention to the uses. I think one of the things that needs to be considered is that when we talk about a legal non-conforming use, one, it had to occur and it had to be legal when it occurred. And legal non-conforming uses typically are also not authorized to be expanded. When we seek to expand a legal non-conforming use to the extent it is that, we are required to bring it into compliance with current laws. And what seems to be happening here is that there's a recognition that we are moving from what historically may have been a more agricultural, equestrian use of this property to what is being purported as a more events use under a concept of a winery. And it appears that maybe at one point in time, it was understood to be a boutique winery. We simply question, is that winery actually meeting the requirements that sustain it as a primary use of this property? We don't see the evidence for that. We also don't believe that there's evidence that this use supports the activities that are being occurring in that context, meaning that farm wineries in Georgia do have regulations on them. It doesn't mean that once you're designated a farm winery, you have no use regulations. They have regulations. They have certain annual production requirements they're supposed to be meeting. And based on those production requirements, we have authorization for things such as tasting rooms. It does not appear from our research into this that we believe those requirements are being met. We also have grave concerns about transparency as far as what uses are being promoted in front of you to obtain agricultural use, as well as what uses are presented to other bodies, such as tax commissioners and other entities that regulate the property, as far as the primary use of the project. So it seems to be a disconnect in what the applicant contends based on what they're trying to achieve. We would ask that based on the recent recommendation by the staff for denial, we ask that this board take that staff recommendation and deny the application. As part of that, we recognize that there is a difficult task ahead of you in how do we isolate out different uses. And in that regard, I would say, again, it's been very clear that in this process, these use permits cannot be considered in isolation. To do so ignores what is going on, which is that the primary use of this property is no longer what it's being presented as. And that if we try to separate out the different uses, we have to be entirely clear about what those specific uses actually entail. So as written, these use permits were broad enough that all of these uses presumably or perceivably, depending on how you interpret it, could be authorized under any one of them. So I would encourage you to consider them together and to support the staff's recommendation of denial. In that regard, I would also suggest that the variances be considered in the same light and that those be denied as well. Thank you for your time. I think it's important that you hear from the community impacted. So I am going to step away and again, just thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Hey, Tammy, if you please call the next speaker.
I'd like to call Mr. Bill Garrett to the podium.
Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, I've lived there for 46 years, 44 years.
Here, if you
Telling
don't-
my age now.
If you don't mind, just for the record.
I'm sorry, 13450 Hopewell Road, right next door to the Jacksons. They've joined my property. First off, I want to say this. I have been there since Mr. and Ms. Jackson bought the property. I have not observed anything that was disturbing or anything that was out of line as far as all of their activities has been concerned, or what all she's claimed that they have. The things that she's claiming that they've been doing, if they've been doing it, I haven't been disturbed at all. There was absolutely nothing wrong with it. And what that boils down to, in my opinion, is this: AG1 regulations and authorized uses as they stand is all she needs. The only thing that has happened that causes me to be here with this thing is, and it started happening about, I'd say March or April, maybe. I started hearing a lot of loud music. I started observing, I'd say 100 automobiles moving in and out of that property down there, and watching big crowds coming in and out. The noise level started up. When I looked into it, I found out that Ms. Jackson had hired or went into a contract with some music company. And this music company, they had already built a pavilion or a bandstand up there. And they was a bandstand there, and they were putting on shows. And these people were coming, and I guess they're paying tickets or buying tickets to get in there. And so what it really, in my opinion, boils down to in this whole thing, if we boil it all down and put it in a nutshell, Ms. Jackson is trying to convert this farmland, or I should say agricultural area, into a commercial operation of an entertainment venue. And she's wanting to run this thing on a show basis. And the only other thing that I'm going to point out to you is I saw it when I was at the last meeting that we had here. I saw a plat, and she's got an 8,000-foot house or building that's right outside my back door. Now, I don't know how many grapes she's growing, but the only grapes I've seen is probably about 1.5 acres or maybe 2 acres that's right outside my back door. Now, whether she's got another vineyard up on the other hill, I haven't seen it. But I know this, and it doesn't take an MIT graduate to figure it out. She's not producing enough grapes to put into a big so-called winery that she's wanting to build over there. And the only possible use that building can be for would be more parties and more, she's calling it tasting and this sort of thing. But I also understand that she's having it caterer come in there. I think it's Q or something like that. That's bringing food and also alcoholic beverages in. Now, I guess they've got the permit for it, but this is what she's doing. And what she's doing as far as the agricultural part of growing grapes and this sort of thing, there's nothing wrong with that. She hasn't disturbed anybody with that. But when she comes in and she starts changing this into a musical and entertainment venue, and it's been described in the last several weeks as bringing Buckhead up into Milton County, city of Milton. And that's exactly what she's trying to do. Yes, what she talked about here, she's needing to make money. She's here to make money. She don't care anything about her neighbors. We have had groups get together several times here in this building. And she's sat in one or two of the meetings, and she don't say anything. We've tried to tried to come up with something as a solution to work things out. And I've always felt like if I could work something out on a basis as far as agreement, that's better than any kind of court situation, which I dealt with for 50 years. And the neighbors tried to reach her to work something out. She didn't make anything meaningful, no meaningful opposition or anything there. So my position is this, and I'm asking you to look at it. Your staff has recommended denial on this whole thing. And that's exactly what should be done here, is to deny this thing. She can still continue doing what she says she's been doing all these years, and she's saying she wanted the grandpa, bring it into grandfather clause. Can't think like I used to, not quick as I used to be. So you just have to deal with me a little bit. But she's talking about grandfather. That's what she says she's been doing. Well, let her keep on doing like she's been doing. She hadn't disturbed anybody. But since March or April, when she starts throwing these entertainment situations in, that's what's got to go. And this thing of a big building, as far as winery, she don't need that. Let her produce enough grapes to need something like that, and then maybe come before you. We'll talk about that 2 or 3 years from now. I'll ask you at this particular point, with no uncertain terms, deny the petition. Let her keep doing what she's been doing under the grandfather clause. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, if you'd please call the next speaker.
Mr. William Stampfel.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Bill Stampfel, 13820 Bethany Oaks Point, Milton, Georgia, resident of Bethany Oaks for 25 years, also served as president of Homeowner Association for 10, so I've dealt with situations like this within our own neighborhood for quite some time. I've also seen Milton change dramatically over 25 years, all the traffic, all the hustle and bustle, right? Teaching girls how to drive in this traffic on these roads. And since I last spoke in front of the council, nothing's changed. The traffic is still there. The noise is still there. Came home from dinner the other night about 8 o'clock with my wife, stopped at the corner of Hopewell and Bethany, heard the music, right? Went out on the back, on the back deck, heard the music. Walked the neighborhood, heard the music. So that continues. The traffic's going to get worse, right? We're building the roundabout there that's starting next month, as I've seen, right? I think it's going to get bad as well. I mean, you see the cars coming out of the Painted Horse every day. Right, they're stuck there, right? They're trying to go either right, left, or straight. The people who are trying to go straight, it's a nightmare. It's just going to get worse with the roundabout construction happening. So, and then finally, the Uber and Lyft drivers, they continue to park in our neighborhood, We see them. I see them all the time, and I run them off. I said, guys, you can't park here. First of all, there's a no soliciting sign, right? Second of all, they shouldn't be there, right? And so at the end of the day, the bottom line is, recommendation has been to deny. Please deny. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tammy, if you please call the next speaker.
Mr. Tony Rich.
Good evening. Tony Rich, 1960 Bethany Way. Thanks for your time tonight. Standing in front of this podium to talk about the Painted Horse Winery is becoming too familiar. We all have better, certainly more enjoyable things to do with our time. And today's my mom's 80th birthday, and I'd rather be at home having dinner with her, but instead I'm here again to talk about this winery. And the reason I'm doing that is because we have to stand up for our homes. We have to stand up for our families. We have to stand up for our neighborhood. And we have to do the very best we can to protect our property values and our rural small town way of life. We've all seen the misleading social media pieces that the Painted Horse Winery has been spreading around on social media. It's called Save Our Farm, Save the Farm. It has been so full of misleading information suggesting that the neighbors and the city want to see this farm fail, and that's just simply not true. I think we all know that's not true. I don't want to see this farm fail. I would very much like to see this farm succeed, but we want to see it stay as a real farm and frankly not turn into a weekend drinking spot and a private event facility. For 30 years, I found out Pam has lived on this farm. It's known all over town as a great place to keep and ride horses, for kids to take riding lessons from her daughter Juliet, and to have kids' birthday parties and horse camps. And frankly, those are all great activities that seem to have been lost in the shuffle as this winery has continued to get out of hand. Pam has taken this nice horse farm and completely distorted it with this winery, which is very unfortunate. It started out small and harmless enough. When we first heard about it, my wife and I thought it was a very, very interesting idea, and we look forward to supporting it. My understanding was they were going to plant a few vines, make some wine, offer a few tastings, but quickly in the early months of 2020, it evolved into live amplified music, selling wine by the glass, and large crowds, which created problems with traffic that I think we've all dealt with. That's when it all started. There is no place in our neighborhood for an events and drinking facility that invites up to 100 people to come in every single weekend. That's a threat to our safety, to our property values, and to our peace and quiet that we all signed up for. It's bad for our neighborhood, and if it's allowed to happen, it's a very bad precedent for the city of Milton. If Pam wants to save the farm, how about keeping it as a farm, which is where it all started? How about focusing on what has already made Pam-A-Lot a successful farm and stop cannibalizing the horse business for the drinking business? Focus on horses, focus on kids. If they want to grow grapes, make a little wine and offer some tastings, fine. But stop bringing large crowds of people in every weekend with live amplified music. It's just not necessary. I respectfully request that our city council unanimously reject any and all uses that allow this farm to develop and operate as an event center and a drinking establishment in our residential area. For what it's worth, my wife Sarah and I fully support everything that Pam-A-Lot is doing with horses and hope that this council can figure out a way for them to continue doing what they've done for several decades without allowing this facility to turn into a commercial establishment, which we don't need. Thanks for your time. Very much appreciated.
Thank you. Tammy, next speaker, please.
I'd like to call Mr. John Peoples to the podium.
I'm John Peoples. I live at 1835 Bethany Way. My wife Leslie and I have been there for 36 years. I'm going to be very brief and just reiterate what Tony said, Tony Rich said. We're in support of the agricultural activities. That's exactly what Ag 1 is supposed to be. That's what the neighborhood is supposed to be. But if you have to have a police officer directing traffic and we can't sit on our back deck and enjoy our own glass of wine, then without hearing music that maybe we didn't choose, we're not in support of that. Thank you for your time very much.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Jason Joseph. He here?
Okay.
Mr. Rick Steingard? Stengard, my apologies.
Good evening. Rick Stengard, 2600 Bethany Creek Court. Thanks for having us. Thanks for what you guys do. I'm sure you want to hear more about this, right? I'll simply say I agree with most of the denied speakers. Ag 1 use, my sister went to camps there. Great facility for the city. Concert venue, drinking establishment. We got downtown Alpharetta. Send them over there. Maybe downtown Crabapple, but that's good enough. Please keep the traffic and the noise down. We are outside the initial notify zone. I can hear that music at night. I don't know how the folks close by can't, but I can hear it at night. I've gone over there to see that there was an event running. It was their music. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, I would like to read this one into the record. It is from Theodore Cox at 13860 Bethany Oaks Point. There are 58 homes in Bethany Oaks subdivision. In a typical year, perhaps 5 are sold. We know this market is difficult, but in the past 3 months, 4 of the 9 homes closest to the winery have listed and sold, including the home closest to the winery just this month. Bear with me. I introduced myself to the new owner and asked if he knew about this evening. He said he didn't and seemed surprised. The selling homeowner kept it a secret. You should ask yourself why. And that concludes the opposition for this specific agenda item.
Okay. And I will close the public hearing part.
Confirm, the one that you didn't speak, can you confirm the name?
Yes.
Mr. Joseph.
Jason Joseph.
Is it Jason Joseph?
That's what the card says, Jason Joseph.
Okay, thank you.
So now I will open it back up to council for any comments, questions to staff. Obviously, you can ask the applicant if you have any questions for the applicant. So, anybody?
Well, I do.
Carol?
Some water first. Well, let me state that I understand your passion and your energy is certainly admirable. And I don't think that anybody appreciates a horse farm more than I do, with the exception of perhaps some other council members. But I'm not sure that we've hit the nail on the head with why we're in this position. The issue, in short, I believe, is what was presented by the applicant regarding the farm winery does not reflect the reality of operations of Painted Horse Winery. On May 6, 2019, you were asked, Ms. Jackson, what is the business going to look like? And the response was, as far as the winery goes, for what we are talking about here, first off, I'm a private estate, and I'm going to stay a private estate. My doors are not going to be open 9 to 5, where anybody can walk in. We will arrange wine tastings with my master winemaker. 10 people can sign up for it on a Thursday evening. You have to sign up, and that's it. I'm not going to be open 9 to 5. This is my home. It is where I live. I understand your concern, and I don't want to shoot myself in the foot here, but it's when we get to the other special use one that I think y'all need to come out and look at it, because I do have other larger events. That is where the issue is going to be, not with the wine tasting. But that's not a part of this. I'm trying to clarify that is not a part of the winery. That is part of the farm where the horses are. They are 2 separate things. And the special events is going to be for the farm where the horses are, and that acreage, not for the winery. There will not be any traffic change as far as the winery goes. But the reality is events and alcohol have commingled across the property. And even Georgia regulation said wineries can be, says that wineries must be confined to a tasting room. Ironically, my best friend from Buckhead, who lives in Buckhead, was invited 2 Saturdays ago to an evening at Painted Horse Winery. I was unaware of that.
She said nice things about the event. She also said that there were some 100 people on the lawn with other people walking the property, enjoying wine. Again, the issue in short is what we approved that evening a year ago was an alcohol permit for a wine tasting event at a new Georgia winery. We did not approve an alcohol permit for a bar or an expansive attendance in this kind of a venue. It wasn't on the radar. It was not what was presented. And I think before we get into discussing this tonight as a council, it's important to revisit what our expectations were, because we have other parties that we have to be responsive to, because they had no expectations. They probably didn't even know about all this. So I submit this respectfully, that we have responded at that time to what we were told it would be, and it has not been that. And therein lies the problem for me. And I have some suggestions, but I will yield the floor to my colleagues.
Okay, yes, Laura?
I did spend a lot of time looking back at what we did back in 2019, and I do want to express my appreciation for the invitation to come and see the winery and the farm. This is really complicated, and it was helpful to me to see. This is not a situation that the council or the city has brought on itself. It is a choice of introducing another use, which was the winery. When we approved the consumption on premises, it was a very defined boundary. There were pictures of it. And so as I watched what we agreed to, I had to go back, and I know that I envisioned a tasting room with tastings and people deciding to buy your wine, and that is exactly what I support. I support this ag use. Those grapevines are beautiful, and it's the setting with the farm is wonderful too. But what we have is a wine bar. And that was very clear to me when I visited on Thursday. Yes, there's other great things going on, but as we all know, whoever's in horses, alcohol is far more profitable. So you have the right to grow grapes and manufacture wines. However, this council has issued a consumption on premises permit, and I would ask our city attorney and our manager to discuss the limitations of the consumption on premises permit that we agreed to. I feel certain, and after reading some legal descriptions, that the premises is defined as a definite closed or partitioned location wherein alcoholic beverages are sold in the immediate adjacent area. So
That's right. Councilmember Bentley, that's the way the on-premise consumption license reads in the code, is that the footprint for the use of the alcohol and the consumption of the alcohol are to occur in a discrete premise, meaning some sort of a structure, as well as the areas immediately adjacent to that. That is true.
So thank you for that. So the proposed use permit for the agricultural related activities, I support that. It's consistent with our land use plan. I think it's consistent with this council's vision, and it's certainly consistent with your neighbors. Everyone, I have not heard anyone have an issue with your agricultural activities. However, when we are considering the concurrent uses of the farm winery, the tasting room with consumption on premises, conditions must provide separation and intensity limits to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of consumers and the adjacent property owners. Because we've just done something different than what you have said that you've done for years, and I know that. I've seen the balloons on the mailbox for 15 years, and no one has an issue with that.
But now this council is faced with trying to allow you to continue to be agricultural with the introduction of alcohol. And that's difficult. The single greatest variable here is the alcohol. And I think that this council is willing to roll up our sleeves and figure out a way to allow your agricultural activities to continue, as well as a farm winery. That is what we've heard from the community, and that's what I support.
Go.
Robin, got a couple of questions. So right now, what activity that isn't already available by right as an AG1 property is being asked for in this request?
In this specific agricultural related?
In U21-01/VC 21-03.
So it would be the birthday parties, the camps, like the summer camps.
So that
horse camps.
activity isn't available by right?
No, because this is a use permit to allow it. So.
Well, I understand, but we've heard from a bunch of people that this is activity that's been ongoing for some time.
And I
But we
cannot
have,
let
we
that
have,
go.
we've also heard, I think, that there's a disagreement over that, and there is, between the owner and I think the city staff. So I mean, I agree with you that we've heard that.
I understand that. I just wanted to get the facts out that just because there's been an inappropriate use of property or a flexing of the zoning allowances doesn't mean that it's right. The fact that I've been doing something wrong forever doesn't make it right. It doesn't create allowable use just because we've been doing it for a while.
I concur, I agree with
That's correct.
Okay. So the permit for the first item that we're talking about is to actually allow those activities that have been ongoing or purportedly ongoing for some time.
That's correct.
Okay. If we were to approve that use, but not to, well, no, let me reword this. The two variances, how are they important to the use permit itself?
I believe they're both very important to it because they're part of the development standards of the use permit. So they are needed.
Right. So let's just say if the 100-foot setback activity, the item number 1, was not granted, does that take away the ability for the events to occur or for the activity to occur as described?
In my opinion, it would, because many of the, if not all the accesses cross through that activity area, and much of the parking does. So that might be used for that.
Okay, this is the reason I'm asking this question, because we're not talking about building new parking areas, are we? Is this the existing parking areas that would have the
Correct.
problems?
So let me go to my site plan and I can show you. Give me a second. Okay. Make it bigger. So here we have the orange is the property line of the property. So it cuts out the corner here. So that's the orange. The 100-foot setback, that activity setback, as well as it happens to be that barns are supposed to be 100 feet away as well. That's depicted here. It was a yellow with a red line. The yellow sometimes doesn't come, but here it's the largest setback or demarcation here. So that's 100 foot. So the blue is depicting driveways and entrances and parking, existing parking spaces. that are within that 100-foot activity area. Okay, so speaking to the first variance of the activity area. So we have parking and we have driveways. And one could say that even certain buildings, not knowing exactly what their business model is, where do the birthday parties actually occur? I'm not sure about that. But let's say if they occur around some of these barns or covered or fenced areas, then that would be within the activity area. So that explains the activities that are currently occurring within that setback.
Okay, for the second item, the animal structures, are those the pink boxes there?
Within, they are the pink, not all of them. This is the house.
Right,
This is a
right.
barn, but within the
No, the
100-foot,
ones that are
yes.
part of the variance.
Right, they're the second part of the variance.
So I'm not asking you this question. I'm telling the council, my understanding is that what we're seeking to consider in this first item is to provide those activities that we think, rumor has it, have historically been taking place on the property, and allowing some variances to let the existing structure serve the purpose it's always served, okay? This doesn't cover, none of this approval would cover any kind of event facility. So it doesn't make it a concert venue. It doesn't create those activities, unless I've misread the substance of this. So I want to make sure we get to the piece of this that gets to be what I think is controversial. To me, the existing option to allow them to continue what they've historically done, as we've heard from people, both those in opposition as well as those in support, that activity isn't the activity that's problematic. So I wanted to find out if people were in agreement with that or people had problems with that kind of a statement.
Paul?
Yeah. Councilman Longoria, I'd like to respond to part of that. I am in agreement with you that the activities that have been happening on the property historically for the equestrian-related activities are probably appropriate. Except for one that I'll address in a moment. But what's also not addressed in the setback is also the fact that part of the riding ring, at least one of them, is in the 100-foot setback also, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct, yes.
So there are a couple things that have to be considered in addition to the parking, the housing of the animals. There's also the riding ring that has to be considered. Those activities have gone on for a long time. The birthday parties probably have gone on without issue. Those are the kinds of things I probably can support. But when you layer on the other things that you've alluded to, that's when I begin to take issue with some of the way these things have to be blended. I wasn't on council at the time the alcohol permit was granted. I went back and watched that meeting very carefully. What I watched at one point was Ms. Jackson take control of the cursor so she could show where the wine-related activities were going to take place. And she stated there was going to be a clear line of demarcation between the two facilities and that the events and activities were not going to be commingled. She was not asking for events for the winery. She was asking for events for the equestrian. The parking was not going to be any different. The traffic was not going to be any different. And yet, what we've heard is there is a significant difference in traffic. There's a significant difference in parking. But the parking is, for the winery, is now blending into the previously equestrian used parking.
Right.
When you begin to layer on some of these other activities, I had the good fortune of visiting as well last Thursday and went with an open mind to see the kinds of things that both individually or collectively these two businesses would present. One of the things that struck me both good and bad was something quite wonderful in one way, but very problematic in another. The part that was wonderful in one way, and Ms. Jackson pointed out very proudly, was a young man who is now part of her operation who is a special needs individual. And he's apparently blossoming in his role. Try not to get emotional about this, but I also have a special needs niece who has benefited tremendously from what's called hippotherapy. When you introduce these children to large animals where they have a chance to groom them, pet them, care for them. And my niece also has blossomed as a result of that. So that part of the experience was wonderful. But where I became very troubled by it was this young man who appeared to be very much in control of a significant animal was walking it from one part of the farm winery, or one part of the total space to another. He was probably moving it from an activity area to a stall through the parking area. That's where I became extremely alarmed. Because you've got, at that particular day, there were probably a dozen people or so, maybe more, who were enjoying glasses of wine out in the winery portion, well, actually an extended winery portion, outside of what I understood the tasting room. In the immediate proximity to the tasting room, there was wine tasting or wine consumption going on well beyond that. But you then take that person who's been consuming wine in the hot afternoon sun, who's now about to enter a multi-ton vehicle, who may also engage with that same individual who appears to be very much in control of the animal. But you're now introducing a motorized vehicle, an unpredictable large animal, a young man who appears to be performing at a very high level of his required skills. But I think it's a recipe for disaster. And that's where the two began to come apart for me. I'll have more comments to make, I think, as the evening goes on, but I would just propose to you that it's not as simple as what was going on before when you begin to blend those two uses of that area.
So you're concerned about safety, is what you're saying?
In this particular demonstration, yes.
Okay, I'm just looking to, because the council is going to make decisions that are either going to allow the citizen to operate her facility the way she claims she has been, but do it legally, okay? Or we're going to deny her that right. So the second piece of the business.
Necessarily, maybe offer conditions by which she might be able to operate differently than she's doing today, but still allow some of those activities, but just differently than she's operating today.
Well, my point is that we're either going to say, yes, you can do what you've always done, or no, you can't. And by giving conditions that she hasn't stated, we're saying, no, you can't, but you could if you did this. Okay, so I would agree with you. The second piece of business we'll get to in a second, but my inclination was to offer up a motion to allow use, but if there's still discussion that needs to take place on where we are in terms of just allowing existing use to continue, then let's have that discussion.
I think there are lots of ways. It's my objective tonight to find a way to allow the historical use that are not a nuisance to continue. It's a healthy, equestrian, active farm.
So what needs to change?
Well, I'll get there. I'm also interested in allowing a farm winery that by right can take place.
I don't want to talk about a farm winery because this is about agricultural uses.
I agree with you, but it has to be considered when the applicant is blending the two operations in areas that she had said, in order to secure her permit, were not going to take place.
Well, we could deal with that later because.
No, you can't.
Oh, the heck, we can. We give her permit. If she's outside of the proper operating conditions for her alcohol permit based on what she told us and what we decided was going to be applicable, we can take that away from her.
Bingo.
Okay.
And based on the
So then
current
we don't
activities,
need to
and
mix
based
this
on the
in.
current activities, that should happen. But I'm looking for a way to make it work, where we can provide some potential conditions where both can take
I
place.
wanna
And both
agree.
can be successful.
You guys let's speak
Sure.
each other's
I'm done.
way on this. Speak.
I'm done.
Yeah, well, I think people understand where we're sitting.
On either side of me.
I guess my question, as I'm kind of going to Councilman like Longoria's point, is how can we mix by right uses restrictions into a use permit that we're seeing today? Like, I think to your point, I think we're all in agreement on the ag uses, what she's continuing to be doing, because Robin, if you bring up that map, I mean, if we deny those variances, she has to
Rebuild.
she has to like demolish her buildings that she's had for years. So I think we have two separate issues here. And I think the first one we know how to address. It's the second one we don't know how to
Right.
address.
Agreed.
Could I say something?
I just,
Hold on one second. Let Rick.
yeah,
Go ahead, Rick.
Okay, where I kind of come down on this is listening to the neighbors, listening to the owner, looking at what's going on. I think the farm and the existing uses that have gone on for years from a equestrian standpoint have added value and are in line with a lot of the things that we need to do or we'd like to see go on within Milton. And I think I'm okay with trying to condition and make something work. What hasn't been there is she didn't have a by right. And I think that's where we need to be clear from a definition. She didn't have a by right use to do some of these activities that have been taken on. What we're considering is which of those or all of those do we allow? And I think we've heard from the neighbors, most of them, in fact, they're just fine with what's gone on in the past. It's only what has happened since the winery, since we passed that. And I agree, looking back, and I was part of that meeting, what was presented to us is not what's been happening as far as some of the things that have become a nuisance from the neighbor's viewpoint. But as far as the equestrian things, I don't have a problem with that. And even trying to correct some of the, bring in line the non-conforming places that have played a part of this, I think that's something we need to consider, because I agree. If you just say, no, you can't, you got to move these buildings, then we're basically changing something that has gone on for a long period of time. I think the issue comes with the new activities that have been going on. The amplified music, the wine consumption, not in the wine tasting room, which we originally talked about. We've heard different terms like the wine tasting room lawn. I don't know what that is. What we approved was not a general facility for people to drink wine all over the property. That was not the intent when it was presented to us. So something has been going on differently than what we approved. So I think tonight we're considering, how do we bring and allow Ms. Jackson to have the activities that she's been doing for years that actually are a good, positive part, I think most people would support within the community. But I think we do have to talk about what has been causing the issue and what do we need to do to bring things in line with what our expectation was and what we originally approved.
Okay, Joe?
Yeah, so Robin, do we have documentation in the meat of this request that includes coverage of hours of operation, that includes coverage of maximum number of people allowed to attend, that includes all those things that I think you provided sort of as bullet items in your presentation, but I didn't want to make too many assumptions about what or wasn't part of the actual request itself.
so let me, that wasn't it. So there are a set of conditions that are part of your packet. I recommend that you look at the actual ordinance as they're numbered correctly, but they're the same as what's at the end of the staff report. And they are what I reviewed
Okay.
in my presentation. So first, it would be the agriculture-related activities, based on, the list of items that I talked about in the beginning, but also said that's not all inclusive. So it's, and then it would be coordinated with the site plan, the revision on May 25th that was submitted. And here are the days and hours of operations. These are based on the applicant's request, Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., Sunday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. They originally asked till 8 p.m. And it was my, and I believe the city planning commission, they agreed with the 7 p.m. reduction. And then during the discussion and deliberation during the planning commission, they made a reduction of the number of attendees. And so the applicant agreed to those, and therefore on 3B, that's it. There shall be no more than a total of 25 attendees per day, Monday through Friday, and no more than a total of 50 attendees on Saturday and Sunday for camps, birthday parties, and educational events. And then speaking to, this is what the applicant asked for, limited farm animal petting, primarily associated with other events, no more than once per week for a limit of 3 hours, the barnyard experience.
Okay.
Okay, and then lastly, a maximum continuous sound level of 50 dBA with a maximum peak sound level of 55.
Right.
I believe their request was a little bit higher than that, but this was based on staff's recommendation and what the planning commission recommended.
Okay, so can you tell me what changes occurred to the request and to the, what the applicant was asking for that caused our opinion to change or staff's opinion to change on it being a good thing and accepting it, or it not being a good thing and proposing denial?
So from the staff's recommendation at planning commission, and then as it continued on, you mean the change in?
Yeah.
So basically looking at, as not just looking at it individually, because I think that's what I was doing the first time around. And then I think as you live with it, you talk about it, you kind of work through things deliberately. Then we found as staff that as you put those different layers, you have the agricultural related activities, you have the already existing equestrian, which are by right, the boarding, the horseback riding, the lessons. Then you also have the farm winery. And then at the time, as well as the rural event facility, and then those items that we'll speak to later. Obviously, the applicant, they had requested to withdraw the last one for the outdoor event, which would be the concerts. But still, even once you take away that last use permit, you still have multiple different uses occurring on the property.
Right.
And so that was the reasoning throughout the report why staff recommended denial.
So the bottom line is you started to consider how the blended activity, it's the intensity of use when you combine all the things that were ongoing at the property, that the staff had started to have concerns that that's really what changed. So rather than look at this in a vacuum as what it is, you included it in the bigger context. Is that fair?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And I have a comment along those same lines. And for this very same reason, that's why when I look at supporting the agricultural activities, I have to consider the winery in those conditions. that would be the only way that I could support the agricultural activities. Yes, they've occurred for years, but there wasn't a winery there. And there wasn't, more importantly, consumption on premises. So that has changed everything. And I think that I can find my way. There was a lot of good material in your staff report. Our legal counsel has given us a lot of good information. I think we can condition the agricultural activities, separate it from the winery activities, and I'm prepared to do that tonight.
Apologize, Carol. You
I'm
were
sorry,
next.
I'm just, let me see if this is logical. I think we're all in agreement, we want the farm to thrive. I don't think that's ever been an issue. But I think we ought to skip over to the winery for a moment, because that has been like the genesis of where things changed, and that change has conflated the uses, and therein lies the problem. So I'd ask our legal counsel, Mr. Gerard, is the applicant's business, farm winery business, is that supposed to be confined to a tasting room?
Well, I'm trying to figure out if you're talking about as far as the actual layout of the site or from the use. But my thought is that the farm winery connotes with it the production of the grapes, the manufacture of the grapes into the wine, and you've got the consumption on the premise, the tasting, and the package sales. So to me, that is all of those together come under the notion of a farm winery. As far as the location, I believe what I said to Councilmember Bentley earlier was the locational aspect of this, at least the way I read our farm winery code, is that their premise, on-premise consumption is a very specific, defined term. And that premise includes, I believe, a structure, and then I believe that the premise can include consumption within those areas immediately contiguous to that premise. That's the way I view our code.
And as you view our code or Georgia's code, whichever.
They do work together, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so is that consumption then on the lawn or walking around taking a tour, or is it confined to a structure?
I think in a perfect regulatory environment, it would be closely curtailed to the physical location where the alcohol is purchased.
Okay.
Just like any other, think of any other on-premise consumption location, unless it's in a specific, perhaps mixed-use retail where that's specifically allowed. If you get your alcohol in a restaurant and then you begin to walk away from the restaurant and continue to consume, most of us would believe that would be illegal.
Okay. Well, when you consider consumption in one spot and you consider number of patrons, et cetera, we start to whittle away with issues on the other side, which is being the setback, safety, et cetera, et cetera. So it really all gets down to what's happening with the winery. You know, what does that look like? What does that operation look like in the future? And I think if we put structure around that, that's amenable to all parties or most all parties, then we'll be able to easily deal with the farm side, which is consistent with the growth and what we'd like to see on the farm side.
Paul?
Yeah, I think that that's a really important point that you just made, Councilmember Cookerly, that the kinds of operations that come along with the production of the wine, and there's what we've not talked about yet is the fact that there's a commercial component of this to actually generate some of the additional wine. On the tour that I took the other day, one of the lines of questions I went down was, what is the yield of the winery going to be? And Ms. Jackson shared that she had to start over with the vineyards that she planted because apparently, according to the University of Georgia folks that are helping, the first winery was not done correctly. So she had to start over. So at this point, there's a couple of years before you're going to get the first yield from the first plantings. So it looks like a majority of the commercial or the wine production is going to have to come from grapes or concentrate or whatever from other locations. So there's deliveries, the movement of those barrels. There's a forklift on the site. And then my discussion went further about what will the likely yield be. And the gentleman who I think was one of the winemakers shared that the likely total production this year will be about, I think he said 48 barrels. And I asked what the winery yield will be from production on the property. And I asked when it was at full planting, which I think was going to be around 6 acres, which is several years in the future. So do get the picture of 48 barrels, none of which can be produced from current yield from the property, all of which has to come from ingredients from somewhere else. That has to be, that's deliveries and movement of large 50-gallon barrels that have, significant weight and whatever. So there's a commercial aspect to that. At the peak, what the gentleman shared with me was that the peak yield from the 6 or so acres that will ultimately be planted will be 12 barrels. And their maximum capacity approximately every year will be about 48. You're talking about 36 barrels still coming into the equation that will be from outside resources, outside supplies. There's a commercial aspect of this that has to be taken into consideration. So there's trucks coming in, forklift being moved throughout the property to move those things. So I think there's a commercial aspect that should not be able to be blended with the equestrian activities that are historically been non-event. So I think that, again, I'll go back to the safety issue. You have to make sure that the winery aspect that has to do with a different kind of activity that brings a different kind of safety concerns is separated from the equestrian activities. I think you can do that.
So if all of that you just mentioned was over by the house,
Yes.
where currently, then you'd be good with that.
That's where I wanted to go. I think that there is ample space currently dedicated per the permit to accomplish all of those winery activities, including parking and receiving of the supplies, separate and apart from the activities for the equestrian, which goes back to the original line that Ms. Jackson showed on that May of 2019 meeting, where she said, this is where the winery activities will be. This is where the equestrian activities will be.
Okay, so, but I'm curious about, and anybody can respond, there was a projected 10 attendees with the winemaker who they would have a tasting. Now we're at 100 people out on the lawn. So this is the crux of it. What is the take on quantity and structure of that?
Well, what I'm worried about right now is that we're taking independent variables and we're making them dependent on one another. So what language are you seeking to add, Paul, or do you think would clarify your concerns in terms of this first request? Because carving out buildings and saying that this agricultural activity can only occur in these zones, I don't know how we're going to put that in there.
Well, I do, because Ms. Jackson has already said that 100% of her equestrian activities can take place in an area separate and apart from what we now, what she's that night said was going to be the winery area.
I'm sorry, maybe I miscommunicated. This request is trying to make legal use that historically has been occurring, but was non-conforming.
Right.
Okay. So what she's doing is she's taking the available uses for AG1 and she's just tacking on these. There's not too many places that I know of where we say AG1 property allowable uses include this, but only in this area, or only at this intensity, or only, there aren't many restrictions tied to what we say legal use is or by right use. And so how are we going to work this in so that it makes sense in that context?
Can I make a statement? And this is an observation, and I certainly appreciate what everybody's saying and respect it. but kind of going back to where you were going, Joe, let's face it, from all the activities in the past for however many years, haven't really heard many complaints about that. Haven't really heard many complaints about the farm winery. The real thing, and I'd venture to say 99.9% of feedback I've got from anybody is, large crowds, amplified music, concerts, things like that. So, again, I think we need to keep that in mind, what people, are unhappy about and what people are happy about. So, and again, I see where you're trying to pare it down, but overall picture, that's kind of where I'm looking at.
Let me clarify though. I'm not trying to pare down anything that the applicant has already suggested that she couldn't operate under. She suggested in the May meeting of 2019 that she could operate her equestrian activities over here and her wine activities over here. What's happened since that permit was granted is she's blended the activities. So you can't offer up the equestrian or the equestrian variances without taking into consideration there has to be an extraction of a liberty that was taken by the applicant to blend those two activities. All I'm asking is that she go back to what she suggested she could originally operate under. And that would take the parking for the winery out of the equestrian activities. It's one of my biggest concerns.
Okay, so you have an idea of how you're going to craft language that says that?
I do.
Okay. Do you want to offer that up? Do we want to change? Because I want to vote on something right now, because it makes the most sense to me that we go ahead and approve this. I'm ready to approve it with the two caveats that are included here, but it sounds like you want to add something. So what do you want to add?
Yeah, I want to add some things that I believe will bring it more in concert, no pun intended, with what the community has suggested are their biggest concerns.
Okay, so
that's-
would you allow me to make a motion and then we can tack?
I think
You can tack on the things that you think are needed to make that happen.
I think there's more discussion required before we get there.
Okay.
For a motion. I mean, you're entitled to make a motion anytime you like.
No, I understand. I'm not trying to, dig a hole and then fill it back up again. So let's keep going.
I think that in deference to the applicant, we just need to go through a couple more layers.
Well, and I would say too, and Ken, you guide me, but I think in all fairness, the applicant's here that you can ask specific questions if you have specific items to get at least, respectfully get feedback on that.
My point is that if they stopped being a winery tomorrow, this permit needs to cover what they're doing day to day. And this permit can't have language about a winery in it because the winery is not connected to this permit.
But as soon as you grant that variance that allows her to continue those activities, based on her current activities that happen every day right now, she'll be in violation of the use of her permit.
Why is that?
She's taking her wine activities onto the area that's not approved for wine activities.
A little bit confused on that.
Well, I'd like, dig more into that. And if staff or legal's got any input on that too, to make sure we're clear on that.
Well, I'll take a stab at it. The thing I'm thinking is sort of a variation of what we've already discussed before with respect to consumption being on the premise. I don't know if that's what Councilmember Moore you're getting at, but again, let me just reiterate. Farm winery connotes to me the manufacturing, the growing, and then the sales. Okay, so it's sort of the three big categories. I'm not talking about that in my analysis. I'm talking about your alcohol license. That's what's limited to the premise. So I just want to clarify that. So if we're talking about where on the property you do stuff, I'm not talking about our zoning code. I'm talking about our alcohol licensure, which is where, the city has robust regulatory authority there. And of course, we can change the rules with respect to our alcohol code every year.
So I have a comment on that. I do have a problem if we grant agricultural activities with the cross concurrent uses. Okay, so I don't want to see children's birthday parties going on in a barn where there's alcohol. I don't think that's responsible. So that's why I do feel like we have to separate these two by right uses. I mean, there's a farm winery now, and we're wanting to support these agricultural activities. So,
I think what I'm hearing is, let's assume there was not the by right, the farm winery there. The council would probably be okay with this item, with the variances, if it just allowed to continue the existing activities before the farm winery as was introduced. Is that correct? But now that farm winery's introduced there, you don't want to mix them.
right, because what we saw in our visit were people carrying, wine around over in the direction going towards, where, it's
Where they
Are
the
you
horses-
concerned about safety too, Laura? Is that what you're expressing?
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I don't know anyone that would insure a barn where alcohol is part of the business plan.
Well,
I mean, it's so the consumption on premises is the root of this issue.
So we
Um,
approved the
So-
consumption on
right.
premises.
But
But
we
it was
approved
contained.
it by the house where the farm
Okay.
winery is.
Okay.
Therein is our issue. It is supposed to be there.
Okay, so the solution to that problem is to take away their license to serve alcohol. The solution isn't to deny the permit request for them to do the business that they say they've been doing forever and a day.
Joe, I think the issue is to try to find an opportunity for them to coexist in a manner in which they can make a living and listen.
So look, the council gives direction to our staff on how to manage the city's business. It can't be part of our job on every single permit to request to review the safety standards of a business. That has to be inherent in the business itself. I don't know how to make wine, but if somebody is a winemaker, they have to understand how to operate a farm and how to safely allow the production of that wine to occur. If they don't do that, they won't be in business for long. Okay? So when a permit comes up for a farm to operate as a farm winery, I can't sort of get into the details of their business and say, you need to do this for safety, you need to do that for safety, because they need to understand that themselves.
Joe, last year, when these things were said about what operations would be, you voted on it based on expectations.
I agree.
If you had heard that there would be 100 people and this and that, you probably would have said, whoa.
I agree, and that's why
So
I'm
you would have been
saying.
voting on safety. You
No,
would
no.
have been voting on these things. So
No.
I don't
That's
understand
why,
where you're
so
going.
where we're going is we're trying to conflate the alcohol license with the agricultural use right now.
are.
And I don't want to do that.
Well, I do.
Well, but hold it. Then we need to get an item on the agenda that says review the Painted Horses alcohol permit. That's what we need.
I think some of us have been saying that.
Well, but why isn't it on the agenda?
But the point of tonight is to see if we can strike a balance.
No, the point of tonight is either to approve or not allow the use that they're asking for, the use that is documented as being historical.
But you're looking at one piece of it.
Well,
Ken.
I can't connect everything together because otherwise we'll never get anywhere.
You
I
have
think
to,
we
like,
will.
go
I
back
think
to
we
the
will.
safety element.
I
for
just have a
example.
question for Ken.
Yeah.
So,
Ken.
and if you can't answer this, you can't answer this, but I think you see the predicament that we're in here. And how do you put what the city says on their presentation, which is a by right with the winery and all that stuff? How do you restrict that under a use permit for AG equestrian uses?
Well, I tend to be all else fails, resort to the law. So what I would tend to say is this: a use permit is a use that is allowed under the zoning designation, but it's conditional. In other words, it's something that might be appropriate, but it's going to take the city council making a specific determination that this use is is appropriate under these conditions. And that's what we're here about this evening. We're not really here about the farm winery because that's as of right use. They can already do that. We're here to decide whether these other uses are appropriate with those as of right uses allowed. So that's sort of the framework by which the council needs to approach this, is to decide. And for instance, based upon what I've been hearing, if y'all want to know my thoughts, what I'm hearing is based upon the as of right uses, this conditional use isn't appropriate because you believe the intensity of the use is too high based upon the as of right use. And so therefore you think the conditional use is probably inappropriate. That's what I'm hearing you all say. I mean, I don't mean to make your mind up for you. This is up to you. But that's the way that's the analytical framework I would approach it is, okay, they've asked for something extra, something additional over and above the as of right. I get it that they say they've been doing it a long time, but I think we've already hoed that ground earlier.
Right. I agree.
Doesn't mean that I agree with that or the city agrees with that. But whatever they can do without a conditional use permit, they're going to continue doing in some variety, and perhaps that may get regulated further. But I'm not sure the use permits as requested are a fit based upon the discussion I'm hearing, because we believe the uses are too intense as it is based upon the traffic and the noise and the congestion, et cetera. That's just me. That's
I
the
understand
way
where
I'm
you're
hearing
going.
it.
I understand where you're going.
Paul?
I would add to that, Ken, that staff's recommendation this evening was basically to deny all these things because of intensity of use. That's a pretty bold, powerful statement that we're being asked to consider, is that staff's recommendation, after consideration of all these characteristics of what we're seeing, both in use by right and use by permit, is too intense. And they're suggesting that we deny everything. What I'm hearing from council this evening is, or several of us, is that we're trying to find a way to modify the intensity where we can allow all those things to coexist with possibly some additional conditions. We've heard the neighbors talk about intensity of use. We know that the applicant has acknowledged the intensity of use because they've put police cars there to control traffic. We've heard the members of the community who spoke in favor of the winery talk about the traffic concerns as well, acknowledging that they were in support of the winery and the equestrian, but concerned about traffic and volume and the blue lights and those kinds of things. So I think there's a way. Councilmember Bentley and I had talked about some potential conditions by which might be acceptable to council. And I would encourage at some point, Councilperson Bentley, share those for consideration.
So just real quick, the intensity of use issue is obviously there. That's why we're in this discussion, right? But the intensity of use is not connected with the activity that's part of this permit. In other words, the noise level is supposed to be 55 decibels max, 50 sustainable. The maximum number of people has to be, 75 at this time and 100 at this time. So this isn't sponsoring the intensity of use. The intensity of use is coming from somewhere else. Okay?
But the intensity of use from somewhere else is flowing into those activities, and it affects the safety, the welfare, and the.
So we need to go do something about whatever that is.
We do.
Okay?
I believe that there's a blending that's necessary of conditions to make this work.
So what you want to
Where
do,
you can approve the by right and the variance requests for the equestrian activity, the equestrian related activities, and offer some conditions on the wine related activities, the consumption on premises, to make them coexist in a safe and healthy manner where both businesses can thrive.
Well, I would say if you've got some conditions you'd like to discuss, feel free. I would also say, out of respect, also any questions for the applicant, to run some of those by. But good, so.
It might make sense to propose the conditions and then we'll
Sure,
see.
Sure.
Okay. So And this is information that has come from our legal counsel and Mrs. Smith, neighbors. This is the, all right, U 21-01, conditional use permit for agricultural activities to include horse camps, summer and other school break camps, agricultural, farm, equine-based educational activities, farm tour, limited farm animal petting, birthday parties, children 14 and under. These are separated. Interactive wine classes, winemaking classes, wine pairing classes, and the note that goes with those is within the confines of the tasting room. Prohibited activities, for-profit horse shows, zoo animals, exotic animals, kennel, overnight camps or events, live music, BYOB, alcohol sale consumption is restricted to the on-premises defined tasting room area. Conditions associated with the approval of U 21-01. There's a slight adjustment here. Hours of operation for ag-related activities, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is straight from the agreement at the Planning Commission, limited to a total of 25 attendees per day, Monday through Friday, and 50 total attendees per day on Saturday and Sunday. Sound maximum 45 dB at the property lines. The 100-foot activity setback on all property lines. Consumption on premises is once again limited to the tasting room and adjacent outdoor patio area, whatever adjacent that is determined to be.
Immediately adjacent.
Immediately adjacent. The basement tasting room is to be closed, correct, on 9/28/21? Is that right?
The end of September, I believe, was in the letter. I don't remember which the 28th.
We're going to assume that because mixed use is prohibited in AG1, the new tasting room must be subordinate to the primary residence, must be contained within the consumption on premises permitted area, must consist of 4 walls, not open air, is subject to the approval of the Community Development Director to comply with all city regulations. Alcohol consumption is restricted to the tasting room and immediate adjacent area and is limited to 50 persons at any one time during the tasting room hours. Background music cannot exceed 45 dB at the property lines and must originate within the confines of or immediately adjacent to the tasting room. Background music for the tasting room area cannot be advertised or offered as a free concert or otherwise promoted as the primary reason to come to the tasting room. Retail consumption on premises, tasting room hours, Thursday, 1 to 6 p.m., Friday and Saturday, 1 to 8, Sunday, 1 to 5. Winery business operations and production are 9 to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. All parking for the tasting room must be contained in the area for which the consumption on premises license was issued. And as far as the variances for the agricultural activities approved for the wood pavilion, the wood pavilion can only be used for approved agricultural activities, not for wine tasting or consumption. Variance approved for the equestrian riding arenas. The riding arenas are for equestrian use only. Variance approved for the driveway. The driveway is to be used only for the ingress and egress for equestrian patrons. Variance approved to allow the structures housing animals. And then the final one, which is denied, is to allow parking in the 100-foot activity setbacks, except for the ADA parking closest to Bethany Way.
First I want to just clarify and make sure, say this came from legal or from both.
No,
I'm assuming it's facts that you've got pulled
Yes.
from each one, but
Yeah,
this,
from staff
this
report.
document is not.
Yeah, no, so that's, as I look, and this is just
These are
my motion.
suggestions.
Yeah, those are that's my motion that I'm comfortable with. Because when I look at the whole property and want to support the agricultural use and the wine and the winery, but we now have consumption on premises. And I mean, that changes everything as far as the activities are concerned. And that's nothing that we did. That is what the applicant has brought to us to consider. So separating just as staff did. First, they separated them and approved what we've gone through here tonight. Then they combined them, their concurrent uses, and they denied it. So these are the conditions under which I'm comfortable approving the agricultural activities.
Councilmember Bentley, was that your motion that you just shared?
I don't know that we've.
I'm just
done a
asking for
motion on that.
clarification.
No, I read it. I mean, and I know that you're not prepared to, I know that y'all want to discuss it, but I can tell you, I gave that a lot of thought. Based on my visit, based on my, being deeply involved with the situation for a year. Visiting, hearing, being involved with the stakeholder group, going to neighbors, trying to understand the situation. And I'll leave it at that. And I think that we owe this use permit more discussion.
I have a question to Ken is, I agree with a lot of the stuff that Laura says, I agree with a lot of it. My question and my issue is how is because we've done zoning a long time. It's the first time we've ever put restrictions on a city stance, a by right use. How is any of this, how is some of that how is this enforceable?
Well, it depends, obviously, if it's enforceable or if it's attempted to be enforceable based upon whether the council approves some or all of it, following some discussion. I think the mayor mentioned at one point he might, or at least there might be some interest in having the applicant come up and address some of that or ask maybe some specific questions related to that. As far as the enforceability of it, Councilmember Jameson, that remains to be seen. It is a lot of conditions pertaining to the as of right use. But I understand the purpose of it is because of the blending. It's not lost on me, and I do understand the reason for that. And there are a couple of things I'm hearing this new tonight I'd like to think about. And as far as what I think the city's position might be, but I understood it. I understand the objective of it and the goal it's attempting to accomplish. And I think I'd like to listen to a little more discussion and see where the council gets to on it.
Yeah, and I certainly, understand too where you're coming from. I think as Peyton said, we haven't done a zoning like this in a long time, and I'm trying to think back if we've ever had a situation like, typically, sometimes we may be to where there's a couple items and, we might say, somebody makes a motion and says, well, if you would agree to a 75-foot buffer instead of a 50, blah, 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 and the rest of it's as is, and you can ask the applicant and they might say, yeah, I can live with that or I can't, but I think this is a lot of information to digest that I'm
Well,
assuming the applicant hasn't
But
even
is it
heard of.
though? I mean, is it really that much to digest? Because if you follow the Georgia regulation that it's a tasting room, and you start, I'm gonna go back to that. If you start with that, as I listened to the motion, ingredients, some of which I've not heard, if you're in a tasting room, then it's a certain size that's agreeable to the city, subordinate to the house, then you're going to have a certain number of people, which is going to impact a certain number of parking. It's going to be on that side of the property, which is where the alcohol license is. The music was low the other day, and Ms. Jackson asserts that that's typical for the wine side of the business, not when she has special events, which are not on the table. So that would be confined to the tasting room. So how do those things not all check off? And that's where the alcohol permit is. So you're not on the agricultural side, so they can live happily ever after. Am I being too simplistic?
Well, these modifications are only dealing with the way the situation is today. Okay? If what we're trying to do is regulate by right use, there's plenty of other by right uses that are available for AG1. What happens if tomorrow some of those become relevant? We can't do anything about them. So that's why we need to separate these things into the right pieces. If we're trying to control alcohol, then it needs to be associated with whatever vehicle grants an alcohol license. If we're trying to control kids' birthday parties, then it needs to be associated with whatever thing is managing birthday parties. So this permit request is about agricultural use. It's not about alcohol consumption. So that's why I'm trying to tease these pieces apart and say, this use is okay. This use is too intense. We thought that it would be okay last year when we granted it, but now in retrospect, we probably should have had a little more control here. So we go back and we offer up those controls where they belong, not tack them onto something somewhere else.
Councilman Longoria, I respect your position, but you're backing some of us into a position of then wanting to forfeit the alcohol license when that's not necessary. I mean,
When you say forfeit the
well,
alcohol.
get rid of the alcohol license.
No,
and
no,
just
no,
try-
no, I'm
Would
saying
you-
modify it.
Huh?
I'm saying modify it.
But I'm not sure that that's necessary to modify it. I mean,
You guys are saying it's
No,
necessary.
we're
no,
not at
we're
all.
using land use here. We had a conversation when we gave the alcohol permit. It was a box checking exercise. They meet these requirements, correct? Okay, and then we decided if things became a nuisance or got out of hand, we would put in controls with land use. Is this not, these special use permits, is this not a land use discussion? It is. Thank you.
And by working it through that way, we're trying to find coexistence.
Again, I think what I'm observing both on both sides, and I think 90% of people would agree, 99, whatever, that we've heard from, and everybody's concerned, it's really boiled down from, it wasn't the existing uses. It wasn't a farm winery per se. I know the other day I was up in the mountains at our cabin and I ran into the guy that owns Stonewall Vineyards. And I said, hey, we love your place. He said, oh, thanks and all that. And I said, but I got to tell you, you got me in a lot of heat. He said, what are you talking about? I said, we come over and we sat there and done some wine tastings, 30, 40 people there, maybe a guitar player sipping some wine, looking at beauty. I said, so we passed one, but I said, unfortunately, then it's grown to concerts and, lots of cars and traffic and whatnot. And again, I think that's the crux of the problem. I don't think anyone has complained about, or very few, that there is wine or wine tastings there or the other activities. So I understand I understand your point, Joe. It's like, let's look at this and I'm guessing if this was in front of us and it wasn't the other issues, this would probably pass in a heartbeat. But then we don't really have the opportunity to control the other stuff in something, applications before us. So, we're using this to blend the two. So, we'll go ahead, Peyton, but then I ask, Ken too, if you have some direction and also I'll ask the question if nobody else wants, to the applicant or Ellen, if she wants to speak to any of this stuff too, to give input of what the applicant would say
I also
about
have a
these.
question for Ken, because I think there's two sides here that we both understand. All of us understand the issues. And I think it's, do we control it with the alcohol permit or do we try to control it under this? And I legally want to do the best thing to put the city forward and all the taxpayers in the right, we put that forward. So how does the alcohol licensing work? I know we've been discussing that. When was this approved? And is it up for renewal every year?
It is.
And how does that renewal process work?
It's an annual renewal, and I think the law is fairly clear that alcohol permits are a privilege, not a right, and that governments, not just Milton, but every government has the right to change rules with respect to alcohol, and individuals that want to sell and be purveyors of alcohol in your jurisdiction have to comply with those rules. really don't work. The whole grandfathering issue doesn't really work with alcohol. So it's a different sort of concept.
So it's every year it comes.
Right.
Okay.
And typically, we probably haven't changed, just tweaked them every year, but you're saying there's an opportunity.
Some jurisdictions are different. Some
Renewal.
jurisdictions are a perpetual exercise of tweaking their alcohol code. Some don't. Of course, Milton just went through a fairly significant rewrite.
Okay.
Yeah, but I just point out that if they're renewed every year, we don't talk about them every year. So there's a renewal process that takes place with approval implied in the original approval from the council.
Say approval is expedited.
Yeah, okay.
But we did redo, this last time, so we definitely talked about that.
Yeah, but in continuation of that thought, have you had any other complaints as significant as we've heard about this alcohol permit from any other restaurant or entertainment?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Stephen, well, let me ask the question. How many complaints prior to the winery opening up as a farm winery with these tasting events occurring? Prior to that, how many complaints did we have on the property?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. After that, how many complaints have we had?
You get some of them every weekend.
So 100, 500?
Not 500. So if this has been going on a year and a half, I would say 25, if I had to guess.
Okay.
I don't know the exact number.
We get emails and, calls and all, but I don't.
Oh, no, I know. Trust me, I understand.
official
I
complaints.
read those emails.
I'm talking about calls. I apologize.
Okay, calls or official complaints, okay.
My point remains the same, is we haven't had any reason to not renew some other licenses in the past or permits in the past because there weren't any complaints about it. So
Okay.
this one has warranted review because there are additional variances that are asked for to allow the operation to continue. There were some activities that have been expressed concern about by the neighbors where it's becoming a nuisance. I think those things are appropriate for consideration in this hearing. And if they were to continue, they would be reviewed under the appropriate procedure as to whether or not the permit would be renewed.
Okay, well, I know we've got another item for the same property that is going to require equal amount of discussion. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve agenda item number 21-160 with the conditions as documented by staff.
I'll second that. Have some discussion.
Okay, I have a motion for approval with the conditions staff has stated from Councilmember Longoria with a second from Councilmember Jamison.
And I would say that the reason I'm just basing it on what staff submitted isn't with any disrespect for the work that's been done and to try to understand what the complexities of the issue are. It has to do with us putting things in the right bucket. And I really believe that this permit needs to be considered for what it's asking and not something that's outside of its domain.
So before we do that, may I ask you a question?
Yep.
This is the discussion part.
Yeah, all right, so we have a motion second and now we have discussion.
Right.
So how would you see control through the alcohol permit? What would that look like to you?
Well, first of all, the challenge that we're having is that we've got these sort of open air concerts that are occurring because there's a wine tasting capability based on the farm winery's operation as a tasting facility / quasi alcohol serving permit because they're allowed to serve alcohol that's not their own. That includes wine and distilled spirits and beer.
No, I don't think.
Okay, I take that back. Did I say that? Is this thing on?
Yeah, I don't think we have distilled spirits.
No, isn't there a,
Just wine.
it's just wine? Okay, well, then it's just wine. So, but the point is They didn't have that capability prior to us granting them an alcohol license. The alcohol license is the catalyst that creates the intensity of use. Okay. So if we take away the alcohol license, or if we change the alcohol license parameters to operate under the conditions that we think the intensity of use is controlled, then we've solved that part of the problem.
By your motion, you have removed all of the opportunity we have to put some of those controls in place
Why is that?
because you're not giving any consideration.
Well, the next
to the
motion comes
way.
up.
The next one has nothing to do with on-premise consumption.
Neither does this one.
It does when they're blending where they're using the winery activities when it's bled into the equestrian activity area. You've missed that point from the beginning and you're still missing it.
And it's the
Okay.
intensity. It's the intensity on the property. So.
But I
we're-
think is, to Councilman Zongoria's point, is to control the intensity is to control it through the alcohol permitting process.
And I asked, what does that look like?
I mean, so I think, you know, I mean.
To that point, I'm gonna ask, ask staff too, Ken.
I think to put the city in a better legal standpoint moving forward, I believe that is probably in the right direction. That's just my opinion.
But you
Well,
don't know
not-
whether that's doable.
Well,
Yeah.
let me ask this question then. And I'm gonna go back and this is looking at it from a simple, high level. Ken and staff, please feel free. If we look at this or the next item that we have, and again, it goes back to what I said earlier, that really, how can we control concerts, no amplified live music, and bring this back to what everybody seems to be okay with? I know there's some give and take there. I'm sure, obviously the applicant, would love to have more. But I'm asking the question based on this item right here or the next one, is there a way to do that? To at least get rid of what 90% of the complaints and issues are?
May I make a point before you answer that? In the process that we were presented, I think I can say this legally. In the process that we were presented, for an opportunity to address these, one of the suggestions is that we entertain an omnibus solution. I think Councilmember Bentley has presented an omnibus solution this evening. And now we're about to walk away from that because of a motion that does not comprehend all of the considerations that we were asked originally to consider, both by the applicant and by staff and by our own discussion. We're about to throw away a really good opportunity for an omnibus solution.
But keep in mind, that's not what I said. I said, where is the
Yeah.
room between this
Yeah.
or the next?
That's
one?
what I'm offering up
So-
for additional consideration to your point, Joe. I'm building on what you're suggesting is
I
you're
wanna-
asking for how can we get there? And I'm suggesting it was offered to us. An omnibus solution was a proper consideration to get us there.
I want to read what our attorney said, Ken said last year on this same night on May 6th. Mr. Mayor, if I may, we had a discussion about this today, and what might be part of the confusion is we were thinking land use as opposed to permitting. And so this is simply a permit. Typically alcohol permits are one of those things where you have a number of boxes to check, and if all the boxes check, they get the permit. Land use is totally different. To the extent that this begins to take on the character of land use, which is what has transpired, the council is uncomfortable with. Obviously, we have all sorts of tools to begin to rein that in or tweak the allowable use out there. That is the same discussion I had earlier. That's land use. That's what this first one is about. And if you move away from that and you start messing around with the alcohol permit, nobody knows what that looks like. And we don't want to jerk the alcohol permit. These were relatively benign to try to have both coexist.
And that conversation went further with an affirmation by Bernadette, who spoke that same evening on that same topic and offered up those same land use considerations as controls for inappropriate use.
Is the list of things that Councilmember
Bentley.
Bentley read just moments ago, Is that the omnibus solution that you're referring to?
Yes.
But I
Okay.
thought an omnibus solution was when both parties agreed beforehand.
It's true. But in that effort to reach an omnibus solution between the applicant, the neighbors, and the city, it became apparent by the applicant's response that there was not a willingness to get to that point. And the community recognized it as well and said they don't see any reason to continue the conversation because there wasn't a solution available.
So I would agree that it's a list of items. We shouldn't call it an omnibus
Okay.
solution.
I'll get that.
Okay.
I'll get the word omnibus. But I think it's a comprehensive way to look at all these things that we're being asked to consider.
So-
Throw away the word omnibus.
Okay, so how long would it take us to vet the list? Because,
Still having a discussion on a motion.
Well,
Yeah, I mean.
but I mean.
yeah, that's
it could be
pertinent to the
during
motion.
list, and the list could be, you have the right to tweak your motion too. if-
Yeah, but your motion was to approve.
Yeah, well, okay,
You wanna
I'll stop
withdraw it?
talking
You
then.
want to withdraw it so that we can continue
Nope.
discussing?
Nope, I just soon vote on it.
Okay.
If I could say something, I guess the question is, Joe, what you approved, I'd have to go back and look at all the conditions because staff suggested denial. We're suggesting approval with conditions. Does it capture all the stuff that Laura had kind of detailed? Because the details are where we get in trouble.
No.
We don't detail it, we get what we've had happening, because we did spell out what we wanted or what we thought was gonna happen. That's not the way the business has been run. That's why we're here with this discussion.
The list that was read was over and above what staff already had documented.
And certainly understand your discomfort with, I mean, or just wanting to, go through and look at all of these different components, which I'm willing to sit here all night and do. But, if the applicant is not willing to entertain these conditions, then that's something else that we just.
Yeah, that's where I want to get to, because again, like I said, never had a situation like this where I almost feel like, and all due respect to this, but if we just made a motion with these and passed it, the applicant wouldn't even know what they've got decided on. All right, so we've got a
That is our right
motion.
to do that.
What's that?
That is our right to do that.
I know, but I'm just trying to, but then does that just put the city in a whole big legal and the taxpayers and the citizens because everything gets drug out,
Well, I would just offer up all those
To
points.
Joe, to the motion and seconds that's on the table, I'll just say I would have a hard time voting for it just as read. But, again, if it could take care of the problems that what we've really been dealing with and what we've all heard that people are unhappy with, I'd certainly, could support it. But I don't know that we can get there. It may not, but as we're sitting right now, I'm just giving you my opinion on this.
No, again, I haven't heard anybody say that the activity covered by this request is activity that they don't want to see happen. Okay? No one has said that. In fact, we had people on both sides of the discussion offer up, we have no problems with the agricultural use. No problems whatsoever. Yeah.
So, which part is hard for you to understand when we've said repeatedly that you can't consider that by itself, when the applicant is blending the activities from one part of the property to the other? You cannot ignore that the applicant is using this area to conduct activities that are inappropriate to be able to approve that straight up. You have to look at all of it.
Well, you're saying that they're inappropriate activities. That implies that they're somehow breaking a law or a rule.
They are. They're extending the use of their winery approvals for the use permit area to take their parking and activities into the equestrian area. That's not approved. There's a very finite area of the property that's approved for the alcohol permit.
It wasn't what we talked about when we approved the alcohol.
It's not what was
consumption.
pledged to us either.
But hold it, are they, did we put language in our approval that is now not being followed?
We did not, because when we approved the consumption on premises permit, we were told it was simply a
Okay.
box checking
Well, we were
exercise, and
told
then the
number
day
of
would
people
come.
and how it would be
Yeah.
run. That's what we based it on. That's what
Okay.
we all
the
nodded
day
our
would
heads.
come that we could condition.
And this is that day, Joe.
So, no. This is to my whole point. You're saying that what we assumed was going to be true when we granted the alcohol license turns out not to be true. And so therefore, we can go back and walk back on the alcohol license and say, hey, look, this is not what we thought. You don't get an alcohol license to do that. Then their petition needs to become, okay, well, if you don't like that, can we do this? And that's when we get to have more control and document in very rigid language what parts of the property the alcohol permit pertains to and how we isolate the traffic between the two.
By the way you've made your motion, you're not allowing us to say to the applicant that you cannot continue to do the activities on the equestrian area where these variances are about to be granted. And that's not appropriate.
But I can take
You're
away
ignoring-
their alcohol license whenever I think that there's a problem.
You're going to do that tonight?
Well, do we need to do it tonight?
You're forcing me into that kind of a.
Well, no, really, Paul. Do we need to do it tonight? Is it that grave of a situation?
We're not going to do that tonight.
No, of course
So
not.
Of course. And we're going to have to follow a legislative process to modify the code. And the box checking, that's true, but it's the box that's checked is the key. And the box that gets checked is our code, which you draft. My only point on the box checking is that in any sort of a regulatory licensure like that, the council gets to set the terms of the license. And then if the applicant meets those terms, they get their license. But those terms can be formidable depending upon the sort of activity. So I just want to clarify that. And I know we were being just, having some rhetorical discussion, but.
So, Joe, the way that this is written is if it's approved in this way, then parking is allowed in the setbacks. That parking services the farm winery. The parking is over on the equestrian side. We're trying to use land use in a respectable way to come to terms with what we were told that has not come to pass. It is something very different has come to pass.
And we don't want to shut down the winery.
And
I
it
don't
was
want to pull
told
the
to
permit.
us that land use is a perfectly acceptable way to curtail activities if they're unacceptable. So you can argue it all night, but why drive it to the alcohol permit? I mean, why drive it that far?
Oh, well, to me, because it puts control in the right places. But the idea behind this motion was to make lawful what already exists. Okay? The parking is already in the buffer. Parking takes place there already. Okay?
Is that fair?
No, it's not fair.
Well, then why are you going to pass it?
Because I heard the people that are next door to these properties say, hey, look, we have no problem with that use. We have no problem with what's going on there.
But you've heard other people say that they do.
No. I've only heard people say that they have problems with concerts and 500 people showing up on the property on a Friday night.
No, but if you also read all the emails from the community, it talks about the parking and the ability to see it and the traffic.
Right, no.
Those are all winery related.
Whoa, without,
Numbers too, those are
It
numbers.
is, it's all about the numbers.
for the
So-
farm winery, you have 100 people.
Can I
That's
suggest
parking
this?
in the setback, Joe.
I
Go ahead, Joe. and then-
respect. It's starting to feel like it's everybody against Joe and Joe is somehow irrational. So I will either give up for a vote so that we can just squash this right now. I don't want to withdraw my motion, but we can certainly squish it. And then somebody else can attempt to come up with a motion that we can vote on.
One quick question, and Mayor, I apologize. When you were talking, why did you say you couldn't support the motion on the table? Did you say that or not?
I said I would have a hard time, as stated, if the motion could be amended to where what I see as the biggest problem is the concerts and the number. If we could limit the number of people, I personally don't feel like I should get in the middle of somebody's business and tell them, you put product here, you don't do this. I think even
I'm still stuck.
some
How
of these
do we-
folks
How
said,
do we limit
that's up
the
to their
number?
business.
How do we limit the number of people then? I'm
Well,
still-
that's, to me, that's what, and legally and staff-wise, if we could take the motion, I'm just telling you what I would support, if you could take the motion and add a limit to where there wasn't the concerts and the number, we'd have to limit the number.
So
of
this
parties.
permit doesn't allow for concerts beyond, what was it, 50 people or what was?
It was birthday parties. This is birthday parties, kids' birthday parties, 25 Monday through Thursday and like 50.
Right, so
Down this path, don't start negotiating on the fly, guys.
I'm not negotiating.
I'm not,
I was just saying
that's
this-
already in the documentation.
What is?
The number of people that can show up for these events.
And I'm looking at between the two, because I know that's the big picture, but I understand where you're,
So, Mayor, are you talking about?
and I don't know that how we tie that into
I'm
the
talking about- Are you
other.
talking about the amount of people for the equestrian
No,
uses?
no,
I
I'm,
know.
because again, I haven't had any complaints about that. The complaints are on. the
I agree, and
contract,
so I think where this, at least I think where Joe's motion is going is, we are going to be discussing this again for a
On
long
The
time,
next one.
or not on the next one, but when the alcohol licensing comes up.
But we don't alcohol license.
We can modify our alcohol
It'll come
code.
before, but I don't know when.
When
I
does
don't know
that
what.
happen?
You don't see
It isn't the,
administrative.
Yeah,
isn't the issue, one of the issues that we
If
have
you in
right
turn
now-
decide that you want to change the regulations for the alcohol license, you can instruct staff to do so.
No.
But you do not see them year over year.
But you don't want to construct an alcohol
No.
license based on one particular applicant. That's not a good use of.
Isn't the issue
What
with
was
alcohol
said
license?
by Carol, sorry, she's gone, was that what we were told was going to be the use and what is the actual use are two different things. Therefore, we granted an alcohol license under a false presentation, false premise. So I mean, Stephen, what happens when we think somebody's gone sideways with what is allowable for their license?
You have the ability to commence a revocation process.
Okay.
And that involves all the due process that is afforded normally in that, and it involves a hearing and all that kind of stuff. If you feel that we have either incorrectly granted one, or they're non-compliant with laws of the state of Georgia or the city of Milton, there's a whole section on it, but it's fairly involved.
So what we're trying to do is not kill a winery business. We're offering up some conditions that will allow a winery business to coexist with an equestrian business. I'd like to see that happen tonight.
I'd like to see it happen too. I'm not trying to kill a winery business.
I'm okay with some of that if we can legally do it. And that's my problem.
So is it legal?
Ken, is anything that was proposed in Councilmember Bentley's an illegal proposal?
Couple thoughts. Number one, the omnibus solution was a product of the last council meeting when we agreed to sit down with stakeholders in the community and individuals from the farm winery, and that was the basis by which the omnibus solution began to get discussed. The blending of the concepts now of adding basically to the use permit conditions on an as-of-right use is challenging. Is it illegal, Councilmember Moore? I would need to sit down and look at what has been read tonight, which I have not had an opportunity to do. I understand the thought process behind it. I understand why it's been proposed. But I will also say that I don't know that the applicant, I mean, for instance, what if the applicant says, listen, that's a deal killer. I cannot run it with those volumes. I'm done. They may want to say, I'm just going to pull the use permit altogether because the price of admission is too high.
It is that,
If that's the conditions upon which you're gonna let me have a use permit to have a day camp, then I don't want to, I mean, I'm just suggesting to you in real time, I could see that argument being made.
That would be a decision made by the applicant,
Correct.
not something that the council forced. That's a decision that they would have to make. Because what we've done at this point is presented some conditions that we believe would be appropriate to the applicant to not be so restrictive that they can't conduct but they can have a thriving business based on the things that we've heard either from the applicant directly in the course of our meetings, in the course of our tour the other day. I don't believe that there's anything that Councilmember Bentley has proposed at this point that would be egregious to the applicant, where the applicant would say, I can't under any condition go forward with my business that way.
You may be right.
I would also offer up that the proposal that Councilmember Bentley has made is also considerate of those concerns that she had heard from the community and from conversations with council that we believe might be appropriate for that. So I think that there is merit to the serious consideration that Councilmember Bentley and others have put into this, getting to this point where she could present that this evening.
Peyton, did you have?
I was gonna say, maybe can we ask Ms. Jackson to come up and ask some questions towards?
Well, and that's something I should say, and all due respect to that, and I trust what you're saying, Paul, that you feel that it's not too restrictive, but as Councilmember Bentley read off 2 pages, I can't remember all this. I'm assuming the applicant wouldn't know if we said we passed it, may not know. So that's why I would promote to at least ask the questions, and that way when you're making your motion or whoever's making their motion, is this a deal killer or not? And you can still make the motion, you still vote on it, but at least you know what the ramifications are. But right now, we've got a motion and a second on there. So
Mayor,
Can
Councilmember
I
Moore would
make,
like to speak.
Councilmember Morag, if you want to make a comment.
yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I think, at least my perspective is, the issue is not the alcohol license itself, it's where consumption is taking place. And the issue is not the farm winery, but the music and the number of people that are coming and sitting all over the lawn and being invited to have a glass of wine on different parts of the property. So I think what Councilperson Bentley was trying to do was to say, okay, let's redefine. We're not changing the alcohol license, we're just defining where the wine tasting room is, which is what we originally made an assumption. We didn't put it into that motion when we granted the farm winery and the alcohol license. We just assumed based upon what we were presented, and we said, okay, we're good with that. We didn't put the details in there. That's why we're at this point, because what we had originally saw presented to us, we all said, oh, that looks good, but that's not what's been happening. So the challenge here is, how do we boil it down to where we're allowing the stuff that we all agree that has been working well with her equestrian business and the birthday parties, and then we tweak where the consumption of the wine has been occurring, instead of having it be a essentially like a venue or the wine tasting room lawn. We go back to what we originally thought we had approved, and now we define it. I think that's what we're trying to do, aren't we? And to eliminate the issue of the amplified music and the big crowd. I thought that's what we've been hearing for the last, like 4 months from the neighbors.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a vote. The Domino's guy is going to be here in just a minute. So we have a motion.
Well, now
we have a
I'm
motion
jealous.
for
I want
approval.
nothing to eat here.
Rick, can you hear what the mayor is saying?
I heard him say that the Domino's guy is gonna be here.
You'd be
And I'm
jealous.
saying that's not.
We'll be
that's
here
not
next
good for
meeting.
Rick.
Okay.
Joe,
All right.
One quick point.
Paul?
Just one quick last point before the vote. One of the things that the applicant has proposed to us on a site plan that I have dated May 25th is that the future winery and tasting room structure will be smack dab in the middle of what she originally portrayed to us would be her equestrian area that would not be used at all for the winery use. Just food for thought.
Are we approving that as part of this motion?
No, I'm just offering it
Oh,
as another point of consideration. that,
yes, the
that there is a blended use suggested right here
When
by
you move
this,
the-
by this land, by this
Site plan is
site
part of
plan.
this?
Yeah,
If you erode land use control tonight, you throw that in jeopardy, coming our way.
And right now, on this, I think it's an 8,000 square foot winery and tasting room that is not subordinate to the principal use of the property, the primary, primary parcel.
So how does that motion affect that though?
Because it comes into play for this is going to be used in the equestrian area that we're about to grant
So this,
I
the
just-
site plan.
uses for.
And, you know, this is just so new that we're,
No,
that I just, I.
Not new.
no, the
Yeah,
site
This is
plan.
the site
no,
plan.
putting not talking about site plan, but I'm talking about everything else.
But-
Putting restrictions on by right uses within a use permit is very new.
To me, it is.
I mean, it,
But hear me out in this.
Yeah, I
So
understand-
this
yeah, I
this
understand
is the
what you're saying.
site
I
plan
understand what
that's being considered. And it's the setbacks, you know, where these things can take place, all being proposed to us for equestrian activities.
which has been going on for,
But except for this 8,000 square foot proposed structure,
And,
that's
and
for a winery.
but we're
And a
not
tasting
approving
room.
the building. The building's not,
the site plan is in the recommended conditions from staff, right here, okay? 5A.
so let's
Yes.
just get this straight here. The motion on the table from Councilmember Longoria says we approve this site plan with that 8,000 square foot building?
Is that correct?
Is that
I just
true?
wanna confirm that.
If that's the case, then.
Substantial
I would agree.
compliance with the site plan received by the Community Development Department, correct? I mean, you looked at this as a whole. Isn't that right?
That would be the applicant, they would have to comply
Well,
with the site plan
that would-
generally as put out there. But then with each aspect of that site plan, they would still have to get it approved by community development. Now, as to the size of that, and even location, by the way, of that potential tasting room, that's going to be up to the interpretation of the community development director.
Okay, simple question. If the motion was changed to totally exclude that off the site plan, would that affect that at all?
Because I think the whole motion on the table is to approve what has been going on for
Right,
X number of
right,
years where no one
but
has a
if-
problem with it. But if that's
But it
part
includes
of
a site plan.
well, that's what I'm just saying. If that's a part of it,
It is.
different.
Right, or
Yeah.
could that be taken out?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna ask, Ellen, do you have a comment on that? I'll ask the question, nobody else does.
Please, God, take it out. Yes, please. The purpose of showing that building was not to get it approved. The purpose of showing that building was because the winery is a permitted by right use and to have transparency about what any proposed structure might look like on site in the next foreseeable future. There is no plan to build that building for any foreseeable future. Take it off. We're fine with that.
But here's where my dilemma begins. So that's the first step of a negotiation with the applicant this evening that I'm trying to avoid negotiation on the fly.
I
So
agree.
do I get to ask the applicant the same thing about, are you willing to agree to no winery parking in this area that we're about to approve for what has been used historically as equestrian area, when there is winery parking taking place in what we're about to approve without any additional conditions? I have a problem with that.
I agree.
Now we're back to blending the issues.
I have the same problem if we have 2 pages of changes we're gonna put on there and then vote on it, and the applicant doesn't even know what they are, but that's fine. All right, I'm gonna call this vote.
Yep.
We have a motion and from Councilmember Longoria, second from Councilmember Jameson, on approval of this application with staff's recommendations. Any discussion?
Well, my only comment is the staff's recommendations, that site plan is not included. I mean, as far as that building is not included as far as the approval, correct?
No,
Okay,
I'm just-
yeah, okay.
It is.
No, it is, with this motion, correct?
Oh, no, I'm not gonna,
No, that's,
Okay.
that's the motion. Now,
okay.
I mean, if somebody wants to amend it, but whatever, but that's,
So
I'm gonna-
You called the motion.
You called the motion. You have the,
You called the vote.
Hey, okay, I called the motion. Let's go.
all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Aye. I think that was.
Nay.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we approve agenda item number 21-160 with the removal of the site plan that staff had included.
That's
Oh.
Okay, I will make a motion to approve it. Agenda item number 21-160 with the removal of the 8,000 square foot building. With staff's recommendations.
I mean,
So,
I'll second that.
all right, so I have a motion approval minus the 8,000 square foot building that's shown on there from Councilmember Jamison and a second from Councilmember Longoria. I'll open up for discussion. Rick, do you have any?
Yeah, the question I've got is, does that solve the issue of where consumption is occurring? And,
The building doesn't exist.
okay, that future building doesn't exist. We still have the issue of wine is being consumed today with a lot of people, not limited the number of people that could be there, and it's all over the property. It's out on the lawn, it's on the patio, it's not in a
Yes.
confined place. Is everybody saying you're comfortable with that? You don't think that's an issue?
I have a question for Ken on that point, or staff. But per what we passed, in your interpretation, that might not be an issue. Is that correct?
What I can tell you is if there is a concern with respect to compliance with the alcohol license, that can be addressed independent of these proceedings.
I mean, it may be happening now, but what I'm saying is, if you look at our ordinance, it shouldn't be happening. Is that what we're saying? So that doesn't have to be in that motion. It would just have to be, we'd have to enforce it.
Is there a motion on the floor right now?
There is.
yep, there is, but,
I just would offer up, got an indication from applicant's counsel that she might be willing to consider some of the conditions that we read earlier that might make this all
And we've
come out
been-
to
so let's just
we've been
fail it.
saying this.
Let's vote on this motion, fail it, and then.
okay.
I mean, we can, or you guys can withdraw it if you want.
I can withdraw my
I'll just-
second.
I'll withdraw my motion.
All right. Do we need to do anything for withdrawal? They just need to say it.
The floor is open, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so what I will ask is that the applicant or the applicant's attorney, and I think, Paul, you're suggesting
We allow her to
allow her to,
offer some
vote on
of her
this?
thoughts on the conditions that were presented
and I
earlier.
would ask, so we all know.
It's not
if
necessarily
you-
negotiation.
If you can read them out individually, so.
Yeah.
Correct? I mean,
Let's
again, I don't
hear
remember.
maybe a broad brush stroke first and see where we need to go.
I think I took pretty copious notes, although I may have missed something. My only, and thank you. My only question, and I understand the concern about parking and access with the blending of use. You have another permitted use, right, which is the equestrian facility that's operating with or without these variances. So the parking that is there within the 100-foot activity center serves, because it is closest to those barns, right? So just from a clarification, you would prefer for winery parking to happen
Near,
elsewhere on the other side of the residence or
Yes.
somewhere else, but there was an exception maybe for handicapped?
Yes.
Aren't
Could you
there,
just clarify your,
aren't there a couple handicap parking
are.
spaces that are located in the front, which is easy for them to get to, and those are in the activity setback, correct?
actually, I don't think they are. I have to go back to look.
Okay.
But my question was, your exception was handicapped could be used for winery
yes.
parking. It's a
Actually, the
question. go ahead.
presentation of the handicap spots, as I see them on the site plan, and as they were pointed out to me on the day when I was on the tour,
Correct.
was they were pretty much next to the winery
They
already.
are.
And so those are okay, because they're within the area that's been permitted by the alcohol license. So
Okay.
they're, in my mind.
I just wanted to
those are
clarify
okay.
because I didn't know if I heard the full part. But also you do not want access to go down the hill in between the barn and the closest adjacent property for winery,
Winery use parking.
to be able to go out and exit on Hopewell. Is that,
All the winery use parking would be
That-
up on the winery area to the west of the structure.
okay?
You portrayed the other day that there was ample parking for what you expected a normal winery tasting room
That's correct.
occupancy would be.
That's correct.
That's what allowed me to think about that as acceptable parking, that I wouldn't have to be concerned about the safety issues with the blending of the two businesses, because it was portrayed to me that the winery parking with the numbers you were talking about could all be contained primarily to the west, and the additional handicap spots that are would be in the north side, that would be sufficient. And I can support that.
Okay. Um,
If you do, would you mind coming to the
No,
dais?
it's okay. The only other question that I had, and I wrote it down, 50 people maximum for the tasting room
At any given time.
at any given time, 45 decibels at the property lines, and no live music. Was that
No,
one of?
live music must be contained either within the tasting room or immediately adjacent to the tasting room.
Okay, I miswrote then.
Wine, basically music of any kind, live or otherwise.
Okay, I thought there was a specific prohibition against live music, so I was just trying to make sure I understood the
You can still have
limitation.
live music.
I think,
I think the prohibition had to do with,
okay, so we did, that was associated with the agricultural activities.
Yes.
So trying to accommodate the background music.
Yes.
If you have a guitar player that I consider that live. So I guess the prohibited activities related, and that's not clear. So I'm sorry about that would be.
One of the, just, for, if I might go back to the May meeting of 2019, one of the things that was said by Pam was that the activities would be on the equestrian side of the
Correct.
business. And then it, for whatever circumstances, it morphed where some of those activities were in the lawn and where the band stage is, and further beyond the tasting room and the immediate adjacent area to the tasting room. So I think the prohibition of live music for the equestrian activities is intended to be no live music over there, but live music where the tasting room is and immediately adjacent to is okay.
I just wanted to make sure I
Yep.
heard because I didn't catch that.
Good clarification.
Okay. Thank you.
So Ellen, that was the extent of your concern about the conditions at this point? Basically, everything else that you heard, I mean, we can have Councilmember Bentley repeat them.
Here, I would give you this. In the spirit of trying to accommodate the things that we heard when we were there.
Yeah.
No, you can. Is it the one I gave you?
I brought. Yes, it is.
Hang on.
There was a coup, right? There was a coup, Joe.
Nah, not by me. I could never.
Okay, so where are we?
I just gave the applicant the list.
Okay, okay. give them a minute to look at that.
Do you want to keep it? No.
Unfortunately, I think the parking and access is not acceptable for the applicant. So we appreciate it very much.
All right. So I think we're kind of back to where we were with or without a motion. Certainly can entertain another motion.
Well, without managing the parking, then we're not separating the uses. So I would just ask, having toured the property and seen the area over by the garage and the other building and on that side, are you sure you couldn't park over there for the winery?
Yes, unfortunately, I think that's just basically reserved for at least the part closest to the house, reserved for employees and residents. With respect, I appreciate the concern that you've raised. There hasn't been an issue with respect to safety, and if we have taken the items, and we are more than happy to limit the number of people and hours of operation of the tasting room and otherwise, and if we have taken the number of people down substantially and withdrawn the application, for the concerts and agree to prohibit any number of other uses, then the safety factors are also mitigated, because you do not have, you all were there, you do not have people partying it up. They're not drinking bottles of wine while the equestrian uses are happening, or while the summer camps or others are using the equestrian activities.
With all due respect, though, we were there at 2-something in the afternoon and my friend
Yes.
was there in the evening. There were 100 people. So those people, though, were parked.
And there were not
Largely.
equestrian events
That
or children.
That would be my question.
Right.
Is there?
Or children's
do you
activities
separate the
happening
Times of the events.
during that same time.
I wouldn't think if there's a children's birthday party at 2, you
So-
would have be having a big wine tasting at the same time.
The hours do overlap of the tasting, the consumption on premises and the agricultural activities, because those ag activities go from 9 to 5, and that's during your, that's during the tasting room hours on, they overlap on Thursday through Sunday.
They do, and the tasting room hours end at 8-ish, I think. I apologize, I don't have
Yeah,
it in
no,
front of
that's
me.
right, yeah.
But we're also happy, again, if you limit the number of people, and I think your conditions proposed 50 as opposed to 100. And if you want to further condition that there won't be a child's birthday party happening when more than 25 people are on site for the tasting room, or 15 people.
That's pretty good.
I think that that mitigates the risk that you're concerned with.
What is it about the parking? If you were to you're suggesting that the area to the west is reserved for employee parking. Couldn't you move the employee parking to the other area and make that available to the wine guests?
We could. I think that it comes down to a question of enforceability as much as anything. So if a city code enforcement officer is called, and if I'm a mother, and I am, which I am, and I'm having a birthday party for my child, and I've dropped my child off to ride, be part of the birthday party, and I want to go get a glass of wine, where am I supposed to park?
That's where we were going to go at one point
And so
about
I just,
trying to, we didn't go down the path of suggesting that you could not have 2 events occurring at the same time.
right.
We didn't want to limit that.
I think it's just, I think it's operationally a challenge, and one that has not presented the parking concerns and the traffic concerns related to high intense use, combined use of the property. We've agreed to limit, and the omnibus solution, and I will apologize, I'm distressed that you didn't see the letter from July 8th as a good faith willingness attempt to respond.
That wasn't our
because
measure, that was the measure of the community, the stakeholders.
So it was an attempt to say that there are permitted by right uses, farm winery use, that has no limits on it right now from the city's perspective. I'm not talking about the liquor license, I'm talking about the farm winery use, does not have a limit on the number of people. The agri-related activities has no parking requirements at all under your code. So we've provided more than enough parking, but we also have said we will submit to you that we will limit those permitted by right uses and proposed conditions. And they may not have gone far enough, but they were significantly, proposed after looking at the totality of uses on the property.
So let me ask a question, Paul, too, just on the parking, because again, I see it not only as operational, logistically would be tough, but also from enforcement to separate the two. To me, the magic of that is the limited number of people. That helps the safety issue and whatnot.
I will say I'm pleasantly surprised from what I'm hearing. And
I am too.
yeah.
And I need to think about it for a minute, but I'm going to say some things out loud that I'm thinking that are still a concern for me. One of the things that was important to me was a clear separation of those two activities. Now, you suggested that there isn't anything, that there hasn't been an issue.
On parking.
There hasn't been an issue on parking where there's been an incident because of consumption and equestrian use.
And I don't disagree. I have not had the benefit of looking at the May 19th, 2019 or the May 26th, 2019, or the limits on the alcohol license. But from a location standpoint, we don't have any objection, certainly, to limiting that use. I think the parking part of it
So you really
challenge.
So the thing that's really, really important to you is having the parking in the setback.
Is leaving the parking where it is.
So that's
See, but
by
that's
the
why I was
barns?
concerned the other day about where, if somebody walks down from the winery to their big vehicle and they have this very nice young man walking the horse,
Sure.
they were interacting. There was a chance for an incident there that I can't overlook.
I think, with respect, and Councilmember Longoria said it maybe best, there's only so many things you can control on a piece of property.
Yeah.
And there is insurance, there are all those things. We have very high concerns for safety, not only of our employees and staff, but of patrons who attend. I understand the concern. I think that there's a different way to handle it than by having parking separated in a manner that is going to be almost impossible for anyone coming on site to know, or for the city to enforce.
Well, one of the things that crossed my mind in looking at the parking solution would be that any equestrian-related activity attendee would enter off of Hopewell, off of the roundabout. Any wine-related attendee or guest would enter off of Bethany Way. And then there is a clear separation. Employees can park wherever you deem appropriate because they're not consuming alcohol. I wouldn't be concerned about their wherewithal on the property because they're not consuming alcohol.
Right.
So they could park on space available to the west of the homestead, or they could park in what is already graveled areas with sufficient parking in the equestrian area too, especially if you look at the fact that the 8,000 square foot proposed building is not going to take place. That's already graveled
Sure.
up there, and there's ample parking up there.
I understand the concern. I just think it's from an enforceability and frankly, a traffic flow standpoint. I think you're creating a potential for conflict more by having different, I could be wrong
You put a
about
couple
that.
cones up,
But I
you've
also,
already demonstrated you're really good at putting fences up because there's a lot of them. So you separate the two uses.
And the
Now,
uses are separated by fence.
Let me,
The parking is not.
let me ask a suggestion, because there's a difference between absolute and recommended. And again, even if we legislate this, who's gonna enforce that, somebody parked here or didn't? But there could be recommendations where, could we make a recommendation that you have signage and, wine tasting park on this side, other events, whatever. 90% of the people will follow it now. If a mom pulls over here and drops her kid off for this and then walks over there, you can't. But would that help that situation,
yeah,
safety wise?
I could probably sign up for that. I still am uncomfortable with what I personally witnessed. It wasn't an incident, but it was the opportunity for one. I know it was not intended to present that. It was,
There's an opportunity anytime we get in a car, Councilmember.
exactly. But I also appreciate your consideration of the limitation by the head count. And that's a big deal. And I recognize that we're asking you for a big deal on that versus
Yes.
what has been there historically. Those are the things that were creating the intensity of use for the neighbors that were so problematic. So if some of that goes away by a head count limitation to not exceed 50 at any given time on the winery side, and I think it was 25 for any given party.
I think during the week
50 on the
for
weekends.
agricultural related
50 on the
activities and
weekends,
50 on the weekends.
Maybe we're
And
getting
so
there.
is that the cap? I mean, there's no other kinds of parties or festivals or anything else?
We
that-
haven't gotten
already
to
s-
the next permit.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
But
So there's no events in what Councilmember Bentley has proposed.
so let me just say this about the equestrian program. I mean, these horses are very acclimated to their job. And they're around cars, they're around vehicles. It's really the driver's side where they're not acclimated to the horses and that issue. So the risk is yours, and it's a big risk. Having people come on the property and if you're willing to entertain that risk, I'm not sure that we can protect you from every risk. What we do need to do, though, is protect the people who are sincerely concerned about property values, et cetera, bringing down that number, reducing traffic, reducing noise, et cetera, so that it is a benign, pleasant presence in the neighborhood. I think, can we get feedback from people who are vested in what that number should be, just like we're getting feedback here? Can we ask them, does that work? I mean, we're negotiating on behalf of people.
Yeah,
I feel like we should be able to ask them.
This is
I
the
don't,
part I hate.
I think you'll have to make that judgment based on conversations, input, meetings and whatnot. I'm not
Okay, well, I think the
comfortable going back and
motion,
forth
okay, well,
without-
then your motion, I think, takes that into consideration. I mean, what you did, so
Yeah,
I'm going to
yeah.
assume that.
I have another question. So just on this parking, so you are, you accept not parking in the activity setback, but not separating the parking for the different uses, correct?
I'm sorry, say the first part again?
Not
within
parking in the,
100.
yeah, in the activity setback.
No, I don't accept that. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. No, existing parking that is located within the 100-foot activity setback, we would respectfully request the continuance of that use.
Okay, so where is it that you need that?
It's where it's currently built. So it is, I think there are 8 or 10 spaces on Bethany Way. So it's right where the arrows
I said
point
I wasn't
here.
going to do
could-
this. I said I wasn't going to negotiate on the fly, but I could
With all
subscribe.
these,
I
I mean,
know.
I don't.
I
think there's
don't,
another way.
I
and
could
I don't mean to
subscribe.
open that. I didn't understand that you wanted parking. I think
Well, I'm
there's
trying to get just understand how many of the spaces that you,
all of the existing spaces.
Does that include parking in the riding arenas?
Those are available if we need it, but if we're reducing the numbers,
You shouldn't need
we
it.
shouldn't need it.
Right,
So,
no
so
special
tell me
Be
the
okay then
spaces.
saying you wouldn't park in the intended use as a
Why would
riding area.
you have an objection to it if it's?
Why would you?
I don't, unless there's a special event and we've applied for a special event permit and the city agrees
Well,
to
then
it.
you would, in that same event request, ask for those kinds of conditions.
I would
too.
have to count the number of parking spaces, but I think we would be more than fine, even at the city's number, with the parking spaces that are there.
One of the things I'd like to get to
Yes,
is parking where it can't be seen from the road by anybody going by.
yes.
So whether you've got 2 people or 50 people on the property at any given time, nobody's aware that there's anything going on. So that's where the Bethany Way parking is problematic for me.
There's a huge berm.
Yeah, but it's still visible.
I have photos if you guys would like to see them, but it's,
But is it the view of cars or the number of cars? Like if it's limited to 50 people, wouldn't
So
it?
I can, like, you know, the
25
other
cars.
parking that's down here, Joe, I can live with that.
Well-
This is the problem.
But you know what? Paul, 50 people, we could be talking about 25 cars or 20 cars or 18 cars or maybe max 30 cars. And I just candidly, I don't think those particular spaces are, we've gotten to a good number in terms of total attendees. They're going to assume all the risk on the issue about which you're worried.
The other part, Carol, is right now, they're also, it's not depicted on any of the site maps, the parking that's taking place over off of the Hopewell entrance. Now, there would be a new drive over there, but there are.
there's an existing driveway there.
Right, and you're parking off of that driveway.
Yes,
That parking
which
is not depicted on any of the site maps. It's off of Hopewell.
I know you're saying it's off of Hopewell. I think it is depicted on the maps.
No, it's not.
Okay, where?
So there's grass on both
Yes.
sides of the driveway. On the Hopewell entrance that's gated today.
Is there farmhand parking?
It's next to the,
Brown Bills.
the historic barn. Up near the historic barn,
Okay,
on weekends, you are parking cars on the grass on both sides of that driveway. That's not depicted anywhere in the parking.
and the reason for that, if it's not depicted, then that was provided when there were more people. If we limit the numbers,
Right.
parking will be as shown on the site plan.
So, yeah, so what I'm suggesting though is that would not be an area that I could accept for parking because that is so visible up there.
Understood.
You've got ample parking in other areas, both in the gravelled area that's probably not being used to its capacity area that's going to where the proposed new
Yes, sir.
future use would be. Plus, if we were willing to cooperate on some of these other parking areas, you should never have to park up in the Hopewell area that is so visible.
Okay. I don't object to that. I will note this, and Robin can correct me. The 100-foot activity setback, I think has not been always in existence. I think that that this parking was established and this access well before, even in Fulton County, well before there was a 100-foot activity setback.
The activity setback comes with our willingness to cooperate with the agricultural activity permit.
Yes, I just want to.
That's where the 100-foot.
But it also comes in after the adoption of that, even in Fulton County, is my point. There wasn't a prohibition against parking within 100 feet. Even if,
That's
it's
the
not here, neither here nor there.
That's a grandfather debate that I don't think we want to go there.
I respect that.
Hey, is there anything else?
So are we okay on the no parking up near Hopewell?
Okay, all right, I'm gonna just we'll keep some order here, but we
Yes, we
understand.
agree.
We understand, okay.
Yeah, they agree. They agree that no parking in Hopewell.
Visible from
No
Hopewell.
visible parking.
Would you, yeah.
I'm having a hard time. I don't want to. I need to go stand on, think how far down you can see the cars, because if you're, don't know right now, I mean, I can't respond to that at this moment.
And I'm gonna ask, Ms. Jackson, if you wouldn't mind, step to the dais, and Ellen, you're welcome to stay there with it, answer any questions or discussion, sorry. Be on the microphone.
I would just offer up, Ms. Jackson, for your consideration, there's an area up there that's really visible.
Yeah,
You probably can't park more than 15, 20 cars up there on your busiest of the weekends. And that's the part that people see that are they find it offensive. It's not suggesting that you can't, if we are going to cooperate with what's being suggested here, you're showing, I think, I don't remember the count, but it was something like 40 parking spots in the area where the future wine structure was going to be.
Right.
There's 20 spaces over on the, I'll call it the Bethany Way side down near the riding ring. Another 8 right up tight on Bethany Way. So that's, just call it 40 plus another 20, that's 60, and another 8, that's 68 parking spots. That should be ample parking without adding another 20 or 30 over near Hopewell. I just ask that
No, I'm good with, I'm good with it. I mean, I don't have a problem. I'm just a bit overwhelmed with
I
everything.
know you are, but this is a
And
big
so-
deal. And tonight you have to kind of come prepared for a big deal. And we're trying to work with you.
Okay,
Because you're asking for a lot.
so are we at a point where somebody wants to make a motion?
Sure.
Well,
Or-
let's just,
You're making it such that I cannot operate my business with everything. I mean, okay, I understand. I don't know what to say. I'm totally overwhelmed and just blown away. I'm a little lost because we have given up so much of what we were originally requesting. And I'm not going to be able to operate. That's just the bottom line. And it's,
So what is it? Is it the parking or is the
well, I mean,
numbers?
it's just all comes, so this is all very confusing still. I don't think all of you even really understand it.
do.
I'm not sure I understand what you've suggested. I mean, it's,
can we just then take a breath? I think, Ellen, I may call you that because I don't know your last name. I'm so sorry. What she just agreed to was a 50-person cap at any one time. And then we've gone back and forth for 10 to 15 minutes on parking and what's applicable or what would work. And I think we're willing to make a concession on the parking that originally was a problem. So I'm sorry, was a problem for Councilmember Moore over by the stables, closest to the stables in the riding area. We're willing to push that aside because we've reduced it down to 50, which I understand, 50 for the winery. Was it 25 on the other side?
25 on the weekdays, 50 on the weekends.
Okay, so the balance there, 50 and 50 on the weekends. Is that, Ellen asserted that that was okay with you. Does that work for you?
so were we talking about 50 people on, I don't know.
No, it sounds like.
Okay,
I-
okay,
I
that's
get-
good to know. So we understand now the cap isn't working for you. That's a big deal.
Well,
Okay,
I'm not
so-
saying that the cap's not working. I don't know. Are we talking about just
50
for birthday parties? Are we talking for
No.
the winery? Are we
So
talking?
the winery was
For the winery, tasting room,
50.
50
At any one time?
at any one time.
That, I mean, that's going to put me out of business. I mean, I can't do
Okay.
that. So,
You actually said that would work for you the other day.
well, I thought we were talking about 50 for the farm side, equestrian side.
That was what you already agreed to with the planning commission.
But that doesn't have to do with I'm not trying to be deceptive. I am honestly very, very confused on what you all are asking. I'm trying to just say, I've got to be able to run a business, but I'm not understanding the parameters you all are trying to put on it. And I need time to understand that. I need it to be able to see it before I agree to it, because I'm confused.
What we're offering back to you is what you agreed to for the equestrian side with the planning commission. And we're offering back to you this evening what you told us on Thursday you could live with on the winery side. The 50 is a moving number, meaning that
Did we say
it's
that on
50 at
Thursday?
any given time. You may have 150 people come through the winery in any given day, but the maximum can be 50 at any given time. So that's what you told us you could work with the other day.
Did we tell them that the other day? And
I
I don't remember.
I-
Well, and I respect that, but I mean, it's just at any one given time, well, how do I control? Okay, so if we're talking 50 on that side, 25 on the farm side, and then on weekends 50, we're talking collectively 100 people. Am I understanding that correctly?
No.
Okay, I'm confused. I don't know what you're.
50 children, 14 or under, I think was your age limitation for
Yes.
events.
Yes.
Just for, yeah.
For a birthday party.
parties.
Parties, you know.
It's not really an event, it's a birthday party. And I'm using that word, I'm avoiding the word event.
Intentionally, I get it. 50 people, 50 children under 14 for
14 or under.
birthday parties on Saturdays and Sundays. Looking to make sure I say it right. 25.
Okay, well, where do the
Monday
parents come
through-
in? Because they're over 14. So how do we account for that? I mean, it's very, very confusing. And I feel like I'm just being set up to get into trouble because I can't even understand this. And how is it controlled and how is it enforced? And
I will say, for the benefit of the applicant, to throw a couple pages of
And I.
uses on
yeah.
here, this could last a very long
Yeah,
time.
but
And usually decisions like this aren't made correctly when we're.
Especially as
Yeah,
late,
I'm
as
just-
late as
there's a
it is,
lot.
too.
But in defense of what was offered up this evening, there is nothing inconsistent with what has been discussed at some point.
I'm just
with
curious
the
if Ms.
applicant.
Jackson is thinking that these limitations are associated with the equestrian uses. Because these limitations are associated with the winery. I don't know if this Mr.
They're
you aware of
both.
These
that?
They're both.
don't, these don't.
Both.
Hey, they're both.
They're both.
Yeah.
They're
Things
both.
that she agreed to with the
Right, that's
planning
what I'm-
commission. And things
No,
that we
they
heard in
weren't-
I totally
in
get
our
it.
tour.
I just want
the
to make
other
sure
day.
they understand.
Yeah,
Okay.
these we're feeding back things that were already agreed to in the planning commission and that we heard on our tour the other day, stated by the
To-
applicant.
Just because the council member mentioned something, I don't think we ever discussed a limit on equestrian uses. So, and
We're not restricting your equestrian.
I thought, I
uses.
just heard you say we were.
Numbers, probably.
Numbers. yeah,
Numbers.
Numbers, yeah.
I mean, that was.
Your
discussed.
uses, there
that
isn't
To me,
any, there
that's,
isn't
that's
any
a use.
equestrian
So
use
if
that
it's
you're
50
doing.
people, that's what I would like to clarify. Is it 50, understanding with respect to the agricultural related uses? And I don't mean to belabor this or take up everyone's time. I'm happy to do it outside of this. Is it 50, your proposed condition is 50 people total, farm winery and equestrian permitted by right uses, aside from the 50 on the weekend for agricultural related activities?
Was 50 for the winery at one time, 50 for the birthday parties, agricultural activities. What? Okay, you also have a thriving lesson program.
Right.
That's not even addressed in those
That's what my
numbers.
question
Okay,
was,
yeah,
because
no,
like-
that's a good question.
That all stays. That's all
Because when you
acceptable.
just said use, and you said you're not talking about equestrian use, but we are talking about numbers, that's what
Oh,
I want to
I'm sorry.
clarify, because that was not clear
Right.
just now.
Your lesson program,
So are you saying that there's a total of 100 people, 50 and 50 allowed at a time, plus the lessons, or not?
No. So the lessons
I'm
go
confused
on,
too.
lessons go on with no change whatsoever. Because that's an acceptable use under, by right, and then the community's taking no exception to that. No change in activity. The only suggestion that we've got in terms of a cap with regard to the equestrian part of the business is with the birthday parties. And that was a maximum of 50.
It agreed to.
And you had agreed to
But the
that at the
birthday
planning
parties, I'm
commission.
good with that.
Correct.
So
With
that's
the
not-
birthday parties, that's fine.
So that's
I-
not new to you.
The separate
I'm-
question.
So that's fine, great. We just hit a milestone. We're good. We can park that. Now let's talk about the winery part. When we toured the other day, you suggested that 50 at any given time was an acceptable number, knowing that you could, in total in a given day, heaven forbid, it's 500, a turnover of 500 people, but you can just not have more than 50 winery guests at any given time. But over the course of the day, in the course of your open hours, you could have hundreds of people, but just not more than 50 at any given time, because that's where the intensity of use comes in. That's where it
During the
gets,
hours
gets all
presented.
parked up. That's where all of a sudden you got a great big event.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that would, I don't recall saying that to you. I don't know if either of you recall that being said. So that I do not recall. I apologize. If I did, 50 is going to be difficult. And how does it come into play? Because like I already
With
said,
parking.
hmm?
Parking.
Well, no, but David and I have 10 children between us, and with spouses and grandchildren, we have 30 there just ourselves for Easter. I mean, it's like, well, where does that come into play? Am I now down to 20 people at the winery because we've got 30 family there? That's,
Family, no.
No, I mean, family doesn't.
I don't know
It's-
what
it's
you're
winery.
defining.
Paul, you want to do something
Can you
then
give
by
us
park
5
cars?
minutes to like get a class?
Or then
No,
with
because I think, because it's intensity of use, because then if you've got more than 50 people, all of a sudden you're filling up areas that will take you beyond the confines of the tasting room and the immediately adjacent area, which is the area for
family
consumption.
And,
Well, I get it.
So-
I mean, my problem is that this is all so confusing. I
Ellen?
don't know
Yeah.
what you're
This
defining
will
as
help,
what.
Ellen, I think part of and one of the things that is an issue is the fact that the tasting room that you have currently using and that you've proposed, which we know there's a condition that still has to come into play, which is it has to be subordinate to the primary residence. So it has to be less than 3,000 square feet-ish, whatever the number is. If your footprint is 3,250, it has to be less than 3,250. So at call it 3,000 square feet for the sake of the example. If you start talking about more than 50 people, you're 3,000 square feet with wine tasting, and your immediately adjacent area, all of a sudden you're blowing out the seams on your area to be able to use, to make it reasonable where it's not too intense a use again.
I think the tasting room that we had proposed was something like 460.
I know,
square
it was
feet.
600 total. If you took, the building was 600, 300 of which was going to be with the open air, that shared facility with the barn. It was,
My only point was 3,000, no one's asked for 3,000 square foot.
I know you haven't. I'm just saying that but you did ask at one point for 8,500 or 12,000.
For
Those were
a
numbers that were
full-
being tossed around. in
Which
the
was
full-
not for
full
a
production.
tasting room.
I know, it was full production.
then the building was looming out there. So there's,
But the part, that hasn't been addressed is the fact that it has to be a subordinate structure to the primary residence.
Forgive me, I would have to look at the code to see where that comes in.
Yeah.
Because I'm
It's an
not quite
it's an
ready to
accessory building.
give
It has-
that
Yeah, no, I understand that.
as a concession.
Right, but here's the disconnect that you and I are having right now. And that is, you're telling me that right now, your winery is operating with about something less than 1,000 square feet in your tasting room. And you're proposing another temporary tasting room that's only going to be about 600.
We
And
do
now-
everything outside. And that's why. So we're outside. We're an
Which is, I
outside.
think, the council member's concern with
But
the
it's,
license.
Yeah,
In fairness,
Yeah.
which I've heard for the first time, I don't know how many hours ago, but this evening. So forgive me for not having a full, robust response on that.
but isn't that a Georgia requirement, a tasting room?
I don't know that it's a requirement. I think it's an opportunity.
so
So it's your understanding that you have the right to, say that,
I'm not a liquor license attorney.
okay, all right, just want to.
here's a thought. We don't have that many choices tonight. We can approve something with conditions, or we can deny something here. We're not going to, you already heard, we're not going to approve something straight up. We're offering up approval for something with conditions. It might be worth trying our proposed conditions rather than having us deny something. And then then we're at a horrible place because you don't have a business and we're trying not to shut you down. That's the last thing we want to do is take away a business that we believe in can work. Both businesses can work.
I
So help
respect
us
and
help you
appreciate
is what
that.
I'm asking you to do. And it may very well be that at the end of the day, there's something that you discover is a hardship. And we'll be happy to hear that hardship. And maybe find a way to do business together with an expansion of that. But just at least gave it a shot with some things that we've worked pretty hard on to get you to be helpful.
I respect and appreciate that. I think this would be a very different conversation if this were an applicant who was coming before you who didn't have a proven track record with respect to these uses. And I respect the concerns with respect to the farm winery. I do. I think this isn't a new applicant or a new piece of property, which may also be part of the concern.
Yep.
So I hear you. Forgive me if I take just.
Maybe you take a sidebar.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I want to say something, Ken, and get your, I'm getting a little uncomfortable too. It's one thing if it was one or two things but kind of negotiating on the fly.
Yeah, I hate it.
These meetings should have, this should have been discussed prior. So, I don't really know what the answer is. I think we're all hearing everybody's concerns. I think the big picture is concerns of the big concerts and the 200 people there
And we gave that up. That's
No,
gone.
I'm saying that. So I'm just wondering, we had a motion earlier, we added a couple things, people were getting close. And then on this next item, should some of this be addressed or not? I'm just trying to get either a solution or, I don't want to force an applicant. I don't think it's fair for those that are support or against this to on the fly, not, know what they're agreeing to, saying they agree to something, then later, I'd rather deny it than you come back and agree it and then find out that, it was totally bad for you. It'd be better, I think, for us to deny it, but not feel like you got
Agreed.
forced into
Thank you.
something. So I don't know, Ken, if you have, I'm putting you on the spot, if you had, in 15 years, I don't think I've had one like this.
No, I mean, look, it's going to be difficult to me. The council obviously is got a lot of strong feelings about this, and I don't think it's my job to step in and just try to, overcome every. And I know that's
Sure,
not what
no,
you
no.
were suggesting. I do think we have some tough decisions to make. We have a rule that requires the council to approve going past midnight, and we're, not through. We've got another one after this one to get through. But again, it's difficult. I mean, the party appears to still want to engage, and the council seems ready to continue engaging.
So is there a mechanism where we can adjourn this meeting for engagement between the parties and bring it back at the next council meeting?
There is always that opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely, but that's.
There's always that opportunity. The only reason I'm sheepish about offering is because the
done
last
this,
time we
yeah.
postponed, the council was very divided on the postponement.
Well, but
Look, if that's offered, I mean, yeah, I mean, this is too overwhelming and I don't even really know what's being asked of me. So I would accept it. Taking the time to go then to understand it to the next council meeting.
Well, I bring it up because I feel uncomfortable giving away a land use control opportunity, which was outlined at the very beginning at the time of the alcohol permit, which is where the power would be if things became egregious. And I think things become egregious when you go from a projected 10 people to 100 people just on wine tasting, regardless of events, et cetera. So to me, with the points that have been made tonight, we're making progress. And I feel like if we're capping numbers of people substantially and scaling back and finding agreement on where we're parking cars and where we're not parking cars for a line of sight, that we're taking care of concerns that people have, that we might be on a path that could be solved in a meeting or two, perhaps maybe in the spirit, Ellen, of your letter that you think perhaps or that the folks misinterpreted it, although they don't think they did. Maybe you would take another pass at tone and intent on negotiation, and we could come to an agreement outside of this chamber. You know, the old saying, if it don't fit, don't force it. I mean, I feel like that's where we are. So are we, because I don't think we have any energy or passion to give up an opportunity to control something that be negotiated. You all correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Because I'm not speaking for you. I'm just giving my opinion. I'm welcome to hear your opinion.
Laura?
So the last thing I want is for you not to understand, you know, what was attempted to be done. So I don't want to do that. I also know that we've been at this for a while. And I know that I understand your hesitation on the numbers and the parking, but that was the control that we were really trying to get to. And, you know, this is not easy. So I don't want to deny this, but I feel like I don't have a choice. And that's
well, I'm not-
because I'm not going to, you know, what we've been living through as a community for a year has been difficult. And we're trying to get the intensity of the use to a point that is acceptable. And I don't know if there's a point. So,
well, and I'm willing to work on those things. My problem at this particular moment is I haven't really had an opportunity to look at what you've suggested. And I've got to sit down and see if that's even viable for me to run a business that way. Because off the top of my head, I mean, I have to it has to financially be self-sustaining. And if it's not, then it's not worth it to me to even stay there. So that's what I need to sit down and look and see if the conditions and the restraints that you are putting on that, will I be able to financially survive that? And I don't want to just pour money into something. I mean, that's just, you know, going to be a money pit because not able to make the money on it.
so I will make a prediction. You are going to make more money selling wine than having horses and equestrian activities. Okay. I mean, that's just, and so that is why the protections are here. Okay. That's why we're trying to limit and separate. Okay. And that's just what I see as my responsibility.
Hey, Councilman Bailey, I thought of something. Would it help in your motion or maybe anyone's motion that it sounds like within this use permit, it sounds like the uses are not the issue. It sounds like it's the variance request for the parking. Is that correct? So could we approve that? So could we approve, you know, the use, but defer the variance? Is that?
Why do that?
Well, no, I'm just, because
look, I'm not willing to give up a land use tool when we need to sort, and applicant needs the opportunity, counsel for private citizens needs the opportunity to sort through it. We need the, you know.
I just don't know how they're going to sort through all of that. And
the part that's frustrating
Seem
for me,
reasonably intelligent.
yeah, the part that's frustrating for me is that we're giving,
Well, I understand.
what we generated was in response to what the applicant told us.
Throwing an idea.
And
out
now the
there.
confusion part is puzzling to me when it's things that I heard. So that's what drove the hours that went into this preparation of this. That they were all conditions that we believe to be acceptable on what we heard.
So, Paul, I think where we fell short was that normally when we go off after a deferral from a meeting, we get to do two things. We get to agree on what the things are that we need to put into language in the item we're going to approve. And then we actually get to put it in the item that we need to approve. So we've gotten half of this done. You guys think that you've got a list of things, or maybe it's an incomplete list. So we need a little bit more work with the applicant to make sure we've got the list right. And then we can put that language into something that we can approve. And that way we're not coming in it cold, right? It's not something that we have to read off a piece of paper. It was provided as part of a packet and an agenda.
Just to be clear about the process that took place since the deferral, was it was suggested that there would be a series of meetings that would take place between the
Right.
stakeholders and the applicant, supported by staff and 2 members of council. So
Right.
that took place, there was a staff, council, and stakeholder meeting. It was a healthy discussion. Applicant didn't participate in that one. I don't think they were invited to that one. Then there was another meeting that took place that included the applicant, same list of people, but included the applicant. Generated some healthy conversation that there was probably, I wasn't in that meeting, so I don't know exactly how it went down, but I got the impression there was going to be both sides were heard. Then both sides generated their list of must-haves. And then when they both generated that, there was a parting of the ways because the stakeholders couldn't agree to the list that the applicant provided and the applicant couldn't agree to the list of the
Not
stakeholders.
quite right.
Well, okay, but hear me out. So
Well, I
then,
mean-
it's like talking about the process as I've understood it so far, and you can correct me in a minute. So then, in an effort to try to find another way to get to the end result, we offered a chance to get together, and we took advantage of it on Thursday of this week. So it was 11th hour because everything else had fallen apart. So that we didn't have the normal length of time to process all these things where it might have ended up in a staff report for all of us to consider as a part of our packet.
So if we defer this.
That's
how
what
much-
generated the list tonight
Right.
from Councilmember Bentley.
No, I understand. I figured it was fairly hot off the presses, but how much more time do you think we need in order to be ready to vote on this?
That's on them. I'm ready to vote on this.
Yeah.
I think we've made some really good suggestions.
Also would like our city attorney to take a look.
That's my point, is I want to be ready.
And I don't know, and it may not be fair to put the applicant through or the public that are either for or against to another meeting. My goal and to allow you to do the same uses you've been doing that no one seems to have a problem with. Also, on a farm winery, but keep it quaint to where it's an asset to the community and not a deterrent to the neighbors. Obviously, you'd have to figure out, how to make it profitable. But because the big issues I've seen all along was just on the big, huge concerts, the traffic, the noise and all
We
that.
pulled all that.
If we could eliminate that,
But-
that's the end goal, from my perspective. That's a win-win.
But Joe-
Now
Joe,
you gotta figure out, how do we get there, or is that where everybody else wants to get?
Well, okay, but that is
Let Rick,
important, but
let
there's-
Rick say something, and then Carol, go ahead.
yeah, could I ask the applicant and her attorney a question? When you initially, Pam, came before us and proposed what you wanted from a business standpoint, what you needed as far as, the tasting, the number of people and whatever, it had nothing to do with what you've been doing. And now what you're telling us, at least what I'm hearing, is what you initially proposed to us when we approved the winery and the tasting. You're saying that's, you can't run a business with what you requested from us initially. You need to do what you've been doing the
Well,
last year with the outside music and the large groups.
We can. We absolutely agree to no outside music and no large groups. I'm not sure I totally understand your question. If you mean what was proposed
Well,
before
I guess
for the license?
what I was trying to understand is I thought I heard in some of the discussion, I apologize for not being able to be there in person, but I thought what I heard in the discussion a few minutes ago was that you needed to have these large crowds for the winery in order to make the business sustainable. I thought that's what I had heard Pam say.
Well,
You still
No,
didn't say what that number is, I think.
that's right. And to be fair, and not to backtrack, no part of the 3 applications that were filed by the applicant ever contemplated limiting or addressing the farm winery because we understood that that was a permitted by right use. And so what you have is an applicant who is, as of July 8th, when I sent back a letter, and just to correct, the process that we had was the city's hosting a meeting on June 28th, I think. Send us your list of needs before that, which we did. And the community also sent a letter, and we sat down and had a very robust discussion. And then we were told, please resubmit. You know, you've heard these things, submit more conditions to respond to that, which we did. And we'll have another meeting, which we were teed up to have. And then we were told nobody wants to meet with you. They reject your conditions. So it hasn't been, there's only so much negotiating against oneself that can happen. But I say all of that to say the farm winery, I hear the concerns and I hear your desire to hold on to land use, the stick, if you will.
Correct.
To address that. I think that you have an applicant who had proposed in our July 8th conditions limitations on the farm winery. It sounds like they didn't go as far as you would like. And the opportunity to address that and go back to the drawing board and consider it after we've heard respectfully what you've proposed and think about it from an operations standpoint, we would like that opportunity. We don't want to waste anyone's time.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What were those numbers? Do you remember?
I think it was 100. I could go back and look.
Only reason I ask, I mean, we've talked about parking, we talked about a couple other issues. Sounds like we were close until the 50. And then that was kind of an impasse on your side. Is there, is that?
I think ours was 100, but reserve the right for her to go back and check. But as I recall, what we proposed
Was it a,
100.
but let me just go back to something I want to make sure we don't lose sight of. And that was when you portrayed what the winery and tasting room was going to look like when you pursued your alcohol consumption permit, was it was going to be 10 people by appointment.
I didn't even have,
10 people by appointment.
Well, I don't.
And
And as I
we're-
said,
I
that's
haven't
the
gone
first
back
I've
and
heard of
looked
it
at
this evening.
that. And
So
I'd have to go back and to see it again. That was 2019. I don't recall exactly. But what I do know is at that time, I didn't have any customers. I mean, it was new. Things progress. I mean, if I were to stay at that, I wouldn't have a business. So it wasn't that I'm being deceptive or trying to change what was originally there. Things just naturally progress.
But please understand where we're struggling is that when you go back to the May meeting, there was a permit granted based on the portrayal of what the winery was going to be. And we can quote you your own words that were read earlier this evening again, that said 10 people signing up on a Thursday by appointment. And then we went to concerts with 250 people that was a way too intense use for the neighborhood. And now we're talking about 100 or 50. So can you appreciate our frustration a little bit with that?
I do. And with respect, I would like the opportunity for myself, because I haven't, and you have had the opportunity to go back to look at that hearing, but that also, to Mr. Gerard's point, is a liquor licensing matter. And it has not been until we proposed the sort of omnibus solution 3 weeks ago. The farm winery use has not been part of this application process. And so you have an applicant who, I do understand the frustration. I think that staff and everyone else so bucketed these uses that it made it difficult to understand the total intensity of the operation of the farm. And so the July 8th proposed conditions were an attempt to say, here's the totality, including the farm winery. I understand your position. I need to
Can
go
make a
back and look
point?
at it.
Ms. Poe, can I make a point, please? Look, and Mayor, I have to respectfully disagree. When we talk about what's transpired and we say, well, we've gotten rid of the concerts, et cetera, so then we're basically, it comes across as in the clear in terms of nuisance to the neighbors. And I don't think we are. And I think that if we go up to 100 people at the winery, plus you still have the activity on the equestrian side, you're looking at more cars potentially than you have legitimate parking spaces for. So then we're back to the issues that have been the rub from the get-go. So I would hope that you could huddle, or if we're going to pursue this tonight, that you would rethink that, because that's a very high number on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm guessing from what we've heard from the neighbors this whole time, it's too much.
Is it safe to say though, that we hear from the neighbors is when there's a huge event and music and whatnot? And here again, let me say this in respect to everybody here, and we're not putting you on the stand. I mean, don't feel like when we say, well, you only said this and you're changing your mind. Anybody that's had a business or anything in your life, you know it changes. We didn't know what to expect. We approved a winery thinking something. It's different. The neighbors didn't know what to expect. They were probably okay with it, and until the bigger events and more traffic and all that. So right now we have a second chance to look at it in everybody's perspective. So I think that's kind of where we're trying to not force you out, give you something workable, but also protect our neighbors and protect our citizens as a whole too. So it's a tough situation now. So I know it's hard to say, well, I said 10 now, but is really the number 100, or is it 75, or do we split the difference or something like that? We're all in this, trying to figure out what the right thing
Well,
is.
the issue for the people in the vicinity becomes, let's say you have 100 people and you have 50 on the other side doing the equestrian thing. It comes to the end of the hour and people are ready to go. I mean, that's the time for the police. It's another blue light at the intersection and you've got all this activity. And that is not what we've heard for months and months. Just forget this thing about the big events. That's still a lot of people leaving at one time. It's the equivalent of a concert. So if you could find a way that you can negotiate that piece of it, I think that then we have opportunity to find common ground. Because that's problematic. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of stuff.
In all due respect, I agree too, but I just don't know exactly what that is, the number,
No,
25, 50,
no.
or 75.
And
And I don't know that you can,
Right.
is ours a number we came up or somebody came up with thinks it's right, but
At the end of the
Somebody
day,
has to pick a number at some point.
well,
I'm
okay,
saying.
but
And
here's the other thing. At
and
the end
we
of
have
the
to
day,
remember too, sorry, Carol, for a minute. What you remember too is at the end of the day, the intent of this is to find a business, to accommodate a business that's already existing, that can also coexist in Milton
right.
with what we call a very special place, Milton-esque. And so it got too intense. So it wasn't Milton-esque. And so that's when you got the pushback from the community.
That's when we pulled the third application. That was what caused that.
Okay, and I hear you,
Still,
but
Sonia,
this
but
has
there's-
this has the opportunity to be the same with the volumes about which you're speaking. And so, you're still at a threshold of troublesome. 150 people and all those cars leaving in a short time span, it's no different than that in a concert. Yeah, maybe not the noise, et cetera. That's a lot of commotion.
let me offer something then. If, let's say, I'm trying to be practical about this, the birthday parties, equestrian things and whatnot, I know they overlap, but in reality, would those things, people be leaving at 5 o'clock mainly, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock? Would the wine tasting be more coming at 5, maybe leaving at 8? I think the number was 8 or whatever. And is there a number, let's say, I know you might have mentioned 100, we had 50, is 75 a number on that? And then you adjust the number with the others, they leave at a different time. I'm just looking for possible solutions to make a reasonable decision. If not, we either need to
Well,
agree to
Let me
defer.
offer up a critical consideration that
No,
I like where you're going with that, Joe. But here's a part that's not movable. And that is that the consumption on premises is still confined to the tasting room and immediately adjacent area. That's not negotiable. That's a requirement.
correct.
It's not
though
negotiable.
an operational and
But hear me out on the rest of it. So right now, you have until the end of September with your existing tasting room, and that has to come to an end because that's where that ends. And you proposed a temporary tasting room that was going to be about 600 square feet. and maybe in a proper, a patio immediately adjacent to that. So how many people, you can't put 100 people in a 600 square foot tasting room and a patio immediately adjacent to it. Because what you've been doing historically, where they're wandering into the green area, you can't do that. That's not under the tasting room and immediately adjacent area. That's not available to you regardless.
I don't know how it is with the city. I don't recall all that, but I do know that that whole area, green area going down to that first vineyard is bonded by the federal government and the state government as winery. Now, I'm not trying to argue your point because I don't recall what was said at that, and we would
Right.
need to go back.
Well, but to be clear, your understanding of what the definition is and what has been stated as the definition, that trumps. The stated definition is tasting room in immediately adjacent area. And if you proposed a 600 square foot tasting room in the immediate adjacent area, that's not going to accommodate 100 people. After your existing tasting room comes to an end, the end of September, you've got to scramble pretty quick to get up your 300 square foot tasting room plus your immediately adjacent area. Otherwise, you can't have 20 people there because you can't accommodate them in that area. Because the lawn that's defined as a winery area is for other winery related agrarian activities, not for the consumption.
I don't think we're prepared to respond to that.
Well,
because,
but it's important
but-
consideration that you have to think about
No,
because your
absolutely.
existing tasting room
I
is coming to an
understand.
end. You have to have a solution. Right now, you said to us that the larger tasting room, you hadn't contemplated 3,000 square feet. You had at one point contemplated 8,000 and 12,000.
Not
But
for a
those are
tasting
not
room.
happening anytime soon.
And not for a tasting
I
room.
know, right, would the tasting room have existed within that?
Yes, and I think we proposed a maximum of 1,500 feet.
Okay, so let's work with 1,500 square feet. As, just as for a working
understand-
example. Do you see where I'm trying to go with
I
this?
understand your example.
Because your numbers aren't going to mesh because you can't put
We have to
100
go back
people in a
to the
1,500 square foot tasting room and an immediately adjacent area for consumption. Your business model doesn't work under that. That's not something we're imposing upon you. That's something you signed up for when you got your consumption permit.
And we'll look at the square footage for that area.
That's a problem that we may not be able to overcome.
So
I think we need to know the interpretation, of the boundary that we allowed the consumption on premises for. And if that is attainable, I don't know.
Well, I mean, the boundary is what's set forth in the code, and that's that immediately adjacent. And I know what that is, and I think I can better explain what it isn't.
Okay.
Right? But I will also tell you that the city as a whole has shown some forbearance and grace with this establishment, and I think that's been reciprocated, not maybe in some ways that some of the citizens want, but there has been sort of a détente while we work through this use permit. And I think everybody from the city's perspective understood that when this matter was decided one way or the other, there was likely going to be sort of a regulatory reckoning. But that makes a lot more sense after this process than before it. I hope the council understands what I'm trying to say. But dependent upon what occurred this evening, I'm very aware that I need to get with the city manager and our regulatory staff, and I'll be dealing with Ms. Smith and Mr. Casilius, and but we didn't know what the outcome of this was going to be first. And so I think even Ms. Smith would agree there has been discussions and there have been forbearance while these use permits went forward so we could have the will of the council in some of these land use matters.
So in terms of a process standpoint,
Sure.
last thing we want to have happen tonight is to find an impasse and get to a denial. Because a denial then also prohibits them from coming back before us for a year, correct, on a land use like that? We don't
On
want
the
to do
same
that.
or substantially the same application.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. That means they can't operate for a year.
Well, I don't know that it means that. I mean, again, this use permit is not pertaining to the winery. Now, that is roped into it because of the amalgamation of uses. I understand that. Anyway, I mean, we're getting into an area there that I really
Ken,
feel-
do we, if we approve this use permit, do we lose any regulatory control over the farm winery?
Well, I mean,
I'm asking.
it's a difficult question to answer. Let me tell you why. Because the applicant is showing a willingness to want to work with you all to blend those in. So when you say, are we giving up anything if we deny? Yeah, a little, because they're willing
Yeah.
to have those be condensed and consolidated and collapsed. But I also believe that we have formidable regulatory authority in addition to our land use controls on what AG1 looks like, but also our alcohol licensure is very powerful as well. And that could affect things like where you can consume, further tightening that down. That could go to a volume of alcohol that can be consumed. That could go to hours of operation. Sure, all sorts of alcohol codes regulate that. So, but again, I was optimistic, and I
Yeah.
still am, that there might be a sort of a symbiotic coming together here
Yeah.
that might make
Yeah.
the regulatory landscape more amicable than adversarial.
So previously, I mentioned a deferral because I don't think that we are, I mean, I would hope that with that, we could have much more intense discussion, and I can appreciate that both sides in the audience would be very frustrated with that, but if it is a shot at an amicable agreement that works for both sides, I think that would be outstanding. And furthermore, I would really hate to see this body have to do something punitive with an alcohol license, because I think that takes us into a different realm and takes us into an adversarial relationship, which I don't think is what either of us want. I'm just guessing. So that would be my hope, and my colleagues, what do you think?
So because of potential alcohol use, we're denying them the right to operate as a birthday party venue and as all the other things that are on the list.
We're deferring. We're deferring so that they have an opportunity to negotiate quantity. It's really. we're
That's
down to-
what we originally deferred it for, I
know.
guess. And so
Okay,
that's
so
why
we
I'm
didn't,
so-
so it didn't happen, okay? They don't have time to understand it. So it
what
didn't
we did-
happen. Okay, so what are we gonna do about it? Force it?
What
No.
we didn't have at the time that we now have something is. that
Right. We put
was
something together that's
more
kind of,
accommodating, well, let me say it differently, that was more palatable
right.
by some of the members of council, based on the discussion I've heard this evening. That's a step forward.
It is a
We
step
didn't, we
forward.
didn't have any of that the last time. We had two parties that were not, there was no meeting in the middle. There was an attempt to meet in the middle tonight with what Councilmember Bentley put forward. But if it's still not acceptable to the applicant, we're closer.
You know, and,
Maybe.
So let
and
me
you
ask
know,
this
and you know
question.
what, for example, my limit is, that's too high. And that's a non-starter for me. So I think you're hearing from everybody.
Let me answer this question. If we're going to defer this item, do we defer the next one as well? Because, it's the same open door, right? If we approve anything without clamping down on what the use is, we've somehow lost an opportunity.
Well, or the question I was going to ask, since it sounds like we were getting somewhat close, other than maybe the number, but if we could eliminate all the huge negative issues and then maybe deal with the numbers of the alcohol consumption with enforcement based on our code, which even, let's just say, and I'm not saying we're going to pass this, but let's say we said 100 and the applicant was okay with it, the council approved it, but then also you got to live by the code too, and maybe it's only 85 or 65 or whatever, based on people coming and going. I mean, is that a way to enforce it on this particular issue? And that way we at least could approve the uses, the agricultural uses they had been using, but still have some control later to make sure it doesn't get excessive again with the numbers.
Mr. Mayor, that's always an option. But what I'm hearing is, and this is going back to Councilmember Moore's point, is I think everyone learned something this evening, and sometimes actually being in front of the tribunal that will make the decision and hearing their mind in a collective way can be very illuminating to those who would be regulated. And so I suspect there is now at least an appreciation of where the council's prepared to go, which did not exist 2 weeks ago. So I do think that is a powerful tonic that has been applied this evening. From the standpoint of the regulatory alcohol code and then the land use code, yeah, they still have to work together. They still have to fit together. I suspect if you meet or we have further discussions with the applicant, they are going to want at least some semblance of finality as part of this process. But again, that just remains to be seen. I think they will come in, however, eyes wide open with where the council's prepared to go on this.
So what would the process look? I know obviously we can defer it. I mean, I hate to do, spend a lot of time, everybody in the audience and folks that were here earlier and applicants had, spent a ton of time. So deferring it's not a palatable option, but if it makes the most sense, what is that likelihood? Obviously, some of the points that Councilmember Bentley brought up, you guys can digest some of those. You guys can, with staff can talk about them and all that, and with staff come back to us and say, well, here's something kind of that, we think makes sense that both sides, how do you envision that? Again, because we've already deferred it once.
I mean, deferral obviously is just procedural, and that's just a matter of setting it to whatever the meeting the council
Kicking the
wants
can
to
down
go
the
to.
road.
But in the meantime, what would need to happen is candidly, given that Councilmember Moore, Councilmember Bentley obviously put some time into this, somebody who has the interest in putting together those conditions would need to get with the applicant and their attorney and pound through them. And bring something back that they think that therefore the applicant would be in support of, and maybe not, but maybe it's close enough is the point. But somebody would need to take the initiative.
Okay. All right. So I will open up for a motion of some sort of action. Approve the changes, deny, or make a motion for deferral.
All right, I'm going to make a motion. Mr. Mayor and Council, make a motion that we defer for further negotiation with the applicant. Let's see, section 64-1797 in parens D and section 64-1797 in parens E.
Okay, did you say a deferral for a time period?
Till the next scheduled council meeting, which is Wednesday,
August 2nd.
August 2nd. All right, so do you want me to
Is
say it
there any
again?
difference with, normally we have a zoning on the second? It doesn't matter, does it? Okay.
Do I need to restate?
It is,
Okay.
go ahead.
No, Ken said I didn't have to restate.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, have a motion for deferral till the next meeting. And I apologize to everybody in advance just with the time, but from Councilmember Cookerly and a second from Councilmember Bentley. Any discussion?
Yes, please. Just ask that in this course of time, that next period of time that we're offering for consideration, that number one, we take active actions to have some discussion collectively. How, when, or where that takes place, we'll look forward to arranging. I also ask, with all due respect, to please be a good neighbor so that we don't have issues to address because you haven't been a good neighbor between now and the next hearing. Please be considerate. That's all I have.
All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
I'm abstaining, just for the record. I can't feel like I could vote either way.
We got 4 minutes to hear the second one.
Yeah, well, actually,
No, I
let's.
just deferred both of them.
You just voted
I
on
did.
both.
Yeah.
Did both of
Oh,
them.
you did?
I did.
She
Okay.
announced both.
People, I'm
Yeah.
wide awake. Come on.
Ken, are we good on that procedure wise?
I am. I mean, that means that when the next one comes up, when it is deferred to, we don't have to have the hearing again on this one, right? Because we've already done the hearing. This was discussion only, but when next one comes up, we will have to have the hearing on that. We haven't had that yet. That's perfectly in order, though. That's fine. Candidly, we're 3 minutes away from having.
All right. Okay, we don't have any staff reports, so I'll open up for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Ellen.